home were no hospital, no doctors. When Tom realized Mal thought he was on drugs, he'd been quick to offer up the explanation of a relatively recent head injury and hospitalization, which had placated Mallory but sent Joe into a tizzy. Throughout all this, at least after Kelly had made the scene, Charles hadn't coughed once. His color was good and he actually seemed to be enjoying himself, the old sadist. Or maybe it was being needed. Apparently Joe had awakened Charles, asking for his help. She'd have to keep that in mind. But right now she had to deal with Tom, no hospital, no doctors, Paoletti. She had to approach him as a friend with the medical knowledge of a doctor and convince him to go to a hospital. Not necessarily tonight. The fact that he was alert and coherent kept it from being a dire emergency, but certainly first thing tomorrow. Kelly squared her shoulders and knocked on Tom's door. "It's open." She turned the doorknob, and there she was, about to step inside, invited into Tom's bedroom for the first time in her life. There he was, too, sitting on his bed in a pair of shorts and a fresh t-shirt, looking like a dream come true, all hard muscles and heavy-lidded eyes, his hair damp from his shower. He watched expressionlessly as she came in and closed the door behind her. Her heart was pounding as she glanced around the room she knew so well from her days of treehouse spying. It looked different from this perspective. Less exotic, less mystical. His desk was small and bare. His dresser was freshly painted a gleaming white, his reading glasses, his wallet, a handful of change, and a comb on top. His closet door was tightly shut, his towel hanging on the outside knob. There was nothing on the floor besides his duffel bag in the corner, no clothes, no pile of books. This wasn't his room anymore. It was just a room he stayed in while he visited. She knew what that was like. "Feel any better?" she asked. He moved his head noncommittally. God, she was nervous. She was used to patients she could charm with a stuffed animal or a funny hat. She was used to patients who didn't have hair on their chests, patients she didn't have a crush on. She just had to be direct. To the point. "Who do you want me to be right now, Tom? Dr. Ashton, or your friend Kelly?" He smiled at that, a flash of those impossibly adorable dimples. "Are the two really separable?" "No, not really. But while Dr. Ashton would politely pull up a chair and probably get nowhere in finding out what's going on with you, Kelly would sit Indian style on the end of your bed and stay until she wrestled the truth from you." "That could take all night," he said. Kelly sat on the end of his bed. "Is that a threat or a promise?" He looked over at her sharply as she flashed hot and then cold. Oh God, had she really said that? What was she doing? Was she actually hitting on a man who'd barely been able to climb a flight of stairs on his own? Tom needed her and this couldn't be helping. She stood up again. "Sorry, wow, bad timing, huh?" He was laughing incredulously. "Holy God, are you like—" He laughed again, shaking his head slightly. "You can't be serious, right?" Kelly couldn't stand the fact that he was laughing at her, and her embarrassment was replaced by a surge of indignation. "Why can't I be serious? I've always found you." Oh, good grief, what was she saying? Her college roommate had had a word for men like Tom Fuckable. Kelly and Evie had spent many nights near hysterical with laughter, compiling a top 10 list of men, mostly movie stars, who were 100% fuckable. Which meant they'd decided that they'd fall into the arms and beds of any of those men without question, without comment, without objection. It was pure animal attraction, pure lust, pure sex. Not that either of them had ever done such a thing. Not even close. Evie had been as cautious as Kelly when it came to men. But it had been fun to pretend to be so daring and bold. And Tom Paoletti had been in Kelly's top 10 every single time. He wasn't the kind of man a woman should dare to love. She'd learned that too well all those years ago, but as far as that other verb went, Kelly pretended to be engrossed in the view from his windows. She could see the tree that held her tree house from one, see her own bedroom balcony from the other, so this was what it looked like from here. "You've always found me what?" Tom asked. "Oh, drat. I suppose it's too late to say never mind," he laughed. "Well, yeah, unless this is a new doctoring technique." giving the patient renewed will to live by increasing levels of curiosity and frustration. She turned to face him. "I'm here as your friend, not your doctor. I don't want to be your doctor." "Great, then sit down." When she started for the chair that was over by his desk, he added, "Over here, friend." He was watching her with those incredible Paoletti eyes, those windows to that wild Paoletti soul. The heat she could see in them was off the chart, and she nearly tripped on the throw rug. It was like some kind of challenge, as if he were testing her to see just how real her vague, almost come-on had been. So she sat on his bed, not as far away from him as she could be, but not too close either. "You've always found me to be," he said again. "Extremely attractive," she said briskly. "Big deal, you know what you look like. Let's drop this, okay? Tell me about your injury. What happened? How'd you end up in the hospital?" He was silent for a moment, just looking at her. But then he nodded as if he'd made up his mind to tell her the truth. "All right. I was on an op with my troubleshooters, the SO squad from Team 16, he said. "These guys are the best, the elite of an already elite organization. I can't tell you where we were. I can't tell you what we were doing. All I can say is we ended up clusterfucked, if you'll pardon the expression. Trust me, it's exactly what it sounds like. And once things started going wrong, they kept going wrong." He told her about the helicopter going down, about the blast that had sent him flying. "Actually," he added with a smile, "that was the okay part. It was landing that caused the problem. Let's just say my dismount needs work." God, he could actually joke about it. "Where did you hit?" she asked. "Where didn't I hit?" he countered, then relented. "Like I said, I don't remember much of it, but apparently I came down pretty hard on the left front of my head. I fractured my left temporal bone." Kelly moved closer. "I know I did this downstairs, but do you mind?" Tom shook his head, and she reached up, gently touching his head, lightly at first, then a little bit harder. Now that she was looking, she could see the tiny red scar from his surgery. It was so small it was almost invisible. "Let me know if anything hurts," she murmured. "It's mutual, you know," he said suddenly. "This attraction thing." His face was about 5 inches from hers, his leg close enough for her to feel his body heat. His gaze dropped to her mouth for several long seconds, and Kelly knew it. This was it. After waiting for a lifetime, Tom Paoletti was finally going to kiss her again. "It's extremely mutual," he said again. And then he pulled back, away from her. "But there are a few more details you need to understand before this goes any further." He ticked them off on his fingers. "I was in a coma for weeks. This injury could well be career-ending, and I think I'm losing my mind big time." For weeks he was in a coma. "I've been seeing this guy," he said, "and I don't know if he's real or if he's some paranoid figment caused by," he choked on the words, "brain damage from my injury. He's called the Merchant. He's a terrorist, Kelly." He was watching for her reaction, and she knew she gave him a big one there. "A terrorist? You mean like a terrorist?" "Yeah, I know," he said. "It sounds nuts." "Tom, I need to tell you all of it," he said. "Just let me get it all out, and then if you have any questions." Kelly nodded. "Fair enough. A terrorist." She listened as he told her about the Merchant, a man who delivered death for money. The Paris embassy bombing in '96 was apparently his handiwork. Tom had been part of a team sent to catch him. "I lived and breathed him for months, preparing to go up against him. It was like a government-approved obsession," he told her. "My team studied the son of a bitch until we'd be able to recognize him in a dark room at midnight while wearing blindfolds. I knew him so well, Kelly, I swear, I could think like the bastard, anticipate his every move. When his team was tracked to England, we moved in, ready to take him down. We would have too if we could have operated without the restrictions from the bureaucrats. Instead, it was a goat fuck. Again, excuse me." Kelly laughed despite herself, despite the seriousness of what he was telling her. "A goat fuck this time. Is that better or worse than a clusterfuck?" "It's messier." Tom's smile was rueful. "I'm sorry, I don't mean to offend you. That language just kind of slips out when I talk about this shit," he winced. "Sorry. Do I look offended?" His gaze was almost palpable. "You look," He shook his head, looking away, exhaling a burst of air. "I've got to tell you the rest of this before." He cleared his throat. "We went in badly and the shooting started almost immediately. That's my definition of a goat, you know, fuck. When the shooting starts. SEALs operate very quietly. We're trained to insert and extract covertly. No one knows we're there until long after we're gone, if then. But once you start firing an MP4 submachine gun, people tend to notice you. Our plan was to go in and grab the merchant silently. I don't even know what went wrong, who started shooting first, but suddenly we were in the middle of a firefight. And the merchant ran. The bastard escaped. According to allegedly reliable sources, he was seriously injured. And when he dropped out of sight, and it's been years since anyone's heard anything from him, a lot of people presumed he died. But not you. I try not to make a habit of ever presuming anything." Tom rubbed his forehead as if his head was hurting badly again. "So, okay. Here I am, years later, in the middle of an entirely new clusterfuck. The helo goes down and the blast knocks me on my head. I come to a few minutes later, and even though I've got a headache from hell, I figure everything's cool, I can stand up, I remember my name, I'm going to be okay." "The lucid interval," Kelly said softly. "Even with extremely severe head injuries, there tended to be some amount of time, as much as an hour or two, before internal bleeding caused coma." "Exactly. And right on schedule, a few hours later, my vision's tunneling. I'm checking out. My jazz jacket literally carries me to safety, but it's 15 hours before I hit the nearest and by that time I'm in a pretty deep coma. Apparently there was both epidural and subdural hemorrhages putting pressure on my brain. The surgeon drills a little hole in my skull, drains whatever needs to be drained, ties off whatever needs to be tied off, monkeys around in there, doing God knows what. A few weeks later I wake up. A few weeks, God, he was lucky. And I'm the miracle man because everything still works. There's no apparent brain damage. I can talk, I can walk, I can read and write. I remember just about everything. There's no huge chunk of my life missing. I go through all the tests with flying colors, except for one, and it wasn't even a real test." He'd pushed himself back so that he was leaning against the headboard of his bed, and he sat there now with his elbows on his knees, head in his hands. "First day back on CONUS," Tom told her. "That's continental United States. In Navy speak, I have a little run-in with a rear admiral who was trying to downsize and eliminate Team 16. He shifted, resting his head back against the wall. "I got a little too angry." He told her evenly about the psych evaluations, the medical reports, the conclusion that his injury had caused his aggressive behavior, the required convalescent leave. Kelly knew it wasn't easy for him to tell her any of this. "When I go back, I've got to convince the Navy shrinks and doctors that I'm up to speed, or else it's thank you very much and welcome back to the civilian world, Mr. Paoletti," he said. "I came here believing that my career is riding on my ability to get mentally healthy over the next 30 days. Tom sat forward, gazing directly into her eyes. "But now that I've started spotting international terrorists in Baldwin's Bridge, I'm wondering if I'm suffering from some kind of weird injury-related paranoia. For the first time in my life, I'm doubting myself, Kelly." His voice broke, and he faltered. "I need to know if I'm fit for command, or if my career's over." Kelly didn't know what to say, didn't know what to do, but he wasn't finished. "I'm telling you this for a couple of reasons," he continued. "Obviously, I need to find a doctor I can trust, someone I can have faith in to be dead honest with me about what's going on here. Also, obviously, after tonight, I need another CAT scan to find out if something started bleeding inside my head again. I doubt it, but I have to make sure. I need to find out more about this paranoia crap, too. I need to know what the hell's real and what's not." He took a deep breath, letting it out in a rush. "Okay, lecture's over. Any questions from the captive audience?" "Questions? God, she had about 4,000. "Terrorists," Kelly said. "Plural. You said you've spotted terrorists more than one." "Oh yeah, tonight's bullshit," he winced. "Sorry. I know the word," she told him. "I've even used it upon occasion. I've used the other words too, and just tell me what happened tonight." He did in that matter-of-fact, reporter-dry manner, as if his career, his life weren't on the verge of destruction. The convenience store. The man with the eyeball tattoo on his hand. It was pretty gutsy to mark his people so visibly on the hand, but that was always part of this merchant's deal. Apparently, just seeing that tattoo was enough to make most people scared to death. As Tom went on, Kelly closed her eyes, picturing him running after a man on a bike, just a short time out of the hospital after a near-fatal head injury. He described the dizziness, the tunnel vision that had hit him at the carnival. "All of a sudden, I realize I'm in a crowd of people who have all got the merchant's mark on the back of their hands. It was like a nightmare, Kelly. For a minute, I was sure I'd gone completely insane." His hands were shaking just from recounting it, and Kelly couldn't help herself. She reached out and held on to him. "And then I realized," he told her, his voice barely more than a whisper, "it wasn't a tattoo. It was a hand stamp from the carnival. I can only assume that the guy in the honey farms that the mark on his hand was from the carnival too. I see one thing and my mind turns it into something else. Something sinister. Sounds pretty goddamned paranoid, huh?" His voice shook. "If that's the case, then Admiral Tucker's right in wanting me gone. There's no room for me in the SEAL teams." He'd been holding her hand tightly, but just like that he loosened his grip. "Sorry," he said. "I didn't mean to get all weird on you." He tried to pull away, but Kelly wouldn't let him go. "You spend an awful lot of time apologizing to me." Tom nodded. "I have this overwhelming urge to tell you I'm sorry about that, but somehow I suspect that would be the wrong thing to say." Kelly laughed, emotion balled tightly in her chest. She was on the verge of tears, again. How many times could a person cry in one night? Shouldn't there be some sort of daily limit to emotional outbursts? Although if there were, she'd probably built up a lifetime supply from holding it all inside during those years she'd lived with her father and then Gary. And after what Tom had just told her, this was not a time to be reserved. Reaching up, she touched his face. "Thank you for telling me all this," she said softly. "I won't tell anyone, not even Joe. I promise, not unless you want me to." His skin was warm, his cheek slightly rough against her palm. He'd shaved this morning, but this morning had been hours and hours ago. "Kelly, you did hear everything I just said, right? I'm probably crazy, and I'm 28 days from being unemployed and homeless. I live on base, so I'll have to move out, but you're not alone," she countered. "I'll help you. I know one of the top neurosurgeons in Boston, in the world. He's brilliant, you can trust him, I promise. I'll go with you to see him if you want. He'll schedule a CAT scan for you first thing tomorrow, but you're a doctor, I trust you." "Oh God. I can't be your doctor, you need a specialist. Besides, I don't want to be your doctor, I want." Kelly didn't think, she didn't plan, she didn't anticipate or analyze. She just leaned forward and kissed Tom Paoletti. His lips were warm and impossibly soft. He tasted like toothpaste. He must have brushed his teeth right before she came up to his room. It was a small kiss, a gentle, brief one, not deep and lingering, not soul-shattering and near-orgasmic, not at all the way she'd remembered kissing Tom had been. She'd surprised the hell out of him and out of herself as well. She stared at him, and he stared back at her for what seemed like 20 minutes but was probably more like 20 seconds. Then he spoke. "I'm crazy." "Hello, didn't you understand what I just told you?" His laughter was edged with a dangerous-sounding desperation. "Christ, and then you kiss me anyway. Where's your common sense, Ashton? What were you thinking?" She shook her head. "You're not crazy. You might still be suffering side effects from your injury, but those side effects could be permanent and you know it," he said harshly. Hearing the pain in his voice, Kelly reached for him again. She put her arms around him and held him close. Lord, it was like hugging an unyielding mountain. But this mountain had a heart. With her head against his shoulder, she could hear Tom's heart racing. It didn't take very long for him to relent. He put his arms around her too, tentatively though almost reluctantly touching her hair. "I can help you," she whispered. "I don't know that much about head injuries as serious as the one you've had, but I can certainly look up the information. I'll find out whatever I can, and we'll get you that CAT scan too." His arms tightened around her. "Thanks." He shifted, pushing her back so that he was holding her by her shoulders, a full arm's length away. But Kelly, look, I think she knew what he thought, and it was time for him to find out what she thought. She took hold of his arms, too, all but shaking him. "It's possible you've had permanent damage that's making you misinterpret and assign some kind of negative meaning to the things you see. But it's also possible that this paranoia, or whatever you want to call it, will fade in time like the headaches and dizziness you've been having. It's probable that you simply need more time to recuperate, maybe even more than 30 days. He shook his head. "I don't have more than 30 days. Tom, if you fractured your leg, you wouldn't be kicked out of the Navy if it didn't heal in 30 days, would you?" "No, of course not." "What's the difference?" she persisted. Frowned at her as if suddenly just aware that instead of holding her at a full arm's length, he was now gripping her by the elbows. Her thigh was pressed against his. She was all but sitting on his lap. "Maybe you should go," he said. "I thought if I told you everything then you'd—" She gazed at him. "What?" "I don't know," he admitted. "But there are a hell of a lot of options to choose from besides kissing me." Jesus. God, he was back to that again. Kelly's temper flared. "I'm sorry if it was that awful. I didn't think, I just did it all right. If I'd been thinking, I would have just kept wanting to kiss you without ever daring to do it. At least this way I've done it, now I know. And so what, all right? Obviously in my memory I exaggerated the reality. It was actually kind of pedestrian if you want to know the truth." "Pedestrian?" Tom laughed in disbelief. "Well, sure. You gave me absolutely no warning, no body language clues, nothing. It was like some kind of blitzkiss. A hit and run. It was a bad excuse for half a kiss." That was it. She was now completely humiliated. Kelly tried to pull away, but this time he wouldn't let her go. She opened her mouth to say, "What?" She wasn't sure what she intended to tell him, but she suddenly couldn't speak, because he was about to kiss her, and boy, did she see it coming. He gave her plenty of warning. He moved slowly. He even stopped with his lips the merest whisper from hers. "Now I know I'm crazy," he breathed. And then he kissed her. He brushed his lips against hers in the most tinglingly delicate caress. He kissed her again, still gently, but parting her lips with his tongue, tasting her, sweetly claiming her mouth. Kelly melted. This was the kiss she remembered. When he would have pulled back, she kissed him again, wanting more. For years she'd wanted more. There was a knock on the door and it swung open. It was Joe, and there was no way in hell he could have missed Kelly's guilty leap back, away from Tom. Kelly couldn't bring herself to look at either of them. "Sorry." Joe cleared his throat, as embarrassed as she was. "What's the verdict?" Tom cleared his throat too. "I'm fine. I was asking Kelly." "Tom's going to go to the hospital," Kelly reported as briskly as she possibly could, "but not until the morning. I'm going to take him into Boston for a CAT scan then." "Good." Joe looked from Tom to Kelly and back again. "Good." He started to swing the door closed again. "I'll walk Charles back to the house." Kelly nearly leapt for the door. "Oh," she said, "no, I'll do that. I was just leaving." But Joe was already gone and she was alone again with Tom. "Why don't we go into Boston in the morning?" she said, still trying to be brisk, still unable to look at him, "but not until rush hour's over, about 9:30. "Yeah," he said, "thanks." She turned to leave. "Kelly." "Don't apologize," she said. "Don't you dare. That was, God, just say it." How would he ever know how she felt unless she opened her mouth and said it? She turned to face him, looked him straight in the eye. "It was incredible, and I'm looking forward to doing it again. Maybe after we have dinner tomorrow night." Well, she'd surprised him again, that much was obvious. He didn't seem to know what to say, and Kelly tried not to die inside. It was possible he didn't think kissing her was so incredible. It was possible he'd only done it to prove a point, to make sure she knew he wasn't pedestrian. It was possible he had no intention of kissing her ever again. As she watched, Tom rubbed his forehead, put pressure on the bridge of his nose. "So, I guess crazy's not a problem for you, huh?" Kelly had to laugh at that, despite the fact that she wasn't really sure which was worse, the idea that Tom might be imagining the merchant, or the idea that there really was a terrorist here in Baldwin's Bridge. "You always had the reputation for being a little crazy back in high school. Besides, side effects from a head injury don't really qualify as being clinically crazy." He looked up at her. "I hope you don't believe everything you heard about me in high school." "Only the good stuff," Tom smiled. "God, was there any good stuff?" "Oh, yeah." Not that her mother would have agreed with her definition of good. Kelly opened his door. "I'll see you in the morning. But if you want to go to the hospital tonight, just call. I can be over here in a minute if you need me." "Kelly," he stopped her again. "Everything I told you about the merchant, I need you to—" "I won't tell anyone," she told him. "You know that," he nodded. "I just had to say it." She looked back at him, her hand on the doorknob. "What if you're not imagining this?" she asked. "What if you really did see this man?" "Then I figure out what his target is and I stop him," Tom said. He made the near impossible sound so easy, but he said it with such confidence, Kelly found herself believing him, believing in him. "Until I know for certain that I am nuts, I've got to act as if the threat is real," he added. "I've got some friends coming into town in a few days to help me out." "You've got friends here in town, too," she told him. "Yeah," he smiled. "I know." Chapter 12:10 August. It had been a very bad night. The pain had kept rousing Charles from a deep sleep, and the fact that he had kept the light on had woken him up the rest of the way. He'd been sleeping with the light on, like a scared 4-year-old, because without it, he'd been certain he could see the dark shape of death in the shadows, waiting for him, sitting silently in the rocking chair in the corner of his room. Charles had decided last night that he hated knowing he was dying. He'd wished at least 1,000 times he hadn't gone to see that prepubescent child in a doctor's white coat who only pretended he was old enough to shave. Of course, if he hadn't gone to see the seemingly 12-year-old Dr. Grant, he wouldn't have been given the prescription for the pills that at least took the cutting edge off his pain. The pills that weren't working quite so well anymore. If Charles could have his choice, death would come in a completely unsuspecting flash. One moment he'd be there, and the next blessedly painlessly he'd be gone. He was starting to become a big fan of nuclear annihilation. At 5:07 a.m., he dragged himself literally out of bed. Climbing the stairs up to the attic was a pain in the ass, also literally, but once up there, it took him about 4 seconds to find what he was looking for, even though he hadn't touched the damn duffel bag in nearly 60 years. So now here he was, at not yet 6 a.m., sitting on the deck that overlooked the ocean, his ocean, cleaning the souvenirs he'd brought home with him after the 55th had pushed all the way into Germany and crushed Hitler's army back in 45. Souvenirs. A Luger 9mm. At nearly 2 pounds, it was almost too heavy for his illness-weakened arms, but at one time it had fit almost perfectly in his hand. It was in mint condition, well cared for by the German officer who had owned it previously. But the Luger, as sought after by collectors as it was, had no value to Charles, not compared to the beat-up Walther PPK he'd also brought back to the States. It was lighter than the Luger, smaller, easier to carry concealed beneath clothing. But unlike the Luger, it wasn't handmade. Side by side, the Luger was a work of art, the Walther no more than a functional tool of destruction. But the Walther had belonged to Sibylle. She'd touched it, held it, worn it beneath her clothes, close to the warmth of her skin. She'd taken it from the wreckage of a downed German plane off the body of a German Luftwaffe officer long before Charles had met her. She'd given it to him when, Christ, he didn't want to think about any of that. He'd wasted a lot of money shipping these guns home. Souvenirs, bah, he'd put them into the attic right away after he'd returned. He didn't want to remember anything at all about the time he'd spent in France. But lately he'd been unable to think of much else. And it was going to get worse when Joe gave that interview. It was all going to go in some book, everything he'd been hiding from for all these years. Everything he'd done. Everything he didn't do. Every damn detail. Yes, it was Joe's story, but it was his story too. It was his life, his secrets, his failures, his grief. Nearly 60 years of running from himself, from all his pain, all his heartache, and here he was, still here, still aching. And Joe, by stirring it all up, was just making it worse. Charles saw the shadow and didn't even bother to look up. He just kept on cleaning the wall there. It was either death, looming over him again, or Joe. Who else would be up this early? And although he wasn't 100% certain, he was betting it was Joe. "I'm getting these ready," Charles told him crossly, "so I can shoot you if you make any more noise about talking to that damned writer." Joe sighed and sat down next to him, looking out at the nearly placid ocean. It was beautiful. It was the view Charles had dreamed about back in France. It was the view he'd spoken of to Sibylle so many times, his words translated by Joe into softer, equally beautiful-sounding French. Sibylle had wanted to come to Baldwin's Bridge to see his beautiful house, his beautiful ocean, this beautiful view. Charles had promised time and again that he'd bring them all over for a visit after the war. After the war. It had a magical ring to it. After the war, all of them, even Jean-Claude Henry and the two surly Lukes, would come to America as Charles's guests. He had the money. After the war, he'd fly them into Boston, put them up at the Baldwin's Bridge Hotel. "We promised Tom we wouldn't fight anymore," Joe pointed out. "Who the hell's fighting?" Charles countered. "I'm merely threatening you at gunpoint." "Do you really want to talk about this now?" Joe asked. "We can talk about it, but we talk, we don't shout. If you start shouting, I'll stand up and walk away." "Fine. Fine." Joe took a deep breath. "You might as well know then that I got a call last night," he said. "Kurt Kaufman, that author, wants to interview me at the hotel, right after the opening ceremony on Tuesday. I want to do this, so I told him yes, that I'd be there." The wall there slipped, clattering on the table. Charles tried to catch it and ended up smashing his finger. "Damn it. I was hoping you'd go with me. You could help me tell the whole story," Joe continued. "What?" Charles said tightly. "That I not only cheated on my wife, but on my best friend as well." Joe just gazed out at the sunlight sparkling on the water, at the tumble of rocks that served as a breaker, at the still vibrant summer green of the trees at the edge of the lush yard. Charles didn't have to look up to know what Joe saw. He'd spent nearly 60 summers gazing out at it himself, drinking his gin and tonics until the ocean turned into a distant blur or the sun set, whichever came first. "I've long since forgiven you for that," Joe said quietly. "And I've forgiven Sibylle too. Not that I had the right to do any forgiving. She didn't belong to me, Ashton. At least not outside my own imagination. You know that as well as I do, Sibylle." Charles couldn't speak. After all these years of never mentioning her name, how could Joe speak of her so easily, so casually? And to Charles, of all people, he himself couldn't even think about Sibylle without feeling his throat tighten. Yet here he sat, cleaning her precious gun. Joe had to have recognized it. Sibylle had never left her house without it. "You know, I've never tired of sitting out here," Joe mused. "You always were right about that. This is one of the prettiest spots on this earth." Charles didn't look up from the wall there. He knew damn well what the ocean looked like from this deck. "When I die," he told Joe grimly, "this'll be yours. This house, this land, and $500,000 as well. It was Kelly's idea. The will's already been written. But if you continue with this nonsense about this book," his voice shook slightly, "I'll change my will and you'll get nothing. Nothing." "You really think I care about that?" Joe asked with a snort of disbelief. "About your house, your money, you think that's what I want?" Charles could feel Joe watching him, feel the intensity of his old friend's gaze, and he made the mistake of glancing up. Joe's face was wrinkled, his skin leathered by years of sun and wind, his hair white and wispy. But his eyes were the same steady hazel they'd always been. His eyes were that of the 20-year-old OS officer Charles had met an entire lifetime ago. "I don't want your house, Charles." Then, as now, it had been ridiculously easy to read Joe, simply from the so obvious emotions that flickered in his eyes. Joe had a poker face. Sure, he couldn't have survived as an Allied spy in Nazi-occupied France without an ability to hide everything he was feeling. But when his guard was down, as it so often was when he believed himself to be among friends, he let everything show. And right now, as he gazed from Charles to the gun on the table, Charles knew exactly what Joe was thinking about. Sibylle, slight and slender, gleaming brown hair tumbled down around her shoulders, deep brown eyes that had seen such sorrow and pain, eyes that seemed to beg a man to run away with her, to escape, if only for a moment, for a heartbeat. "You can't give me the only thing I've ever wanted," Joe said softly. He sat back in his chair, staring out at the ocean, but this time when Charles glanced at him, he knew Joe saw nothing. Joe was lost in the vibrancy of a nearly 60-year-old recollection that was more vivid and distinct than the already cloudy memory of yesterday's chess game in the hotel lobby. Who had won anyway? Damned if he knew. Charles looked down at the wall there, and he too could almost see Sibylle's slender, work-roughened hands. He could practically see her slipping the gun into the pocket of her apron or tucking it into a pouch she wore just inside the waistband of her skirt. He could see Sibylle's eyes, her face wet with tears. Sibylle, who never cried. She'd cried that one time, though, cried as if her heart were breaking. Another of the resistance fighters, a man named Leg, had been killed, and the Jewish children hiding in his attic had been taken away by the Nazis. And Sibylle had wept silently now. Joe had tried to hold her. He tried to comfort her. "It won't be long now before the war is over," Joe told Sibylle as Charles had stood awkwardly in the kitchen, uncertain of whether to go or stay, wanting, what? To hold her himself, the way he'd held her that afternoon in the alley behind the bakery. He wanted to lose himself again in the intoxicating sensation of her hands in his hair, her leg wrapped around his. He wanted to feel her body straining against his. He wanted to rid them both of this pain and anguish by the simplest of solutions. It seemed so obvious. What they'd felt in that alley had been good, despite all the complexities and confusion. It had been very, very good. What they were feeling right now, with Sibylle on the floor, weeping as if her very soul was wounded, was bad. Very, very bad. They could have pleasure or no pleasure. And watching her cry was definitely no kind of pleasure. But of course it couldn't be that easy. "The Americans have landed in France," Joe told her, desperately trying to give her hope when it was so painfully obvious that the last of her hope had gone. "It's only a matter of time, months, weeks before Hailing will be free from the Nazis once and for all." "And then what, Geisop?" Sibylle asked quietly. "When the Germans have gone, when there's no one left to fight, what then? What will I do? Where will I go? Will I stay here in this empty house, alone with the ghosts of my husband and child?" She tried to pull away, but he held on to her. "Marry me," he said. Tears were running down his face too, and Charles knew he loved her enough to do anything for her. If he could have, Joe would have suffered her pain, and gladly. "Marry me, Sibylle, and come home with me. We'll go to Baldwin's Bridge together. I've never been there, but I'll take you there if you want. We can live next to Ashton's beautiful ocean. I'll tend to his garden, you can work in his house. We can go there, chérie, after the war is over. When life is normal again." Sibylle gazed wistfully at Joe through her tears, smoothing his hair back from his face almost as if he were a child. "Don't you know," she said, "don't you realize not even the end of this war will make life normal again?" She touched his face, her eyes brimming with a fresh onslaught of tears. "I can't marry you. I can't just walk away from my life here, from everything I've been and done, and then I'll stay," he promised her desperately. "We can live here in Hailing. I'll do whatever you want. I can't have what I want," she whispered. "The only thing I want, the only thing I'll ever want, is Mitchell, my baby." Her face crumpled and she began to cry again. Terrible, soul-wrenching sobs that made Charles want to double up from the pain. I want my Mitchell back. I want to hold my son. If you could give me my son, even just for a minute, just for one moment, so I could feel his arms around my neck again, I would go with you. I would follow you anywhere for the rest of your life. But you can't. You can't. No one can. She pulled herself away from Joe, dragging herself to the corner where she wept. Joe tried to follow her and Charles moved to intercept. But Joe was weeping nearly as much as Sibylle, and he wasn't easily stopped. At least not until Charles sat down with a clatter of his cane on the tile. Not until Charles grabbed him and held him back. Joe's need for her was only hurting, not helping. There was no one who could help her. No one. And there, on a beautiful summer afternoon, with the sky a brilliant shade of blue, Charles and Joe clung to each other because there was nothing else they could do. Neither of them could come even remotely close to giving Sibylle what she wanted most in all the world. One last embrace from her baby son. Tom cleared his throat. "Hi." Kelly looked up from putting a jacket and her briefcase in the backseat of her car. "Hi." She smiled at Tom, but it was a self-conscious smile, a little bit stiff. She was nervous. She wasn't the only one. He gestured down at his summer uniform. "I wasn't sure what to wear. Technically, if I need medical attention, I should go to a military hospital. But this is kind of a unique situation. There are privacy issues, and..." He climbed into the passenger side of her car, put the can of cola he'd taken from Joe's fridge into the cup holder in the front. "I mean, if it turns out I need some kind of surgery, I'll have to go to a military hospital, unless it's an emergency. But it's hard to believe it would be an emergency at this point." "Great," he was babbling. "Way to be cool, Paoletti. How are you feeling this morning?" she asked, starting the car. She glanced at him only briefly before she gazed into the rearview mirror to back up, maneuvering out of the driveway. "Okay," Tom said. "I've still got a headache, but it's okay. It's manageable, especially with my sunglasses on." He saluted her with his soda can, taking a sip. "Getting some caffeine into my system helps too." She glanced at him again. "You do look nice." "Okay." Now what did that little hesitation before the word nice mean? God, this was killing him. It was his fault, too. He'd made the choice to be polite as he'd approached her this morning. He'd chosen small talk and a polite, discreet distance over a full-body contact embrace with a tongue down the throat. To hell with this appointment, let's go get naked kiss. But his distance was for good reason. Even if Kelly didn't care if she became involved with a man who was certifiably crazy, he cared. She didn't deserve to get hooked up with some nut job, even if that nut job was him. And maybe she'd changed her mind. Aside from that slight hesitation before the word nice, she was in heavy polite mode, too. But then she glanced at him again. What is it about a man in uniform? Well, okay, that was definitely an invitation to flirt. It was the conversational equivalent of a yellow flag announcing her interest. "I don't know," he said. "Come on, Paoletti, use your brain, say something clever. I've spent years around men in uniform and it doesn't do a damn thing for me." It was lame, but Kelly laughed anyway. "That's right," she said. "I remember. You're into black lingerie and whipped cream." Holy Christ. That wasn't just a flag, that was an entire team of semaphore men gesturing wildly. Tom, for the life of him, didn't know what the hell to say in response. Paradoxically, fascinatingly, Kelly's cheeks were turning an intriguing shade of pink. She'd embarrassed herself. Go figure. She looked way beyond nice this morning. She was wearing a sleeveless dress with a skirt that ended many wonderful inches above her equally wonderful knees. Her legs were tan and bare and gorgeous, and she had sandals on her feet, nail polish on her perfect toes. She'd taken extra time with her hair and makeup today, too. God, she looked delicious. And she'd virtually just told him. Geez, he wasn't sure what she'd just told him. With any other woman, he would have interpreted her words to mean that if he played his cards even slightly right, he would be exploring far more than the inside of her mouth tonight. The thought made him dizzy. He and Kelly. Tonight. Was it possible she really wanted that? "I spoke to Gary on the phone," she told him as she drove through town, heading out toward Route 128. She was using that brisk, businesslike voice she'd slipped into last night, after Joe caught them kissing on Tom's bed. Tom hadn't seen Joe yet this morning, thank God for small favors. His uncle had been up and out ahead of him. He had no idea what Joe was going to say about the fact that he'd seen Tom kissing Kelly Ashton. He would say something, even if it was just a cautious "be careful." That was for sure. He was able to pull some strings, Kelly added. You'll be able to go in for the CAT scan right away. Wait a minute, he who? Gary, Dr. Gary Brooks. He's the neurosurgeon I told you about last night. The name was vaguely familiar. Had she actually mentioned his name last night? Tom had been completely distracted, yeah. There was an understatement, but he didn't think she had. So why would this doctor's name ring a bell this way? After the CAT scan, around 11:30, we'll meet Gary in his office. It's right there in the hospital. And after that, I'm sorry about this, but I've got to go see a patient. If you don't mind, I'll drop you at the train station. No problem. You going to see Betsy McKenna? He asked. She glanced at him in surprise. Actually, yes. She starts chemotherapy today. I can't believe you remembered her name. I'm good with names. Except for this Gary Brooks guy. Tell me more about Dr. Brooks. How come he has time to see me today? Tom asked. That's pretty lucky, huh? Not really, Kelly told him. I knew Gary was free at 11:30 because we had a date to have lunch together. Tom was completely surprised. Kelly had a date with Gary. What the hell was she doing kissing Tom last night and talking about frigging whipped cream if she had a date with Gary today? So, Tom said, carefully casual, Gary doesn't mind missing out on a chance to have lunch with you. She glanced over her left shoulder, checking her blind spot as she accelerated onto the highway, moving immediately into the left lane. She drove fast, one hand on the wheel, the other on the stick shift, with the solid, relaxed confidence of an excellent driver. Funny, he wouldn't have been surprised if she'd been timid behind the wheel. In fact, he'd almost expected it, almost volunteered to drive before they got into the car. Gary's probably as relieved as I am, Kelly answered him. We get together about once every 2 months, just to stay in touch. It's an attempt to be civilized since we work in the same city. But after we get done bragging about the medical miracles we've been involved with, we run out of things to say. It was pretty much like that when we were married, too. Ding. That's why the name was familiar. Gary Brooks was Kelly's ex-husband. Are you sure I should want your ex as my brain surgeon? Tom asked. Like he's not going to have a fit of unwarranted jealousy and lobotomize me, is he? We've been divorced for almost 18 months, she told him. He's remarried and his daughter just celebrated her first birthday. She glanced at him. I figure as a Navy SEAL you're probably pretty good at basic math, right? He was. 12 plus 9 was 21 months. Gary had gotten wife number 2 pregnant before he and Kelly had split up. Ouch, that must have hurt. Actually, she said, and she said it so sincerely he found himself believing her, it was a relief. Neither of us wanted to admit our marriage, well, sucked. We would probably still be married, still droning our way through our pathetic lives if Gary hadn't met Miss Tits. Tom choked on his soda, and Kelly turned slightly pink again. Sorry, that's my private nickname for her. I probably just should have kept it private. No, it just caught me off guard, that's all. Tom tried to cough cola out of his lungs. She's actually very nice, Kelly said earnestly. She can't help it if she's got, well, you know, a body like that. Frankly, I'm still a little surprised Gary actually noticed. Gary was a fool for failing to notice what he already had, Tom countered. She smiled at him, genuinely pleased. Well, thank you. Are we still on for dinner tonight? Oh Christ, whatever made him ask that? He should be maintaining a distance between them, not putting ideas about tonight into her head. Still, he liked her. He truly liked her. Each time he talked to her, he liked her more and more. She was different than he'd remembered, than he'd imagined. Spicier, sharper, earthier, Miss Tits, God, but he had to keep his distance. The last thing he wanted to do was hurt her. Absolutely, we're still on for tonight, she said, clearly happy that he'd remembered. giving him a smile that made him want to ignore his plan to proceed with caution. "Although, do you mind if we get takeout and eat on the deck? I didn't count on being out of the house for this long today, and no problem," he said. "That sounds great. I mean, assuming old Gary doesn't feel the need to fill his monthly quota and perform immediate brain surgery on me." Kelly laughed. "Good doctors don't have quotas, and he's a good doctor, I promise." "I'm trusting you," Tom said. "As awful as it sounds, I'm putting my brain in your hands." Kelly laughed again, as he'd hoped she would, but then she reached across and took his hand. "I like that you trust me," she said. "I've always trusted you, you know." Tom looked down at their fingers laced comfortably together and something tightened in his chest. She trusted him, but right now she shouldn't, because he no longer trusted himself. It was that same night, the night after Andre Legge was killed, that Sibylle came to his room. It wasn't even a room. It was a closet with a window, but it was private and it was big enough to fit his bedroll. And as long as it continued to be cool enough at night, Charles could sleep with the door closed. The moon was out that night. It was shining in the window, silvery bright. He remembered lying on his back with his hands beneath his head, staring up at the backside of the stairs above him when she slipped in through his door. She didn't knock, she just came in. He was wearing only a pair of briefs, and he was lucky he had that much on. He sat up fast, scrambling for his pants, and he ended up nearly knocking himself out as his head connected with the wood above him. It was not the most embarrassing moment of his life, but it was close. "Jesus," he hissed, a word that was understandable in nearly any language, as he collapsed back on his bedroll. "Oh, Charles, I'm so sorry." She knelt down beside him, her fingers cool against his head as she checked to make sure he hadn't sliced himself open. He hadn't. It only felt as if he had. She was wearing only her nightgown. It was thin and cotton, and in the silver moonlight with her hair down around her shoulders, it made her look like an angel. Charles sat up carefully this time and backed as far away as he could, which wasn't far enough, considering the room was the size of a closet. Where the hell were his pants? "What's wrong?" he asked her in his atrocious French. Had there been some mission that he wasn't told about? Something that Joe and the other men had left to take care of? Something that had gone wrong? "Where's Gysop? What's happened?" She shook her head. "Nothing has happened. Gysop is upstairs, probably asleep." Oh, damn." As Charles looked into her eyes, he knew the truth. He knew why she was there. "I don't want to be alone," she whispered. "I'm so tired of being alone. Please, Charles, will you—" "Sibylle, please don't ask me, make love to me tonight." No. It was the one thing he wanted more than anything in the world. It was the one thing he couldn't have, even though she was right there, right within his reach. And he didn't even have to reach. All he had to do was open his arms and— "It's time to be honest," she said, as straightforward and direct with this as with everything. "I want you, and I know you want me." He felt like crying. "You also know I'm married." He said it both in English and in French. She didn't move, she just knelt there, her face illuminated by moonlight. God, she was beautiful. "But you don't love her, not the way a man should love a woman. When you speak of her, of Jenny, it's as if she's a child that you care for, that you're fond of." She was right, but that didn't make the vows he'd made any less binding. "You don't burn for her," Sibylle whispered. "She loves me. And she did as much as Jenny could love anyone. She loves that you take care of her. She loves your fortune." That was true, too. "Tell me you love her," Sibylle challenged him, "and I'll go." "I love her," he lied, both in English and in French. She didn't believe him. "I do," he said in English. "I know when I talk about her it sounds as if I don't, but I swear I do." Sibylle understood him. He knew she did, but she still didn't move. "What about Joe?" Charles asked, near desperate now. If she touched him, he wasn't sure he could be so strong. If she touched him, she would know the truth. He didn't love Jenny. He'd married her because she was having his baby, because she was the kind of woman that men watched, and he liked being the cause of all that palpable envy. He'd wanted Jenny, he'd lusted after her, and he'd even thought he'd loved her, but he didn't. He'd had no idea what love really was, what love could be. "You should be up in Joe's room right now," he told Sibylle. "He loves you, you know. He's free to love you completely. You want me to go to Gysup. You want me to be with him tonight. Not you." Tears of disbelief were brimming in her eyes, and he knew the next thing he said would matter the most. She hadn't asked a question, but he answered it anyway. Yes. He could barely choke the word out, but choke it out he did. God help him. Go to Joe, because I can't give you what you need. I see. She wiped her eyes with the back of her hand, drew in a deep breath, and then she turned and left his room. The door closed behind her, and Charles wanted to run after her to stop her, more than anything he'd ever wanted in his life. But he sat still, sick down to his very soul. He heard the stairs creak as she started to climb them, and still he didn't move. Her room was to the right of the top of the stairs, Joe's to the left. Her footsteps passed directly over his head, going up, and then he heard her pause. Charles closed his eyes, praying, though for what he wasn't sure. But when the floorboard in the upstairs hallway creaked as she went left, he knew. He hadn't been praying for that. Charles opened his eyes and gazed out at the ocean. Last night's physical pain had been nothing compared to the pain he'd felt that night, nearly 60 years ago, when he'd pushed Sibylle into his best friend's arms. He'd spent a sleepless night, hating himself for being weak enough to want her, and yet not weak enough to have her. All night long, he'd seethed with jealousy and frustration, imagining Sibylle in Joe's room in his bed, lying there beneath him, and, God, he hated himself, hated Joe, hated Jenny, hated Sibylle. How dare she come to his room, tempting him to be unfaithful simply because she wanted anyone to hold her. And that surely was the case if she could go from Charles's room to Joe's with hardly any hesitation. Apparently his arms had been interchangeable with Joe's. But hating her hadn't made it any easier to bear. Especially not the next morning, when Joe had appeared at breakfast with a lilt in his step and the unmistakable light of heaven in his eyes. Joe had that same soft, faraway look in his eyes now, nearly 60 years later, as he sat next to Charles on the deck of this multi-million-dollar house, overlooking the prettiest piece of property and the most beautiful view of the ocean in the world. And nearly 60 years later, Charles was still jealous of Joe. Joe turned and looked at him. "I think there's something going on between Tom and Kelly." Charles fought to return to the present. Tom and Kelly. Well, maybe the girl had actually made a move. "You think there's something going on," he said crossly to Joe. "Suddenly, after all these years of living like a monk, you're the local expert on romance." Joe gave him one of those long, steady, patient looks that always made Charles feel like some kind of legless larva. "I know enough to recognize a kiss when I see one," he said evenly, "and to tell at a glance who's on the giving and who's on the receiving end. I know Kelly's been lonely." Kelly'd kissed Tom. Charles's first reaction was to laugh. His daughter's life was her own, but he'd never particularly liked those pasty, bespectacled, self-important blowhards she'd brought home from the hospital. But Tom Paoletti, now there was a man, but probably way too much man. The reality was sobering. He'd never expected her actually to try for him. "They're completely wrong for each other." "I don't agree with you," Joe said, "but I suspect Kelly does. I was thinking it might be a good idea for you to talk to her so she doesn't end up hurting Tom too badly." Kelly hurting Tom. Now there was a twist on the old sad story of love gone wrong. But sure, it was possible. Why not? After all, she was an Ashton, and Ashtons were known for having hearts of stone. Chapter 13. Everything looks really good. Gary didn't waste time with small talk as he breezed into his office. No trace bleeding, no swelling, nothing at all to indicate that there's any kind of problem. It's healed nicely. Kelly closed her eyes as he gave her a perfunctory kiss on the cheek. Thank God. Tom didn't seem to be as happy at the news. He sat forward as Gary slid into his seat behind his desk. "So what's going on then? What's with the headaches and dizziness, the paranoia?" "I found no physiological explanation other than that of the injury and surgery." Gary looked tired, older, lines of strain giving his handsome face a pinched, anxious look. The symptoms you've been having are probably related. No kidding. Tom looked at Kelly, his frustration evident. Am I asking the wrong questions here? I think what Gary's trying to say is that he doesn't really know why you're experiencing these things, she told him. There's a great deal we're still learning about injuries to the brain, Lieutenant, Gary admitted. And 10 individuals with similar injuries will have 10 entirely different recoveries, varying from death to complete return to pre-accident condition. The problems you've been having are insignificant compared to, say, paralysis or damage to the speech center of your brain. And as for the feelings of paranoia and the slight personality change, regarding your lack of control with your temper, these aren't outside the realm of normal for the type of injury you've had. Although again, since we know so little, normal tends to be a pretty broad band. Is there any way to know whether or not the paranoia is going to be permanent? Tom asked. But when Gary took a deep breath and opened his mouth to speak, Tom held up his hand. That was a yes-no question. I'm kind of hoping for a single-word response. Gary closed his mouth. He looked at Kelly and she lifted her eyebrows, waiting. He sighed. Single-word answers weren't his forte. No, Tom nodded, his face impassive. It was not the answer he'd been hoping for, and Kelly ached for him. She wished she were sitting close enough to take his hand. She wished, when they walked out of here, that she'd have the courage to put her arms around him and hold him close. And she also wished that her comfort would be enough to sustain him. Can you give me any statistics? He asked Gary. Percentages of people with this type of injury who do achieve complete recovery. Gary straightened the files on his desk into a neat little pile. Since I don't have your medical records, I can't be absolutely certain, but from what you've described, the severity of your injury plus the length of time between being injured and getting medical attention. He shook his head. I don't know the exact number, Lieutenant, but most people would not have survived. Statistically, you're way ahead of the game. Tom was silent. If these side effects are permanent, Gary tried to reassure him, there are steps you can take to make them easier to live with. There's medication that will help relieve feelings of anxiety. It may also help with any vague feelings of paranoia you might be having. If you want, I can. Tom shifted his weight, giving Gary a big body language no. That's not an option, not if I want to stay in the SEAL teams. Maybe it's time to consider retirement, Gary said as gently as he could. Return to civilian life. Take a year or two off, relax, play golf, do a little gardening, let yourself heal. Tom stood up. An even less subtle rejection. I'm not ready to quit yet. I've got a few more weeks. Any suggestions on what I should be doing to speed along any kind of additional recovery? Rest, Gary recommended. Lots of sleep. Keep life low stress. Take everything slowly. Avoid upset. Don't push yourself physically. Lots of massage and other tension-relieving, activities. Kelly didn't dare look at Tom. It was too bizarre sitting here with this man she wanted to sleep with, listening to her ex-husband recommend he use sex to relieve tension. It was all she could do not to giggle. She stood up, too. Well, that sounds good to me. Both Gary and Tom looked at her, and she carefully kept her face perfectly straight, her eyes wide. Little Miss Innocent. Gary didn't give her a second glance, but Tom kept one eye on her, even as Gary stood and the two men shook hands. Tom was, no doubt, remembering the whipped cream comment she'd made back in the car. Well, good. About time he caught on. Kelly took Gary's hand and air-kissed his cheek as Tom moved tactfully out of the office, giving them at least the illusion of privacy. How's your father? Gary asked. Pretty frail. How's Tiffany and the baby? He forced a smile. Fine, great. Very unhappy with his workaholic schedule, she knew. Tiffany had called Kelly to find out if Gary's 80-hour workweek was normal. It was. Kelly gave their relationship 5 years tops. Tiffany was too smart to take his oh-so-important-me crap for longer than that. Yes, he was a good doctor, but he wasn't Albert Schweitzer. Thanks again for seeing Tom, she told him. He was still holding her hand, and he lowered his voice. He seems nice, but a Navy SEAL, aren't you a little young to be having a midlife crisis? He's an old friend from high school. Kelly pulled her hand free. Whom I still happen to find very attractive. There's no crisis. I'm single, he's going to be in town for a few weeks. Gary smiled. So it's purely physical. I can understand that. Use birth control, sweetheart, or it might become permanent. The 5 years with Tiffany shrank to less than 2, and Gary morphed into her father, richer than God but dying alone and bitter after a string of failed marriages. Goodbye, Gary. Kelly closed his office door behind her, more glad than ever that she had escaped when she did. Tom was already out of the waiting room, standing in the hall. Sorry about that. He glanced at her. No problem. They started toward the bank of elevators. Are you okay? She asked. He met her gaze, sighed, and then to her surprise shook his head no. I'm pretty disappointed, he laughed. I don't know what I was hoping for. Some kind of low-level internal bleeding maybe. Something that we could all point to and say, aha, there's the cause of the problems. Something that could be fixed. He jabbed the down call button for the elevator. Through surgery, Kelly pointed out, trying to speak clearly even though her heart was securely lodged in her throat. She'd never expected him to be so honest about what he was feeling, although it was clear that disappointed was an enormous understatement. Through the doctors drilling a hole in your skull and, God, Tom, Gary's a good doctor, but brain surgery involves certain high risks. We're talking about someone poking around in your brain. Even if the surgery goes well, there are chances of infection, and right now I take the risks, gladly. The doors slid open and Tom stepped aside, letting Kelly into the empty elevator first. Of course the point is moot, she said. Right. Discouraged, he rubbed his forehead as the elevator took them to the lobby. I was a little surprised you didn't go into more detail about she wasn't sure what to call it. Your suspected paranoid episodes. Tom looked at her and smiled ruefully. Tactfully put, he shrugged. I just didn't feel as if I wanted him to know. And yet he'd told her in complete detail. Do you think I'm nuts if I continue to act as if my seeing the merchant was anything besides a paranoid delusion? He laughed again. Okay, let's see you answer that one tactfully. That wasn't so hard. I think you should do whatever you need to do in order to feel most comfortable with this situation, make it as stress-free as possible. I think you should follow Gary's advice and relax. Tom was leaning back against the elevator wall, just watching her. She could see his unhappiness in his eyes, his frustration at this wait-and-see advice. She tried to imagine what it might be like. What if she were told there was a chance that she couldn't be a doctor anymore, that everything she'd worked for, everything she'd strived to become would be gone? And oh, she had to wait a month to find out her fate. Her anxiety and stress levels would be pretty high, too. Maybe you should go to some tropical island for a few weeks. Just drink strawberry daiquiris on the beach all day, she said, knowing as the words left her lips that even if Tom could walk away from this ghostly terrorist he'd thought he'd seen, her own father's failing health made the option impossible. Tom wouldn't leave Joe until his convalescent leave was up. I'd give just about anything to go with you. There it was. She just served him a nice, fat, slow pitch. If he wanted to, he could step up to the plate and hit the ball clear out of the park. He didn't pretend to misinterpret or misunderstand. He just smiled, that little half smile that always made her knees feel weak. What am I going to do about you? You should be running away from me. Why should I run away? She said, her heart pounding. When what I really want is for you to kiss me again. He pushed himself up and off the wall, and Kelly knew that he was going to do just that. She'd seen that same look in his eyes last night and in Joe's car all those years ago. Her pulse kicked into quadruple time and her mouth went dry, and the elevator doors opened. A half-dozen people were standing there, staring at them, waiting to get on. Tom stepped back to let her off first, ever the gentleman. Come on, she said, leading the way through the crowded lobby, trying her hardest not to be embarrassed. He had been about to kiss her, hadn't he? I'll take you to the train. When they got into her car, damn it, she'd kiss him. But Tom caught her hand, stopping her before she pushed open the door that led to the parking garage. I can get myself to the train. It doesn't make sense for you to drive me to North Station and then drive all the way back here to the hospital to see Betsy." "Oh," she said, "no, I don't mind. In fact, I'd feel much better if I could actually take you into the station and get you onto the right train." "That's ridiculous. I don't need you to do that. I'm not a child." "What if you get dizzy again?" she worried. He laughed. "I'll sit down. I'll wait for it to pass. If I do get dizzy, I promise I won't run several miles at top speed like I did last night, all right." She gazed at him, unconvinced, and the amusement in his eyes changed to something softer, something warmer as he laced their fingers together and pulled her toward him. "I like that you care about me, Kelly," he said. "It makes me feel good, but you know what?" She shook her head, aware that he was moving even closer, aware that she wanted him even closer, their legs touching, their stomachs, her breasts against his chest. "I'm a highly trained professional," he told her. "I think I can probably get from the hospital to the train station and back to Baldwin's Bridge on my own, even if I get a little dizzy on the way." His mouth was now mere inches from hers. He paused, though, gazing down at her before he closed the gap and kissed her, sweetly covering her lips with his own. It was a see-you-later kiss, but it was unlike any other see-you-later kiss she'd ever received in the middle of a crowded hospital lobby. He took his time with it, making a point to nestle her body against his, to slowly drink her in. He was all solid muscles, and yet somehow his arms managed to feel so soft. His mouth was soft, too, and beautifully gentle. He tasted like coffee and chocolate, like everything that was good and right with the world. When he finally stopped kissing her, when he lifted his head, she was the one who was dizzy. But it was okay, because he still held her tightly. More tightly than she'd ever been held before in a hospital lobby. But Tom didn't seem worried about the fact that they were standing there in public. He didn't seem to care that there were dozens of people around them. He surely saw them, but from the way he was looking at her, he didn't give a damn about anyone else. Gary and her father both would have frowned at such a display of affection, but to Kelly, it was as good as she'd always dreamed it would feel. And if this was the way he'd kiss her in public, how would he kiss her when they were alone? The thought was heart-stopping. "You trust me, remember," he said softly. Kelly nodded. "Oh, yes. Then trust me to be able to take the T to North Station. Trust me to get to Baldwin's Bridge. I'll see you back there. Believe me, I wouldn't miss having dinner with you tonight for anything in the world." He kissed her again, but just briefly. Just long enough to make her lips tingle and her pulse surge. And then, with a wave, he went out through the revolving doors and onto the street. Kelly watched him from the window as he crossed to the above-ground T-stop that ran down the center of the city street. Although the platform was crowded, he stood out, unique and splendid in his uniform. Tom Paoletti. Tonight, oh my God. When David got home from work, Mallory Paoletti was sitting on the wooden stairs that led up to his apartment. She closed her book and stood as he climbed out of his car. "Hey, I thought your shift ended at 10:30. She was wearing low-riding shorts today with her trademark black tank top, probably because of the heat. The ring in her belly button glittered with a red stone instead of her usual blue. Both that and her long, pale legs worked nicely with the shorts. Very nicely. Hey, Nightshade." He shouldered his backpack and started up the stairs. "My boss asked me to stay and work part of the lunch shift. What time is it anyway?" "It's after 1, you must be exhausted." Had she been sitting here since 10:30? The thought was absurd. She couldn't possibly have been. And yet there it was, a pile of gum wrappers, her substitute these days for cigarettes, on the steps next to not one but 2 soda cans and an empty coffee hot cup. David had been tired. Coming home, he'd wanted nothing more than to crawl into bed and sleep for the entire afternoon. But now he felt energized. He felt terrific. Mallory had been sitting here waiting for him for hours. "I'm doing okay," he told her. "Hardly even tired at all." She was wearing sunglasses and he couldn't see her eyes as she gazed at him. "You're kidding, right? You couldn't have got to bed before 1:30, and you said you had to be at work at 4:30. That was less than 3 hours. I'm fine. He unlocked his door. Come on in. Did you have lunch? What time do you have to be back at work? I'm not on today. She picked up her things and followed him inside, closing the door behind her. I don't have to work until tomorrow at noon. Oh heartache, oh pain. David was working pretty much nonstop until tomorrow at noon. He was going back in just a few hours at 6 to help with an evening party. The money was all overtime, which was good, but money meant nothing when Mallory Paoletti was standing in his apartment and telling him she had the next 24 hours off. I sort of had a liquid lunch, she told him, wandering toward his computer setup. She touched the mouse, waking the computer out of standby mode. It came on with a series of beeps and a blast of music from his speakers, making her jump back. Oh my God, what did I do? David put his backpack on the table by the door in the kitchen area of his studio apartment. It's all right. He crossed the room and turned down the speakers. I've set it up to go right online, check my email first thing. Isn't that an internet camera? She asked, pointing carefully, clearly afraid to touch anything else. Pretty kinky, David Sullivan. What do you do, dance naked in cyberspace? Oh God, no. I use it to show stuff artwork to Ren Shimoda, my former partner in California, he quickly explained. When I draw, particularly for a graphic novel, the paper's too big to put in the scanner, and Mallory was laughing at him. Chill, I was kidding. I figured it was something like that. You're definitely the type to do your naked dancing offline. David was standing close enough to smell her perfume. It was tangy and sweet and not at all subtle. He loved it. He loved the different flecks of color he could see in her eyes at close range, too. He loved the sheer perfection of her skin, the delicate shape of her collarbone, the curve of her shoulder, her overabundance of earrings. He cleared his throat. So, I was just going to make myself a sandwich. Want one? I've got some sliced chicken and rye bread. He turned away, ready to escape to the safety of his refrigerator, but she stopped him with a hand on his arm. She had nice hands, long, slender, graceful fingers, but she bit her nails nearly to the quick. Her less-than-perfect nails ruined the effect created by her hair, her clothes, and her piercings, making her seem vulnerable, softer human. She pulled her hand away fast, as if she too had felt a jolt of electricity at the contact. No, couldn't be. That was his fantasy. Look it, I came over because I wanted to thank you for helping me last night. I know that must have been really weird for you, dealing with my uncle and my gray tunkle, and she shook her head. It shook me up seeing Tom like that. I'm glad I could help you, he told her. It was my pleasure. He realized she actually had tears in her eyes, and he tried to make it into a joke. How often will I have the chance to come to Nightshade's rescue anyway, right? But Mallory didn't laugh. Brandon just walked away, she told him flatly. We were still at the carnival, and he just left me there with Tom practically unconscious on the ground. Damn Bran. David wasn't surprised, but obviously Mal had expected more from his friend. She'd expected Bran to be as bright and shining inside as he was out. She'd probably even fallen more than half in love with the person she'd imagined him to be. No wonder there were tears in her eyes. This had to hurt. I'm sorry, he said quietly. Why are you apologizing? She wiped her eyes brusquely with the back of her hand. You were great. If someone came waking me up in the middle of the night, I would have pulled the blanket over my head and told him to go to hell. You should be given a sainthood or something. No, he very definitely didn't qualify for sainthood, especially not when Mallory stood so close. Well, he said, backing up a little. Yeah, sure. Hey, sandwich. She shook her head. No, I'm not going to eat your food, too, on top of making you sleep-deprived. I should go, let you do whatever you were planning to do today. Gee, I was going to make a couple sandwiches, then go over to the ice cream shop, see if you wanted one. She gave him her death look. You were not. He took the chicken and mustard out of the fridge and put it onto the table. St. David never lies. Finally, she laughed. Yeah, right. The bread was still soft. The sell-by date several days in the future, always a good sign. He tossed it to Mallory. Hey, I got the pictures back from last night. I dropped them at the 1-hour photo place. They should call themselves photo thieves. It's like 3 times as expensive as getting the pictures developed at the drugstore. But I didn't want to wait, so I dropped them off during my break this morning, picked them up on the way home. Mallory brightened even more. Are they any good? Some of 'em, yeah. He got 2 paper plates from the cabinet, 2 plastic knives. I'm out of mayo, but I've got some catsup. On chicken, gross, stick with mustard. Can I see the pictures? Only if you stay and have a sandwich. He put the plates and knives on the table, unzipped his backpack. There were 3 packs of photos. He tossed them out onto the table near the chicken. But Mallory just stood there, still holding the bread. David, Brand told me how you're trying to save money. I really don't need a sandwich. How about we trade? You eat one of my sandwiches, you treat me to a sandwich some other time. She thought about that and nodded. All right, but you've got to promise that you'll really let me buy you one. Maybe tonight. He had to promise that he would let her take him out for dinner. How twisted was this? Like he wouldn't sell his little brother into a life of slavery for just a chance to spend time with this girl. I'd love to, but tonight might be a little tight. I'm doing an extra shift from 6 to close. Tomorrow, then. Actually, I was kind of hoping you'd agree to come over for another photo shoot tomorrow night. Some of the pictures are really good, but in some the lighting was wrong. They came out overexposed. She was looking through the first packet of pictures, her nose wrinkled. Oh my God, you look great, he told her. Anything bad is my fault. She pulled out a picture in which her eyes were half closed. Your fault. Well, yeah, obviously I waited right until you blinked. Definitely my fault. She laughed again as she sat down at the table, flipping through the pictures. Do you want mustard on your sandwich? He asked, sitting next to her and pulling the paper plates toward him. Yeah, thanks, she looked at him. Man, that service, you're gonna make it for me too, huh? He shrugged. I'm making one, I might as well make 2. Most people don't think that way, she said. Thanks. He smiled at her. You're welcome. Thank you for staying and having lunch and fulfilling one of my fantasies. A tame fantasy, but a fantasy just the same. What do you say about tomorrow night? It won't take long, maybe just an hour. God, Brandon's photogenic, she said. Brandon, way to kill the fantasy. Yeah, I know, she didn't look up from the photographs. Maybe tomorrow night we could go out for a burger afterward. I mean, just to even up the score. Sure, David said. Right, just to even up the score. Kelly said to scold you if you didn't call for a ride from the train station. Tom stopped short on his way up the stairs to the Ashton's deck. The kitchen door was locked, but he'd spotted this open slider. Now he saw that Joe and Charles were sitting out here in the shade. Charles was asleep in a lounge chair, a blanket tenderly tucked around his bony frame. Joe was awake and looking at Tom, frowning slightly. It's not that long a walk, Tom told his uncle quietly so as not to disturb Charles. I took it nice and easy. I actually feel pretty good today. Joe glanced at Charles, then pushed himself up out of the chair, moving toward the sliding door away from his sleeping friend. Kelly told me about the CAT scan, that you're okay. Yeah, Tom looked out at the sparkling blue ocean. That's one way of looking at it. He met Joe's eyes. I would have preferred more conclusive results. I would have preferred finding out you were in the hospital when you were in the hospital. I'm sorry. Joe laughed. No, you're not. I can remember being young. It feels like it was yesterday. He glanced at Charles, shaking his head. We spent a few hours at the hotel again today. I'm not sure what to tell you, either no one's suspicious looking or everyone's suspicious looking. I've been trying to pay attention to who's here with their family, who's not, but it's a big hotel. It's not an easy job. My Zoe's coming tomorrow afternoon, Tom told him. We'll figure out the best way to watch the place. I mean, even if all it comes down to is checking cars in the parking lot on the day of the opening ceremony. He met Joe's gaze. There's probably no threat. I'm probably wasting everyone's time. Probably, Joe agreed. But maybe not, he smiled sadly. Anyway, I've got some extra time to waste these days. He cleared his throat. So, you and Kelly, Tom shook his head. Joe, I really don't want to discuss. I apologize for walking in on you last night. Okay, apology accepted. Great. Tom turned to go into the house. You're having dinner with her tonight. Tom turned back. Yeah, but funny, I don't remember sending out that information in a press release. Joe crossed his arms. Is there a reason you don't want me to know you're spending the night with her? Evening, Tom corrected him. Dinner, give me a break. She'll be home in a few hours. She called to ask if I wanted her to pick up something from the Lotus Blossom. That's the Chinese restaurant here in town. Tom nodded. Yeah, I remember. Good food, no MSG. That's good. Nice people on the place, new people. Tom waited. Chinese people, Joe said. Don't speak much English, but they sure can cook a mean moo goo gai pan. They actually know a little French, so I don't have any trouble communicating. For a man who was taciturn, Joe was talking up a storm. But Tom knew that Chinese food wasn't the subject he really wanted to discuss. Okay, Tom said. Me and Kelly, let me have it. Your uncensored opinion. You don't think I should have dinner with her, at least not alone. You don't think? No, Joe said. I think it's great. In fact, I think you should get decked out in your dress whites tonight and use the opportunity to ask her to marry you. Tom nearly choked. What? You heard me, Joe said. That's what a man does when he's in love with a woman. And since you've been in love with Kelly nearly half your life, it's probably time to marry the girl. Tom scratched his head as he chose his words carefully. I'm not sure love's quite the right word for it. Yes, I've always been attracted to her, but Joe smiled. You call it whatever you want, whatever label you're comfortable with, Tommy. But if you have even half a brain, you'll marry her while you've got the chance. I know you've got some history, Joe continued. You and Kelly. I know something happened. Something that scared you to death and chased you out of town that summer you left for basic training a whole month early. Tom tried to hide his surprise, and the older man smiled. You don't really think I didn't know, do you? That night you brought her home so late. He laughed softly. You had a wild look to you, Tommy, and I was proud of you for going for knowing she was too young. And I was disappointed when she wasn't here for you to come home to when she was finally old enough. Joe met his gaze steadily. She didn't understand when you left, he continued, and it nearly broke her heart. Tonight you can explain and make it right and ask her to marry you. What, so I can break her heart again? God, how'd he get into this conversation anyway? Tom edged toward the door. He didn't want to talk about this, didn't want to think about the emotion he'd seen in Kelly's eyes 16 years ago as he shook her hand and said goodbye. He'd actually shaken her hand. Jesus. You know damn well that a man in my profession can't afford to have any serious relationships. Marriage isn't easy in the SEAL units. It's a man in your profession can't afford not to have a serious relationship. I was in your profession, you know. Not exactly, but close enough. Life is so short and so precious. You and I both know that more than most men. How can you hold happiness in your hands and not do everything in your means to keep it forever? Tom didn't know what to say to that. Besides, there's no such thing as an easy marriage, Joe continued. I've seen a lot of them in my life, and the marriages that seem to run smoothly, the ones that last the longest, they're the ones that are worked on diligently, kind of like an old car. A Model T will last forever if it's properly maintained, but as soon as you start to neglect it, Tom leaned back against the railing. And yet you never got married. No, Joe agreed. I didn't, but it wasn't because I didn't ask. Sibylle, Tom said. Joe glanced over at Charles, who was still sleeping soundly. When he looked back at Tom, he just shook his head. I wish you would tell me about France, Tom said. And about this Sibylle, and about Mr. Ashton and the 55th, too. I honestly didn't know until a few days ago that you were Os, and he stopped, shook his head. I understand why you didn't tell me about what you did in the war. There's an awful lot that I've done that I can't talk about, and even more that I won't talk about. I'm not going to ask you about it, but if you ever do want to talk. Thank you, Joe said. But I have to tell the whole story to that writer after the ceremony on Tuesday. I don't think I can stand to do it twice. You don't have to do it at all, Tom countered. You know, Joe said, You could go into town to the jeweler's and buy Kelly a ring. Give it to her before you spend the night with her." "Oh God, dinner," Tom said. "We're starting with dinner," Joe nodded. "I won't wait up." "I've got work to do on the computer," Tom told him, beating a hasty retreat into the house. "You don't have to do it at all," Tom had said about Joe's plan to talk to that author, Kurt Kaufman. But Joe did have to do it, because the story needed to be told before Charles died. There was a statue in front of the Baldwin's Bridge Hotel with Joe's face on it. And it was about time. This town knew that that face should have been Charles Ashton's. Charles Ashton, one of the richest of the rich in a wealthy town. He could buy and sell almost anyone, coming into money that his grandfather's grandfather had earned, and doubling it with his fearless investments and his cutthroat financial wizardry. He came off as cold-blooded and standoffish, and few recognized the truth that risking money meant nothing to him. Not after having lived through the war, after having watched so many risk their very lives, after seeing so many sacrifice so much. As Charles had gotten older, he tried to buy acceptance in the town by donating generously to the hospital fund. But all that had bought him were vague mutterings that he'd probably bought himself a safe position far from the front lines during the war as well. Nothing could be further from the truth. Charles was the real hero of Baldwin's Bridge. And Joe was finally going to tell the story, but not the whole story. There were parts he'd never tell anyone, like the night Sibylle had come to his room. Joe sat on the deck near Charles, who was sleeping more peacefully than he had in a long time. He checked to make sure the blanket was still tucked around his friend's feet. This morning, when he'd seen Charles cleaning the guns he'd brought home from the war, he'd been thrown back into the past. It was strange seeing Sibylle's Walther PPK again after all these years. One look at the thing and it was as if he'd seen Sibylle just yesterday. The clarity of his memories astounded him. He could practically smell her kitchen. He could nearly feel the roughness of the sheets on his straw-filled mattress. He could taste her kisses. He sat back in his chair, gazing out at the water, looking without seeing, remembering. He'd been asleep and he'd woken to Sibylle's soft touch. She'd slipped into his arms, begging him to hold her. He would have been content to do just that, only that, but she'd kissed him, she'd finally kissed him, and oh, the night air coming in through the window had been cool, but it hadn't been long before their skin was slick with sweat. He'd been delirious, certain that he'd found heaven at last. After Sibylle had cried. He hadn't understood, not then, not till later. He'd simply held her close to his heart, whispering that he loved her, asking her again to marry him, to love him not just that night but forever. She'd begged him not to speak, asked him just to hold her, and she'd finally fallen asleep there in the circle of his arms. He'd slept too, but when he awoke in the morning, Sibylle was gone. He'd washed and dressed quickly and went down to breakfast, his heart and step both light. Sure, there was a war on. Sure, the Nazis were still living right down the street. But the Americans were pushing towards Ste. Hailing, and Sibylle belonged to him. There was even a chance that his child, their child, was growing right now in her womb. Henry and Luke Dew were at the table, eating stale bread softened with warm goat's milk. Sibylle and Marie were preparing several baskets of vegetables from the garden. They would take them along when they returned the mending to the Germans, try to sell them too, earn a few more coins. As Joe sat at the table, he saw Charles sitting on a bench by the door. He was unshaven and haggard-looking, as if he'd had a sleepless night, and he was staring almost sightlessly at Joe. "Leg bothering you again?" Joe asked him. Charles gazed at him with his red-rimmed eyes for several moments longer before he spoke. "Yeah, that's it." "I'm sorry," Joe said, but he was in too good a mood to sound as if he truly meant it. He turned toward the two women, unable to keep from smiling, too filled with joy to try to hide it. He wanted to shout and dance, but instead he merely said, "Good morning, Sibylle. You should have woken me to come help in the garden." Sibylle glanced up at him, then glanced almost furtively at Charles. "You're always up at dawn," she replied, not looking up again as she put the freshly washed beans into the basket. "I thought I'd let you sleep." Why wouldn't she look at him? "I slept quite well last night," he said, willing her to look at him, to meet his gaze and smile. "Exceptionally well, in fact." Charles laughed as he stood up abruptly, turning away to look out the open door, and Sibylle rinsed more of the beans as if she were angry, her movements quick and fierce. "I wouldn't have minded if you woke me," Joe continued, looking from Sibylle to Charles. They were both tense, both tightly wound, both careful not to look at the other. Too careful. His joy was no longer quite as bright. It was accompanied by a slightly queasy feeling. What was going on here? Perhaps Sibylle had once again turned down Charles's request to be returned to the Allied side of the line. They'd argued over that in the past. "What did I miss this morning?" Joe lowered his voice to ask Henry. "By sleeping so late?" Henry shook his head. "Dunno." Charles turned away from the door, using his cane to shuffle toward the front of the house. "I'll be lying down." Sibylle threw down the beans and stormed after him out of the room. Joe pushed himself to his feet, not certain whose rescue he was going to, Sibylle's or Charles's. But he stopped, just inside the kitchen door, at the sound of Sibylle's voice. "How dare you? How dare I what? Close my eyes, try to rest." Charles's voice got louder with barely restrained anger. "Heal this goddamned leg so I can leave here for good." "How dare you act as if I've injured you in some way?" she cried. "You told me to," she broke off as Joe stepped into the hallway, wishing she hadn't stopped and at the same time certain he didn't want to hear what she had to say. "I told you," Charles said as he stood by the closet he'd claimed as his bedroom. Although he spoke quietly, his voice shook. "But I didn't know it would make me feel like this." And as Charles looked at Sibylle, Sibylle looked back at Charles in a way that Joe knew she had never, ever looked at him. Not even last night when she was naked in his arms. And he knew the truth. Sibylle loved Charles, and it was glaringly obvious that Charles loved her too. Joe had merely been a pawn in a game he hadn't even known they all were playing. He turned silently and walked out of the house. When he heard Charles follow him, he ran. He couldn't remember much of that day, wasn't sure where he'd been, what he'd done. All he knew was that he came back. As much as he wanted to, he couldn't stay away. There were people depending on him, and one of them was Sibylle, whom he loved. Still, she was waiting for him in his room, curled up asleep on his bed with all her clothes on. He sat on the edge of the bed, and the movement of the mattress woke her. He hadn't lit a candle, but the moon shining in through the open window was bright enough to light her face. "Giuseppe, I'm so sorry," she said. Her apology was sincere, not that it made it hurt any less. "I'm not as terrible as you must think. I honestly thought last night would. I don't know. Save me, maybe, don't you see? I can have nothing I truly want. I thought if I could make myself want something I can have." She bowed her head. "It was wrong and I'm sorry. The last thing I've ever wanted was to hurt you." He was silent. What could he say? "I do love you," she whispered. "Just not the way you want me to. Not the way you love Charles." He had to know for sure. Maybe hearing the truth would make him stop loving her. God, he wanted to stop loving her, and she didn't deny it. "I'm sorry." Anger sparked. Frustration. Jealousy. "He's married." "I know." "Is it his money that—" "No," she was vehement. "I don't care about that. It means nothing to me. I own this house now. I'm a wealthy woman too." "I don't understand why." "I don't either," Sibylle said. "All I know is he pretends so hard not to care about anything or anyone. He says he doesn't remember going back into the church, risking his life for that child. He says he'd never do it again, but I don't believe him." "And you think he could save you somehow?" His voice sounded rough and harsh to his own ears, but he had to know. He had to stop loving her. "I don't know," she admitted. "But just sitting with him, just looking into his eyes, makes me feel both despair and hope. And it's been so long since I've felt anything but despair." Her breathing was ragged, as if she were crying, but her face and her eyes were dry. "Every breath I take hurts," she whispered. "It's so heavy, so suffocating. If it weren't for the anger and the hate I feel for the Nazis, I'm sure I would die. And I know I'm not alone. I know I'm not the only mother who lost a child in this war. There must be millions of us." Her voice broke. And oh, I think what an army we'd make. All that outrage, all the anguish making us invincible. But then what? After we completely crush the Third Reich, what then? What will we have won? Joe couldn't answer. A chance for Marlise's baby to live more than 2 years. That's the best I can hope for. There's nothing I can do that will bring Mitchell back. And still Joe couldn't speak. I'll win this war against the Nazis, she told him fiercely. I'll win or I'll die. But when I win, I'll die anyway, because without an enemy to hate, I'll be completely alone with only the despair. You're not alone, he told her. I'm here. He reached for her, but she pulled away. She didn't want him. God, that hurt. I wish I could love you, she said wistfully. When Joe looked at Sibylle, he, too, felt hope with his despair, despite his hurt, despite his anger. Maybe someday you will. She gazed at him a moment longer, her beautiful eyes ancient-looking and weary, as if she foresaw her own future and believed she had no someday to look forward to. She closed his door gently behind her, leaving him loving her still and suspecting that he always would. Chapter 14. Kelly came into her bedroom at full speed, singing a pop tune at the top of her lungs, Baby, Keep Me Up All Night, and taking off her clothes. Tom was at her computer and he didn't have time to warn her he was there. She spotted him at the exact same moment she flung her dress over what should have been her computer chair, hitting him full in the face. Oh my God! She snatched her dress back, holding it up in front of her like a shield. As a dress, it was exceptional. However, as a shield, it didn't function well at all. Sorry, he said, nearly knocking the chair over as he stood up. I needed to get online and I didn't think you'd mind. I'll get out of your way. He turned back to the computer. Just let me wait. Kelly moved closer to the computer, looking at the picture of the merchant that was on the screen. Is that him? When she stood next to Tom, the dress worked even less well as a shield. Her entire back half was exposed. He forced himself not to look, but his peripheral vision was too damn good. She was wearing her trademark thong, in dark purple satin, against pale skin. Dear God. Tom sat back down so that she was slightly behind him, out of peripheral range. Yes, they were having dinner tonight. Yes, he'd kissed her again while they were in Boston. Yes, he was intending to kiss her again tonight. And yes, very big yes, he wanted to explore all the wonderful possibilities of where this mutual attraction could go. One of the possible places was back here in Kelly's room, with the door tightly shut the way it was, with Kelly in only her underwear, also the way she was. But there was a lot of talking that needed to be done before they reached that place. And as much as every cell in his body was screaming for him to stand up right now and take her into his arms, to slide his hands all over all that smooth, perfect skin, communication was key. The talking part had to come first. It had to. She trusted him. She was looking at the picture on the computer screen, waiting for him to answer her question. Is that him? Tom cleared his throat. Yeah, that's what's his name? The merchant before plastic surgery. Can I see what he looks like after plastic surgery? She asked. No, he said. I don't have any recent photos of him. He's been presumed dead since '96. I'm assuming he had his face changed sometime between then and now. She moved back into his peripheral vision range, looking at him instead of the screen. At this proximity, her eyes were an illegal shade of blue. Assuming. It's what I would have done if I were him. He tried not to sound desperate. Can you do me a huge favor and put on a robe? She gave him what he was starting to recognize as her innocent face. The wide-eyed one that really wasn't very innocent at all. She was enjoying this. You mean the one you're sitting on? Tom stood up and she pulled something that might have been a bathrobe off the back of the chair, showering the floor with a rain of lingerie. Of course. It was bad enough to sit here surrounded by it when she wasn't in the room, but when she was there, it was like finding out that Pollyanna modeled for Victoria's Secret on the sly, and then being invited to a photo shoot. Whoops, she said, that's the clean stuff. She slipped on the robe, if you could call something that was made of very thin cotton and came only to mid-thigh. A robe, tossed her dress onto her bed this time, then gathered up the clean stuff. throwing it into her top dresser drawer. "I don't suppose you've seen the belt anywhere, have you, dear Christ? There was no belt to this so-called robe." "No, but I bet if you give Mrs. Lerner a miner's helmet in 48 hours, she could find it." Kelly laughed. "It's not that bad in here." "Do you keep anything in your closet? I mean, what's the point in even having a closet? I'm very neat back home in my apartment in Boston." She rummaged through the piles of clothing on a chair next to her bed. "I think I've been resisting putting my clothes away because if I do, that's like admitting I'm really living here again. Dealing with my father's illness is hard enough without having to focus on my personal failure issues at the same time." She found the belt, "Thank you, Lord Jesus," and threaded it through the loops of her robe, tying it shut in the front. "Failure issues," he echoed. "Pass," she said. "That's too pathetic a topic and I'm in too good a mood." And my mood got even better when I got home and found my father sitting out on the deck with Joe. Do you know they spent the entire day together without anyone needing extra oxygen? Tom let her change the subject. He had plenty of failure issues of his own, and God knows he didn't want to talk about them right now. The fact that his CAT scan had come back normal, that there wasn't an obvious if not easy fix to his physical problems, was also high on his list of topics to avoid. "Yeah, they spent the early part of the afternoon staking out the hotel for me again. I told them it could be just a waste of time, but they don't care. They sit in the hotel, playing chess, watching for any suspicious-looking men." Tom laughed. "Kind of a vague order, but they're okay with it. I think they like having an excuse to hang together, and I've told them I won't let them help me if they fight, so they don't fight, at least not in front of me." "Bless you," Kelly said. "I can't tell you how glad I am you're here." Her eyes were too warm and that robe was too short. Tom tried not to look at her legs, talk about failure issues. He was failing completely. He had to get out of here, fast, before he kissed her again. Which would be fine later downstairs when they were both fully dressed, but as for right now, tell me more about the merchant. Before he could stand up and lunge for the door, Kelly blocked his way and sent the conversation rocketing back in another direction. "Do you have any other photos? Anything that really shows his eyes?" She came up right behind him, spinning his chair back so he faced the computer, resting her hands possessively on his shoulders. He liked that she did that. Too much. Yes, he had to get out of here. Even if he had plastic surgery, he can't really change his eyes, can he? She asked. "I mean, he could change the color, sure, but color's just a small part of it. The intensity would stay the same. Look at his eyes in this picture, scary." She started rubbing his shoulders, and Tom knew damn well that he wasn't going anywhere. Especially not when her hands were cool against the back of his neck, her fingers in his hair. Tom used the mouse to click through a series of pictures. The aftermath of the Paris embassy bombing. 5 devastating cafe bombings in Afghanistan, a bus bombing in Israel. And then the merchant. Most of the photos were taken from a distance, slightly blurred. But the last one was again in close-up. Wildcard had done his computer voodoo on it, enhancing it, sharpening the edges. It was definitely the merchant, smiling at the woman who was to become his wife, taken about a year before Paris. Kelly leaned closer and he could feel the softness of her body against his shoulder. He could smell her sweet scent. It wasn't perfume, it was probably some kind of lotion or maybe her shampoo or soap. Whatever it was, it made her smell delicious. "In this one, he doesn't look like a monster," she said. "He looks like a regular man. A man who likes this woman. Look at the way he's looking at her. He's crazy about her. He can't be all bad. He's claimed responsibility for the deaths of over 900 people," Tom told her. "God," she breathed, taking an even closer look. "No wonder you're worried he's still out there. I could see how someone like that might stay on your mind. I keep thinking he's the perfect man to succeed with a full-scale, high-death-toll terrorist attack here in the U.S. He's not some amateur, he knows what he's doing. Yet he's not being watched 24/7 like all the other big-league players we do know about. He's invisible because he's on everyone's presumed dead list. It was probably laughably easy for him to get into the country. He shook his head. Unless he's on everyone's presumed dead list because he is dead. Which meant Tom was the dangerous one, the complete fucking nut job who was going to start killing innocent salesmen from Des Moines or Cincinnati, imagining they were hardcore terrorists. Kelly was rubbing his neck again, her fingers strong and cool against the heat of his skin. It was definitely time to leave before his eyes started rolling back in his head, before he came to the conclusion that talking was way overrated, that what he really wanted was a whole lot of nonverbal communication, and who really gave a damn about trust anyway. It took a great deal of effort, but Tom cleared the screen, signed off the computer, and slipped out of both her hands and the chair. "I'm going to go take a shower." His voice sounded as ragged as if he'd just run 10 miles fast. Her robe met in the front in a V that was growing deeper every moment. He caught a flash of dark purple against the soft, pale swell of her breasts, and as he looked up into her eyes, he knew the battle was lost. She knew it, too. He lunged for her as she reached for him, and then, God, she was in his arms and he was kissing her. And she was kissing him back just as hungrily, her soft body tight against his. Tom caught himself before he peeled her robe from her shoulders, forcing himself to slow down, to kiss her more tenderly and less ferociously, to stay in control, to keep from devouring her whole. She was everything he wanted, everything he'd always stayed far, far away from. Dinner first, talking first. She trusted him. Breathing hard, he pulled back. He could see the promise of paradise in her eyes, but the woman trusted him, damn it. "I'll meet you on the deck for dinner in about an hour, okay?" She smiled at him. "If that's what you want." Tom headed for the door, then took 2 steps back toward Kelly. "You know damn well what I want. I'm trying to be good here. I'm trying to do this right." She didn't say a word, didn't argue, didn't do a damn thing but just stand there in her barely there robe looking at him, wanting him too and letting him see it in her eyes. "See, there's no way this could work," he told her. "I'm going to be here for only a few weeks. And even if we could keep it going long distance, and I've got to be honest here, Kelly, I've never been able to keep any relationship going for more than a few months. You deserve better than that." She took a step toward him. "My future's a little shaky right now," he told her, "but I can tell you that I intend to do everything in my control to hang on to my career with the SEAL teams. I can also tell you that a romantic relationship with a SEAL is something I wouldn't wish on my worst enemy. These next few weeks I'm here in Baldwin's Bridge. This is probably going to be the longest time I spend in any one place in the U.S. this year. I'm always moving, Kel, always heading out someplace new, usually overseas. Deployments usually without warning, so I don't even get a chance to phone home to say goodbye. I'm just gone. And when I come back, I can't talk about where I've been or what I've done. And there's always a chance I might not come back at all." She took another step toward him and another, and she was close enough now to touch. Tom couldn't stop himself. He touched her hair, her cheek, the warmth of her neck. She closed her eyes, pressing her cheek into his hand, her lips slightly parted. Her skin was smooth and so soft. "A woman's got to be pretty tough," he whispered, "to put up with that." She was touching him now, too, her hands skimming his forearms, and when she opened her eyes they were filled with both heat and need. "I'm tougher than you think." Tom didn't laugh, at least not aloud. He didn't even let his lips twitch, but somehow she knew he didn't believe her. "I am." She ran her hands up to his shoulders, down the front of his uniform shirt. He kissed her. He couldn't help himself, not when she was gazing at him so fiercely and touching him like that. He kissed her as slowly and as sweetly as he could, careful to keep his own explosive desire on the shortest possible leash. He felt her melt against him, heard her sigh as he pushed her robe off one perfect shoulder. "Jesus, somebody stop him." He pulled her robe back. "Maybe we should take this a little more slowly." He couldn't believe the words that had just come out of his mouth. But then again, he couldn't believe he was standing here in Kelly Ashton's bedroom with Kelly Ashton in his arms, nearly naked beneath her thin cotton robe. God help him. the way she was pressed against him. She couldn't miss feeling his arousal. He knew he should step back, put some space between them, but he was only human, damn it, and he kissed her again. He could feel his control slipping, and he worked harder to make his kisses gentle, respectful, reverent, the kind of kisses Kelly Ashton would want. "Ah, baby, I don't want to hurt you," he told her hoarsely. "And I'm so afraid I will. Even under the best of circumstances, I don't have much to offer a woman like you, and right now." Kelly pulled his head down and kissed him. Again she felt him retreat. Oh, his lips were against hers and his tongue was in her mouth, but she could practically taste the tightness of his self-control. He was being careful with her, as if she were fragile, as if she might break. She remembered that ride she took on the back of his Harley all those years ago. She'd asked him to go fast as he would dare to go along the beach road. She'd wanted to feel the wind in her face and the dizzying thrill of the pavement rushing beneath them. But he didn't do it. He'd been careful with her then, too careful. That same night in Joe's car, she'd wanted him to take her to the beach, to take her places she'd never been before. Instead, he'd taken her home. Just now, he'd said he didn't have much to offer a woman like her. Implication: a nice woman like her. All her life, people looked at her and couldn't see past the goody two-shoes image that had followed her around since she was old enough to walk. Even in college, when she'd gone through her Madonna phase, perpetual lacy black with bra straps showing no one had taken her seriously. Her cheerleader cute looks were mostly to blame. When most people looked, they didn't look closely, and all they saw were rosy cheeks, freckles, and big blue eyes. They only saw nice. So okay, maybe she was a little bit nice. But so what? Weren't nice women allowed to want heart-stoppingly passionate sex? Wasn't she allowed to long for the exhilarating sensation of Tom's incredible body out of control inside of her? As if nice women would only want polite, careful sex. As if nice women didn't sometimes have healthy, short-term, no-strings relationships simply for the sake of fulfilling a lifelong fantasy, for the sake of feeling that powerful carnival ride, stomach-dropping, I've got a crush on you attraction, for the simple sake of having someone to hold on to when the night got particularly dark and lonely. Lately her nights were very dark and lonely. Kelly knew Tom wanted her. There was no disputing that. She could feel him, completely aroused against her. She wanted to reach for him, to unfasten the buckle of his belt. She wanted. There was nothing careful or controlled about what she wanted. What she wanted would probably give him a heart attack, particularly if he was expecting nice. God, the last thing she wanted was another careful lover. She wanted someone who would treat her as an equal, someone who would let her be on top, let her set the boundaries of which there would be practically none. She wanted someone who wasn't afraid of her, someone wild, someone a little selfish, someone who lived for the moment. That was how she'd always imagined Tom Paoletti to be. She tested him, kissing him again, harder this time, sucking his tongue into her mouth as she swayed against him, brushing her stomach enticingly against the heaviness of his erection. She heard him groan that was good. She felt his hand slide down her back as if he were going to cup her rear end and press her more tightly against him, but he stopped politely, halfway there. And again, she could almost taste his control. That wasn't so good. She knew he had to work hard to be careful. It wasn't natural for him. It was something special he was doing because he was with her. Miss Nice. Kelly kissed him again and again, long, deep, languorous kisses that practically begged him to throw her back onto her bed. She pulled out his shirt and skimmed her hands beneath it, against the heat of his skin. She slid one hand between them, her knuckles against the taut muscles of his stomach as she dipped her fingers beneath the waistband of his pants. Just a little, not a lot. Just enough to make him wonder if she was going to reach down his pants. How about that for nice? He was working even harder now, that was for sure, but he was still in careful control. Oh, no way was she going to make careful, polite love with Tom Paoletti. No, she wanted dangerous. She wanted tempestuous. She wanted the man with the reputation for being a little rough, a little crazy, a little wild. "Kiss me, damn it," she said to him. "I'm not 15 anymore. You're allowed to kiss me like you mean it." He used the opportunity to try to step back, to carefully move her hand from the edge of his pants. "Kelly, I think we might want to." She used a single, crudely honest word that managed, quite nicely, to define exactly what she wanted. "That's what I want to do, Tommy, but every time I kiss you, it feels like you're a little too worried about hurting me. Believe me, what I want is not going to hurt." He laughed at that, but she could see surprise in his eyes. He'd never, not in a million years, expected her to be so blunt in either her words or her meaning. It was exasperating. "I'm not a virgin anymore, you know," she told him. "I was married for years, for God's sake. And brace yourself, but Gary wasn't the first. Believe it or not, I like sex that's a little risky, a little rough. I like it loud too, Tom, and frankly, I'm looking forward to making a lot of noise with you." He didn't know what to say, didn't know what to do. Kelly could relate. She was shocking herself too. But it was all true. She just never dared to say it aloud before, and now that she'd started, it was exhilarating. And she wasn't done. "I know you still think of me as the little girl next door, but I'm a grown woman," she continued. "I have about 1,000,000 bad habits and just as many dark, awful thoughts. I've seen a lot of shitty things, Tom, death and god-awful suffering and pain. I need you to see me for who I am. Let me climb down from this pedestal of niceness you've stuck me on top of, because up here I can't live my life the way I want to live it. I can't reach you from here. I can't wrap my legs around you the way I'm dying to do." The look on his face would have been funny if it weren't contradicted by the heat growing in his eyes. He was paying attention, and when she was done, she knew he was going to give her exactly what she wanted. No more careful, no more control. "I'm not perfect." Her heart was pounding, but she needed to make sure he really understood. "I cry when I'm unhappy, I have temper tantrums when I'm angry, and I really wallow in it when I'm down. I say bad words, all the time, all the time. I have a tattoo." She nodded at his expression of disbelief. "Yes, I do. It's only a little one, but it counts. I'm too chicken to get my belly button pierced, but I really want to, so maybe I will. There are a lot of things I want, you know. I want to be able to really talk to my father. I want to go to bed at night knowing I lived my life to the fullest, instead of feeling as if I've chickened out again. I want to stop playing it safe. I want to do all the things I've always dreamed about but never dared to do, to get a really funky haircut and wear clothes that show off my body. I want to skydive and windsurf. I want to, I don't know, swim with the dolphins, bike across Europe. I want to go down on you at the movie theater." Kelly couldn't believe she'd said that. He couldn't either, but she was on a roll now. "I want to make love to you on my father's boat, out in the harbor. I want you to take me to bed tonight and not let me out until noon tomorrow, no, noon the day after that. I want the kind of passion that you read about in books, sex on the kitchen table, on the stairs up to the bedroom, in the bathroom of the train into the city. I want to do it everywhere, in the closet of the guest room at a party, you know, where people come in and out to throw their coats on the bed. I want you to sneak into my bedroom window at night to wake me up and make love to me, even though we just made love 2 hours earlier. God, I want to feel you inside me." Tom kissed her. He couldn't take another second of her voice, her words, winding around him, making him completely crazy. She wanted to, at the movies, screw dinner. Screw talking. He wasn't even remotely hungry, and they'd said just about everything they'd needed to. He'd told her he was afraid of hurting her, and she'd informed him that she wanted him, in all sorts of various creative places and ways. They were both on the same page. He picked her up, wrapping her legs around him as she'd so vividly described, molding her soft warmth against him, filling his hands with the smoothness of her derriere. He could feel her working the buttons of his shirt as he carried her to her bed. She'd been right about him. He'd been guilty of doing the one thing he'd hated most when it was done to him. He hadn't looked beyond neat labels and obvious appearances to the real person below. He'd always had a crush on the idea of sweet Kelly Ashton, but the real woman in his arms took his breath away. The real woman was more than sweet. She was spicy, she was funny, she was brazenly honest, she was even a little rude. And she was far hotter than any woman he'd ever known, ever met, ever dreamed of. She had his shirt undone in record time, and the sensation of her hands and mouth against his chest made him laugh out loud. Her dress was on her bed, and he grabbed it with one hand and tossed it over the back of the computer chair. He shook his shirt free from his arms as she did the same with her robe. Lord have mercy. The woman was beautiful. Tom had a deep appreciation for nearly all half-naked women, but Kelly was amazing. Her breasts were voluptuously full, her stomach and thighs smooth and soft, and he realized in that instant that she was his idea of perfection. Every woman he'd ever been with in his life had paled in comparison, even the leggy, hard-bodied supermodel wannabe he'd dated a few years back. He'd thought there was something wrong with him because she just didn't do it for him. Now he knew why. He used to watch Kelly swim in her father's pool. He'd seen her in her bathing suit many times, but he'd only dreamed of her in her underwear, until now. This was so amazing. He kissed her, touched her, ran his hands across the impossible softness of her skin. She was touching him the same way, as if she couldn't get enough of him, couldn't believe this was happening. He sank down with her onto her bed, and she was still on top of him. He kissed her throat, her shoulders, the tops of her breasts. She took off her bra, and he wanted to weep or sing or shout or laugh. He laughed as he buried his face in her, touching and kissing and tasting as much of her as he could, all at once. She was laughing, too, as she pulled back to reach for the buckle of his belt. She couldn't get it undone, so she covered him with her hand, touching him through his pants, and it hit him. He was really here, in Kelly's room, making love with her. Finally finishing what they'd started all those years ago in the front seat of Joe's station wagon. Did she know how long he'd wanted her? He gently pushed her off him, rolling from the bed to kick off his shoes, and quickly shook his pants from his legs. She knelt then, watching him, her eyes hot, her full breasts tightly peaked with desire, like some kind of wild dream come true. He'd wanted her forever. "Oh my," she murmured as he pulled down his boxers. When he glanced at her, she smiled and widened her eyes. Tom had to laugh. He knew damn well that he was just a man, but her obvious admiration for his body and the fact that she had no problem showing it was a total turn-on. He slid back into her arms, entangling his legs with hers, kissing her deeply. The sensation of her breasts against his chest was incredible, and when she reached between them to touch him, to encircle him with the sweet coolness of her fingers. Kelly. It was more a gasp than a word. She laughed, pushing him onto his back as she kissed his mouth, his neck, his chest. She was heading south, her hair tickling sensually as it moved across his sensitized skin. He pushed himself up onto his elbows just as, God, oh God, he realized as he struggled to breathe that he'd actually cried out. It wasn't so much the sensation of her soft mouth on him that made him shout, but rather it was the sight of her, with those blue eyes and that angelic face, smiling up at him as she, dear, dear God, and they weren't even at the movie theater. What she was doing to him felt so good, too good. But this wasn't the way he wanted their first time together to be. He wanted to be able to make her cry out, too. He reached for her, hauling her up and practically throwing her onto her back. She pulled him with her, kissing his mouth as hungrily as she'd kissed him before. She was still wearing those purple thong panties, and he reached beneath them, touching her, and she shifted her hips, opening her legs to him as she moaned. Loudly. Tom loved it. She was ready for him, soft and wet and smooth and perfect, and not at all shy about letting him know it. He found her tattoo. It was a miniature peace symbol, smaller than a dime and on her left hip, hiding just below her panty line. It was the perfect mix of both sweet and sexy, and he loved it. Kelly pulled away from him again, this time crawling toward her bedside table, where she grabbed a foil-wrapped condom from the drawer. He dragged her panties down her legs as she tore the package open. She kissed him as he covered himself. She pressed her body against him, sliding her hands down his arms, running her fingers through the hair on his chest. No sooner was he done than she threw her leg over him, straddling him. Kelly was moving fast, but Tom caught her, holding her by the hips, stopping her from unsheathing him. She made a sound of protest and stopped kissing him long enough to look at him. "Hey," Tom said to her, "last chance to change your mind." She laughed a burst of disbelief. "You're kidding." "Damn right I'm kidding," he said to her. "I just wanted your attention." Now that he had it, now that she was looking at him, he lowered her slowly down, surrounding himself with her heat just a little bit, then just a little bit more. "See, I've always had this fantasy," he breathed, "that the first time we did this I'd be looking into your eyes." It was incredible. Whatever he'd fantasized or imagined, it hadn't been even close to this. He released her completely as he lay back, pressing himself even more deeply inside her. Home at last. Still holding his gaze, Kelly smiled tremulously. "I've always loved looking into your eyes," she whispered as she began to move on top of him. "You have such beautiful eyes, Tommy." What she was doing felt too good, and Tom couldn't speak. He could only pull her forward to kiss her, to touch her, to fill his palms with the satin of her skin. She was driving him mad by moving that slowly, but he stood it for far longer than he thought he could. Then he rolled them both over so that he was on top, hoping that would give him the composure he needed. It didn't. He was out of control as Kelly pressed herself up to meet him, welcoming his faster rhythm, kissing him fiercely. The world began to blur, but his dizziness wasn't from his injury. He'd never known such intense pleasure, such soul-permeating ecstasy. Her mouth, his mouth, her hands, his. It was hard to tell where he ended and she began. Tom heard her moaning, or was that his voice? He moved even faster, harder at her urging, even though he knew that doing so would push him over the edge. "Kelly," he said raggedly. "Kelly, this feels too good. I can't stop myself from," she shattered. Just like that, he felt the power of her intense release. And if he hadn't felt it, he sure as hell would. V heard it. It was the most wonderful, beautiful sensation he'd ever experienced in his entire life. She clung to him desperately as her body shook with wave upon wave of pleasure as she cried his name again and again and again. He did this. He made her feel this way. He would have laughed out loud, but the scorching rush of his own climax rocketed dizzyingly through him, and he couldn't breathe, couldn't think, couldn't do anything but feel. Kelly. His brain shorted out for several long moments after. And as he drifted in that strange place between intense mind-blowing pleasure and the intoxicating warmth of afterglow, bits and pieces of the last few hours, the last few days even, replayed themselves in seemingly random order. He heard an echo of Kelly's voice. "I've always loved looking into your eyes. You have such beautiful eyes. Beautiful eyes, Paoletti eyes. A little bit sad. Comes from keeping so many secrets. Secrets. Joe's voice. You've been in love with Kelly nearly half your life." Then Kelly again. "I need you to see me for who I am." Christ, maybe Joe saw something that Tom couldn't see because Tom had been blinded by Kelly's nice girl facade, a facade he himself had helped to build. But it was gone now. Completely torn down. Tom saw Kelly's face. Kelly's smile as she made love to him. He saw her. Clearly. No mislabels, no mistakes. She was beautiful, she was naked, she was funny and rude and fresh and so much more than he'd let himself see before. In a blinding, glaring flash, he knew that Joe was right. Tom loved this woman with all his heart. He jerked open his eyes, launching himself out of that drifting place and back to here and now. To Kelly's room, Kelly's bed, where his face was buried in Kelly's hair. He was crushing her and he rolled to the side, pulling her into his arms. This was insane. He couldn't possibly love her. And yet, holy shit. He was breathing hard for a whole new reason now. She snuggled against him. "What?" "Nah," he said quickly. "Nothing, I'm just, holy shit, Kelly laughed softly, lifting her head to kiss his jawline, lazily playing with the hair at the nape of his neck. Eloquently put. Seriously, though, Tom said, afraid of falling into contemplative silence, afraid of suddenly blurting out something he still hadn't completely figured out for himself yet. And be honest now. Was I noisy enough for you? She laughed again. Don't tell me you're one of those awful guys who ask. She lowered her voice. So, was it good for you? Nah, he said. It's just that noisy's not something I've had much experience with, so, he smiled. Besides, I know if it was only 1/1000th as good for you as it was for me, that it was still probably pretty damn good for you. She propped herself up on one elbow. Really? It was that good for you? She rolled her eyes. Oh God, I've turned into one of those awful guys. Tom leaned forward to lightly kiss the tip of her breast. Oh no, you haven't, and oh yes, it was. He tried to sound casual and matter-of-fact, as if this were no big deal. The best sex of my life. She sat up. Wow, she wasn't laughing anymore. So about that movie theater thing, Tom said, cursing himself for revealing too much too soon. You busy tomorrow? There are a couple of movies out that I have absolutely no interest in seeing. She laughed again, as he'd hoped she would. And then she kissed him. This, she said, with her beautiful eyes sparkling, is really going to be fun. Chapter 15. Do you suppose my father and Joe are wondering where we disappeared to? Kelly lifted her head to look up at Tom. He looked over at the open French doors, realizing with a flash of alarm that they were wide open. But no way could Joe and Charles have heard them, no matter how loud they'd been. The two old men were sitting on the other side of the house, down on the first floor on the deck. Still, it wouldn't surprise me one bit if your father came searching for me with a shotgun. He ran his hand lightly down her bare back, unable to get enough of touching her. I feel like I'm breaking the rules by being here in Kelly Ashton's bedroom with the door locked. He'd always imagined that would be better than paradise. He'd been dead right. Kelly smiled at him. It's kind of strange, isn't it? Strange and wonderful. Speaking of strange and wonderful, I forgot to mention it to you this morning, but last night I actually got Dad to tell me a little bit about this argument he's been having with Joe. Believe it or not, it has something to do with a woman who was in the French Resistance. Sibylle, Tom said. Her mouth dropped open. You know about her, and you didn't tell me. I didn't, he said hastily. Know about her, I mean. That was just a lucky guess. Joe mentioned someone named Sibylle, and Charles nearly had a heart attack. I couldn't get them to tell me more than that. Although Joe gave me a few more hints today, mostly from the things he didn't say about her. They were both in love with her, Kelly told him. I think my father's still in love with her. She laughed softly. I didn't think he knew how to love anyone, and yet here he's been in love with this Sibylle woman for nearly his entire life. She settled back down with her head against his shoulder, running her fingers through the hair on his chest. I don't know what happened to her, do you? Tom sighed. No, and Joe's not talking. Tipping her head back, she looked up at him and touched his face. You look tired. How are you feeling? He felt a wave of giddy disbelief as he looked into her eyes. Kelly Ashton was lying naked next to him. He still couldn't believe it, and he wanted her again already. He kissed her. Incredible, thanks. Headache. Dizziness? Help, there's suddenly a doctor in my bed. It's my bed, she countered. There's always a doctor in it. How are you feeling? She was serious. She wanted a medical report. I'm doing okay, he told her. She sat up and looked at him. The eyebrow raised in skepticism was made far less effective by her nakedness. Her hair was tousled, and it just wasn't long enough to do more than bend enticingly at the tops of her breasts. Her beautiful, naked breasts. It was impossible not to smile at her, but that just made her frown at him. What? He said. I'm not allowed to be doing okay. I need you to be honest with me about this, Kelly said with wide-eyed sincerity. I know you're tough and you've been trained to endure nearly anything, but when you're with me, don't just endure, all right? She took his hand, pressed it to her cheek. Please, promise me, Tom. He'd always found naked, begging women impossible to disappoint. I promise. How are you feeling? She asked again. Slight, very slight headache. Almost non-existent, certainly not bad enough to complain about. See, I really am doing okay. He reached for her, but she backed away. She wasn't done. Dizzy at all. To be honest, I don't know for sure. You do things to me, babe, that turn my world upside down. But all the dizziness I've felt today seems physiologically appropriate. Kelly smiled and leaned forward to kiss him. He took full advantage, pulling her clothes, touching all that soft skin, drinking her in. Her voice was breathless. Last question from the doctor. Are you feeling up to yes? She laughed as he swiftly rolled her onto her back as he pushed his way between her legs. Because as a doctor I'm very observant and I couldn't fail to notice he kissed her. Mum, she said as she pressed herself up against him. I thought so. I could get used to this. Oh baby, so could he. 3, 4 times a day, every day. For the next few weeks. After that, he didn't want to think about it. He couldn't bear to think about it. He didn't want to stay, but he sure as hell didn't want to go. Suddenly, his life was even more complicated than it had been just a few short hours ago. He closed his eyes as she reached between them, her touch banishing all thought as she drew him to her, as she lifted her hips and the phone rang. At first he thought it was in his head, some kind of red alert condom alarm. What the hell was he doing, about to enter her without a condom on? Was he nuts? Was he completely insane? He pulled back as the phone rang again. Uh-oh, she said. It's the Bat phone, trouble in Gotham City. There were 2 of them, Tom realized. 2 phones on her bedside table. One was a regular princess phone, the other, the one that was shrilly ringing, was cordless. He let her slide out from underneath him, taking the opportunity to touch her every inch of the way as she reached for the phone. Kelly Ashton. But once she was listening and talking, he kept his hands to himself. Fun was fun, but business was business, and he'd had lovers try to distract him from the business of an important phone call. He hadn't found it sexy at all, only irritating. Whatever the person on the other end of the line told Kelly, it made her sit up. Yes. She swung her legs over the side of the bed, turning her back on him. Yes, and she's. She scanned the floor for her underwear, finding her bra and finally her panties. I see, Oh hell, Kelly was leaving. As Tom watched, she put on her underwear. Watching her do that was nice, but compared to what they'd just started, it didn't cut it. With the phone under her chin, she pulled a pair of khaki pants from a pile of clothes and stepped into them, too. She was definitely leaving. Every cell in his body was jangling, ready for another enthusiastically energetic round of sex, and she was leaving. Tom had to laugh. The irony was intense. He was used to being the one who had to leave, and he'd never really understood before what it felt like to be left behind. It was frustrating and annoying. He felt cheated and wistful, as well as hopeful that she'd come back soon. But he understood completely about having a job that required her to get up and go at a moment's notice. And the last thing he was going to do was whine and guilt her out. He pulled the sheet up to his waist, hiding the hard evidence of his desire, as he propped himself up on one elbow. Kelly turned and looked at him as if suddenly remembering that he was there. Hang on, Pat. She covered the phone receiver. It's about Betsy. She started chemo today, and apparently the oncologist gave her an anti-nausea drug that didn't do the trick. She's been throwing up blood for the past hour, and her parents are scared to death. I really need to definitely, he said. Go, and don't worry. Between me and Joe, we've got your dad handled. She exhaled her relief. Thank you so much. She uncovered the phone. Pat, tell them I'll be there as soon as I can. She hung up the phone, pulled a dark-colored t-shirt over her head. I'm so sorry about this. Think of it as forced anticipation. And later tonight, when we do get a chance. Oh, baby, get ready for fireworks, she laughed. Promise. Absolutely. She was standing there, looking at him as if she was about to change her mind. It's so stupid. My going in, I mean. Vince Martin and the rest of the staff at the hospital have this completely covered. There's really nothing I can do, except make Betsy's parents feel better by being there. Except for that. She pulled her hair into a ponytail, still gazing at him. You're really okay with this, aren't you? Tom lay back in her bed, his hands up beneath his head. I admit I would like it a hell of a lot more if you could stay, but I know all about getting a page or a phone call and having to go to work. It doesn't always happen at the most convenient time, and that's life. In fact, I was just thinking how it's usually me who has to climb out of bed at an inopportune moment. He watched as she brushed a little makeup onto her face, put on some lipstick. I guess you probably have a lot of inopportune moments, huh? She was jealous. She was trying hard not to be, but she was. Usually jealousy made him want to run away screaming, but this time, coming from Kelly, it made him feel undeniably pleased. Not really, he said. Certainly not lately, and never anything special, you know. She glanced at him. I didn't mean to sound. I'm not trying to pry, or I don't have anything to hide, he countered. I mean, yeah, I've had relationships, but never one that made him feel even remotely like this. Jesus, he couldn't tell her that. It scared him to death, the intensity of his feelings and her potential reaction or lack of reaction to them. He'd never used the word love preceded by I and followed by you. Never. He wasn't even sure that was what he was really feeling and not some hormonal imbalance caused by 17 years of delayed gratification. I really don't want to know, Kelly told him. Really. It doesn't matter. I don't know why I said that. Tom was just as glad to let it drop. Call me from Boston, he said to her. I mean, if you have time. She looked at herself critically in the mirror. They're going to know, aren't they, just from looking at me? I've got that woo-wee I just got laid look. He laughed at that. No one's going to be able to tell that from looking. Oh yeah, she looked at him, eyes narrowing. You've got it too. If you go downstairs right now, Joe and my father are going to know. If you're not careful, we're going to find ourselves in the middle of a shotgun wedding. Your father's not that old-fashioned. No, but Joe is. She lingered, her hand on the doorknob. There's Chinese food in the refrigerator, just heat it in the microwave when you get hungry. Hey, aren't you going to kiss me goodbye? She laughed. Are you kidding? I don't trust myself within 6 feet of you. I'll kiss you hello later. Fair enough. I really need to run. She still didn't move. Thanks for the best day I can remember, ever. Thank you for being you. Geez, when had he turned into a sappy greeting card? God, she said, I can't believe I've finally got Tom Paoletti in my bed and I'm about to get in my car and drive away. As she shut the door behind her, he heard her laughter. She was gone. Tom lay back, breathing in the ghost of her perfume. He had to laugh too. That made 2 of them. He couldn't believe he was here in Kelly's bed, couldn't believe what he felt when she smiled at him, couldn't believe she'd wanted him so desperately, too, couldn't believe they'd finally made love. He climbed out of bed and went out onto the balcony to watch her get into her car. She didn't look up, didn't look back. She just drove away. In a few weeks, when he was the one who had to leave, he wasn't quite sure he'd be able to do the same. Mallory looked at her living room, imagining it from David's perspective. Shabby sofa, shabby recliner, worn and stained wall-to-wall carpeting. A small room, only one window, and it was covered outside by a rusting white and turquoise awning, succeeding in making the room even darker and uglier than it had to be. Cheap shit artwork hung on the walls, from the time Angela had that job at the chain motel off Route 128 in Beverly. The place went out of business, and Angela, in a brilliant move, had accepted 6 awful oil paintings in lieu of her final check. David gazed at the still life on the wall behind the couch, his face carefully blank. Mal knew he saw amazingly crappily executed art in a garish gold-painted Baroque-style wooden frame. But she saw more. She saw a reminder of her mother's folly. Why the hell had she brought him here? What was wrong with her anyway? They'd been sitting in David's apartment, looking at the photographs he'd taken of her and Brandon. Most of them were extremely good, and as weird as it was to look at herself in a bikini, she looked good, too. She'd made herself look the way she imagined this Nightshade character was supposed to look, strong and brave and invincible. But the lighting was bad in some of the pictures. The kisses were overexposed. Didn't it figure? They were going to have to shoot the kisses over again. Just her luck. The sandwich David had made her was delicious, and while she ate it, she'd asked him about drawing graphic novels. Did all comic book artists do it this way by taking photos? David told her everyone had their own method. There was no wrong or right way, although there were some people who thought taking photos like this was cheating. But it wasn't as if David actually sketched over them. He just used them to remind himself how the human body moved. He'd shown her which of the photos he thought he'd use the most, which he'd pin up right over his drawing table, and she told him they were so much better than anything she'd ever taken. David, being David, had picked up on that right away. And one thing led to another until here they were, in her crappy house in the low-rent part of Baldwin's Bridge, in her crappy living room, where she was about to show him some of the crappy photos she'd taken with her crappy Instamatic over the past few years. Angela had left a pack of cigarettes on the coffee table. It was all Mallory could do not to light one up. David kept glancing back at the still life from hell as if he were afraid it was contagious. "My grandfather painted that," Mallory told him. "Pretty good, huh?" David looked at Mallory, looked at the painting. "Amazing," he murmured. He leaned closer to look at the brush strokes. "That is really awful, a true artistic nightmare. Your grandfather," he pointed to the signature. "Mary Lou Brackett is clearly a genius." "Busted." Mallory grinned at him. Grandfather Mary Lou was something of an eccentric, extremely brilliant but tortured, understandably. "His disturbed presence certainly radiates from his work," David said, smiling back at her. Behind his ugly glasses, beneath his terrible haircut, his eyes were warm and intelligent. He liked her. She could see that just by looking at him. He didn't have that slightly glazed look in his eyes most guys got when they spoke to her. He wasn't here in her house because he wanted to score. He liked being with her. He was here because he wanted to hear what she had to say, because he really did want to see her photographs. David didn't care what her house looked like, so what if it was the smallest, shittiest house in all of Baldwin's Bridge? It didn't matter to him one bit. "Do you mind if we look at your pictures in the kitchen, Nightshade?" he asked. "Grandpa Mary Lou's fruit bowl is a bit overwhelming." "There's another one in there," she warned him. "It's even worse." "Worse? There are 6 heirlooms altogether," she said. "Naturally, we hung the very best in the living room." David went into the kitchen. "Oh God," she heard him say as he started to laugh. Grandpa Mary Lou signed this one Elizabeth Keedler. Either he had a multiple personality disorder or he was attempting to break into art forgery. By copying the style of the as yet still unknown master of motel oil painting, Elizabeth Keedler, Mallory raised her voice so he could hear her. He was extremely shrewd. David came out of the kitchen. "And you have 6 of these, you say?" "That's right. Come on, it's safe, at least relatively safe, in my room." She led the way down the hall. Her room was tiny, but it was all hers. She kept her photo albums in her bookcase. She pulled the latest one from the shelf. David stood in the doorway, suddenly and obviously uncomfortable. "You know, I was just kidding. I don't mind sitting in the living room." She watched as he looked around the room, at her narrow bed, the dresser, her little built-in desk, the slant to the ceiling. This had been an add-on to the back of the house, a former tool shed or pantry. One of Angela's boyfriends had put a window in about 10 years ago. He hadn't quite finished it before they'd broken up, so Mallory had painted the sill herself. Gleaming black, it was still the best part of the entire room. David looked at the movie posters and pictures that covered every inch of her walls, at the books that overflowed her bookcase and sat in precariously tall piles on the floor. And then he looked at her, sitting there cross-legged on her bed. "I don't mind if you come in," she told him. "I know you're not going to, like, attack me or anything." He nodded, suddenly as serious as if she'd just given him a medal for saving the rebel forces from the Death Star. "Okay, good, I'm glad you know that." He left her door wide open, pulled her chair from her desk. He slipped his neon backpack from his shoulder, but instead of putting it on the floor, he sat with it on his lap, and he unzipped it. "You know, I was thinking you could borrow my camera if you want." What? He took it out of his pack by the neck strap, the enormous lens reattached. My camera, there's a new roll of film in it, color prints 36 exposures. You've got this evening and tomorrow morning off. You could shoot this entire roll if you want. Mallory stared at him. You want to lend me your camera? That thing had to cost at least 4 paychecks. Sure. He held it out to her, and when she didn't take it, he set it down next to her on the bed. It's easy to use, pretty much point and shoot. You may want to play around with the settings when the sun starts going down, but you probably remember all that from Media Club. He trusted her with his camera. David put his backpack on the floor, then held out his hands for the photo album she was clutching. So let me see your pictures. She held it even closer to her chest, afraid she wasn't good enough, afraid he'd take one look and laugh. I took these with an Instamatic. They suck, so don't pretend they don't, okay? He smiled. Okay. Mallory's stomach did a slow flip as she handed him the album. He had the best smile and the deepest brown eyes. He opened the album, screamed, and slammed it shut. Oh my God, these suck. Mallory laughed and kicked him with her bare foot. Don't be a jerk. Whoa, he said, let me see if I've got this straight. I say they suck and I'm a jerk. You say they suck and… He looked at her expectantly. Mallory rolled her eyes. And I'm a jerk. All right, they don't suck, okay? Aha, the truth comes out. Don't expect too much and don't lie, okay? Okay. He pushed the camera back so he could open the photo album on the bed. And just like that, he was instantly involved and connected, leaning over the pictures. Some of these are really good, Mal. Look at this one. He pointed right away to a photo she'd taken when she was babysitting the O'Keefe twins, a photo she'd always thought was one of her best. Look at the composition here. It's really great the way you use the swing set to frame the photo. And you caught these kids in motion. It's really dynamic. And you did it with an Instamatic. Mallory watched him as he talked. He was so enthusiastic. He spoke with his hands, with his eyes, with his entire body. He was so completely different from Too Cool to Be Anything But Bored Brandon. He was wearing kind of fashionable shorts that came down past his knees. The dork factor kicked in, though, because he was wearing really dweeby dark socks with his ratty sneakers. His shirt was a desperately ugly button-down short-sleeved plaid, but it didn't matter. His crappy haircut didn't matter, nor did his ugly glasses. It was all superficial. An hour at the mall, a few fashion do's and don'ts, and David would transform nicely from nerd to kind of average-looking guy. But nothing anyone could do would change him into a superstud like Brandon. Of course, it would take far more than a trip to the mall ever to change Brandon into someone as smart and funny and nice and genuinely sweet as David. Mallory had to laugh. David just smiled at her and kept on talking. He didn't think it was weird she should just suddenly feel the need to laugh out loud. It was ridiculous, though, unbelievable, and incredibly cool. She, Mallory Paoletti, was completely falling for David Sullivan. I thought I heard you come home. Charles turned on the overhead lights. What are you doing sitting in the living room in the dark? Kelly didn't turn to look at him. I'm exhausted and I'm hiding. What are you doing up? Joe left a note saying that you'd kicked him and Tom out at around 11 because you wanted to go to sleep. A white lie, he said. I wanted to be alone. These days it seems as if the only time I'm alone is when I'm in bed, which is the exact opposite of the way it should be. Kelly could hear him using the walker to shuffle farther into the room. Better not come in, she said. It's not going to take much to start me crying. And God knows Charles hated crying. He stopped. Oh, Betsy wasn't going to make it. Kelly had realized that tonight. The chemo was most likely going to kill the little girl, but without it, the cancer would definitely kill her. Most likely came with pain and suffering, but definitely was definite. That was one hell of a choice for her parents to make. Kelly had sat with the McKennas and Vince Martin for hours discussing different medications that might ease or even eliminate the side effects of the chemotherapy. But trial was involved, and with trial came error and pain. The McKennas had looked to her for answers, and she couldn't help them. She had no answers, Not even today, with Tom's scent still on her, with the glorious perfection of their physical joining still warming her skin. The knowledge that he was everything she'd ever dreamed of in a lover, and more, didn't help her as Brenda McKenna's dark brown eyes begged her to tell them what to do. Let their child die, or try to save her and watch her suffer. After which she'd most likely die anyway. Kelly had all but promised Tom they'd finish what they'd started when she got home tonight. But right now, sex was the dead last thing she wanted. She couldn't bear the thought of celebrating life that way, not while knowing that the McKennas were facing death and struggling with such sorrow. She knew Tom was probably upstairs in her room waiting for her. She drew in a deep breath as she sat up, turning toward her father. "Do you need something?" she asked Charles. "Can I make you a power shake?" "No," he cleared his throat. "Thank you, but time for a pill. Took one an hour ago." "Are you okay?" she asked. "Is it time for me to call the doctor for a stronger?" He took one hand off his walker to wave away her suggestion impatiently. "No, I'm fine, relatively speaking." Had she done something to disrupt his carefully ordered world? Kelly couldn't think of a single thing except for, oops, seducing Tom up in her bedroom in the middle of the afternoon. Had Charles somehow found out about that? He seemed exasperated and annoyed, but more at himself than at her. "Do you need me to change your sheets?" She tried. Maybe he'd soiled them during a nap. He hadn't had that problem before, but she was well aware loss of control could happen at any time to someone with his deteriorating physical condition. She'd bought some Depends, and like the walker, she'd simply put the box in her father's room. They were there if he needed them, he wouldn't have to ask. But changing the sheets on his bed, that was something he wouldn't be able to do by himself. And she could understand his not wanting to ask Joe for help. "No," he told her crossly. "I just wanted," she waited. "I wanted to sit and talk for a minute, but if you're feeling, well, later will be fine." He turned away, started back down the hall. Her father wanted to talk to her. Kelly couldn't move, couldn't think. Why did her father want to talk to her? And then she couldn't do anything but think of reasons. Maybe to tell her he'd come to terms with dying, with the fact that he was running out of time, the fact that everything he'd left unsaid had better be said, and soon. Maybe he wanted to tell her more about that French woman he'd mentioned just last night. Had that really been only last night? It seemed like a million years ago. Or maybe he had found out about her and Tom. "Wait, Dad," she hurried after her father. "Dad." As he stopped and turned toward her, she saw that just that little movement required a great deal of effort, and her heart sank. He was looking more and more fragile every day. "Talk to me." She pulled him back into the living room, practically pushed him down into a chair. She pulled up a footstool right next to him. "I'm here. What do you want to tell me? I'm dying to listen." "It's not that important, I just—" He couldn't meet her eyes. "Just say it," she whispered. "It's amazing how easy it is once you open your mouth and start talking. It's amazing the things that come out." He finally looked at her. He even briefly reached out to touch her hair. "You always were a pretty child. I used to be afraid of Tom Paoletti when he was living with Joe down at the end of the driveway. I saw the way he looked at you." Oh my God, this was about Tom. "You know, Dad, I'm a big girl now. I'm pretty good at taking care of myself." "You've always been good at taking care of yourself. It's occurred to me that because of that you might miss out on an opportunity to let someone else take care of you, if you know what I mean." Kelly didn't. She shook her head. "Tom," Charles said with a spark of impatience. "We're talking about Tom here." "Ah," she said, "we are. He's a good man, Kelly." Oh my God, did her father think? "He is," she agreed. "I just wanted to make sure you knew I thought that," he said awkwardly. "I've never come out and said that before." "Dad, it's obvious you think very highly of him." "I've been thinking about it a lot lately," Charles said. "Since you told me, well, you know, you could do far worse." Oh God, her father thought she and Tom— "I'm not going to marry him, we're not, he's not." She shook her head. "I'm sorry to disappoint you, again." "Oh," he said, I'd hoped." He searched her face, then sighed. "It was too perfect. I just thought that if Tom could take care of you, then the two of you together could look out for Joe." This was about Joe. Her father was worried about what would happen to his dear friend Joe when he was gone. Heart in her throat, Kelly took his hand. "I'll make sure Joe's okay," she told him huskily. "I'll take care of him for you, Daddy, I promise." He touched her hair again and his eyes were sad. "But who'll take care of you?" Tom sat at Kelly's computer, suddenly completely uncertain. He'd heard Kelly's car pull into the driveway nearly an hour ago. It was hard to believe she hadn't noticed that the light was on in her room, that the French doors were wide open. She'd come into the house, but she hadn't come upstairs. She hadn't called him from Boston, hadn't called from her car either. It was probably no big deal. She'd probably just misplaced his cell phone number. And maybe she'd grabbed something to eat, gone in to check on her father. Those things took time. He'd showered and shaved before coming back over here tonight, brushed his teeth, run his fingers through his hair. He'd even practiced bringing up that goddamned unpleasant subject a few times. "Hey, Kel, you know, in 3.5 weeks when I go back to California, what do you say we do that crazy-ass long-distance thing? We could give it a try. You know, email, phone calls, I could visit every few months or so." Of course, there was the variation on the theme that went something like, "Hey, Kel, you know, in 3.5 weeks when I go back to California, maybe you could go with me." Or best yet, "Hey, Kel, you know, in 3.5 weeks when I fail my psych evals and I'm kicked out of the Navy, when I'm homeless and jobless and certifiably insane, when I'm at my most pathetically, depressingly lowest, and oh, did you happen to notice it's definite that I'm going bald? What do you say we get married?" It was crazy. He was nuts, this proved it. But oh God, he wanted her. He truly did. Tonight and forever. All evening he'd been waiting, half aroused, wishing she'd come home, dreaming of the stupidest things, the most efficient ways to get their crazy schedules to line up, a plan for bi-coastal living, a simple, quiet wedding with Joe and Jazz standing up for him, names for their children. Holy shit, he was in serious trouble here. He was naming their frigging children after one naked afternoon. Yes, the sex was beyond incredible. Yes, she made him feel things he'd never felt before, but that didn't automatically make what he was feeling love. That didn't mean it was going to last forever. Jesus, how do you know? Did the uncertainty ever fall away? Maybe if she looked into his eyes and whispered that she loved him, the thought of her doing that was enough to make him dizzy. God, he wanted her to love him. He wanted her up here. Now. If it had been him pulling into the driveway, he'd have taken the stairs to her room 3 at a time. Finally the door opened and Kelly stepped inside. She closed it behind her, leaning against it. She seemed to brace herself before looking over at him. "Hi." She forced a smile. She'd been crying. She dried her face, but Tom could tell she was still extremely upset. He stood, suddenly even more uncertain. "I hope you don't mind that of course not." She was brisk as she came into the room, setting her bag down next to her dresser. "I said you could use my computer whenever you wanted." He wasn't here to use her computer. Surely she knew that. "Is everything? Are you?" She sat on the edge of her bed and untied her shoes. "I'm fine. My father's dying. It gets to me sometimes." That and the fact that an 80% survival rate for childhood leukemia means that 20% of the children who get it die. She fired first one and then the other of her shoes into the closet with about 10 times the necessary force. Tom sat down next to her. "Oh damn. It doesn't look good for Betsy, huh?" She shook her head tensely, tightly. "No, it doesn't." He took her hand, massaging her fingers gently. "I'm really sorry." She gazed down at their hands. "God, Tom, I'm so tired. It's been an intense couple of days and you look like you need a back rub." He wanted to help erase the strain he could hear in her voice. "Joe's got a pretty nice collection of French wine. I could go grab a bottle," and she pulled her hand free and stood up. Her voice shook. "Look, I know I promised we'd get together again when I got home, but I'm sorry, I'm so not in the mood." Tom didn't know what to do, but leaving her alone and upset was the last thing he wanted. He tried to keep things light. "For a back rub," Kelly turned to face him. "For sex." I didn't say you look like you need sex, I said you look like you need a back rub. Isn't it the same thing? I don't think I've ever been given a glass of wine and a back rub that hasn't ended with sex. She was very tired and very upset, and Tom was guilty. A little wine, a little soothing massage, and a little full-body sensual comfort usually followed. His motives hadn't been entirely pure, but he could make them pure. There's a first time for everything. And I can tell you right now, I've never had sex with a woman who didn't absolutely want it so. And I have no doubt that after one of your famous back rubs, she countered sharply, I'll be on that list with all the other women you've made to want it. And I just don't goddamn feel like wanting it tonight, all right. Whoa, she was actually pissed off. Kelly, her voice shook. I know I'm being awful. Tom, I loved our afternoon together, I really did. But I don't want to mislead you into thinking I'm ready to do anything right now besides crawl miserably into bed and sleep. So maybe you should just go. Tom stood up. He was trying hard to be understanding because she'd clearly had a tough night with that sick little girl, but it was getting harder not to raise his voice. Are you implying that the only thing I want from you is sex, that I wouldn't want to spend time with you unless we're going at it? She did. Oh, Jesus, she did. She didn't need to say a word, he could see it in her eyes. You don't think that when you come into your room, his voice was definitely getting louder. After you've been crying, that I might want to put my arms around you and talk to you, stay with you for a while, find out what the hell's made you so upset. And you don't think that if you put your arms around me, she countered, we'll be going at it, as you so accurately put it, in a matter of minutes. Not unless you want to, he said tightly. She was exasperated. But that's my point. I don't want to, but we both know that I will if you touch me. She all but threw up her hands. You know, this is all really new to me. I've never had a relationship that's based purely on sex before, and the truth is, all I have to do is look at you, and a part of me forgets that I don't want sex tonight. I know it's completely my problem, but please just give me a break, Tom, just go. Tom stared at her. A relationship based purely on sex. Jesus, had he missed something here? Is that what she truly thought they had going? He laughed in disbelief. She had no fucking clue. If their relationship were based purely on sex, they wouldn't have spent all those hours talking, caring what the other said and thought and felt, and this so wasn't some fuck me tonight, pure sex deal in which they'd have only exchanged names and maybe a sentence or two of small talk. I grew up in Albuquerque. Yeah. I have a friend whose sister lives there. Let's screw. What he had with Kelly was a love affair. At least that's what he'd thought it was. Obviously, he'd been wrong. What he had was a one-sided love affair with a talkative woman who wanted only to fuck him. Come to think of it, she'd used that very word from the start. His stomach hurt and his throat felt tight. Well, he said, great. Why don't you give me a call when you want to have sex? I'll be just, standing by. He went out the French doors and over the side of the balcony without looking back. Chapter 16, Tom. He was halfway across the driveway, heading toward Joe's cottage, and he didn't break stride. Tom, wait. He stopped and slowly turned around. Kelly could see both anger and impatience in the way he was standing. I'm sorry, she called down to him. I've done this all wrong, and his face was just a blur in the dimness outside the circle of light thrown by the floodlight on the garage. He moved closer, taking his time, moving slowly, deliberately, until he was directly beneath her balcony. So this is just sex, he said tightly. What we've got going here, isn't it? I mean, you're leaving in a few weeks. I thought. He looked over at Joe's roses. Have you ever had a relationship before that was just sex, only sex? He turned his focus on her, and his eyes were devoid of the warmth she loved. He was indeed very, very angry. It didn't make sense. Silently, she shook her head. So I win the prize. Why's that, Kelly? Why am I the guy who wins the no-string sex, huh? He knew. She stood there looking down at him, and she knew that he knew. She couldn't speak. See me as I really am. His imitation of her was a little cruel. You goddamn did the same thing to me that you accused me of doing to you. You don't want to spend the next few weeks with me. You want to spend it with that wild punk kid Tom Paoletti, the one who was always stirring up trouble, the hellraiser, the one with the reputation for getting girls into trouble. Is that what you want, Kelly? You want to be in trouble? I'll get you into trouble. He started climbing up the trellis on the side of the balcony, and she backed away, her heart racing. Don't. Tom dropped heavily back to the ground. Great, great. Now you're afraid of me. This is so perfect. He turned to look up at her, his stomach churning and his teeth clenched. His chest ached. 14 years I've been with the SEALs. 14 years I've been a man that people respect and admire. I'm the commanding officer of the abso-fucking-lutely most elite SEAL team in all of the U.S. Navy. But you look at me, you who always treated me decently, like a real human being, and all you can see, all you probably ever saw, is some fuck-up. That's not true, Kelly faltered. Well, it's not entirely true, I thought. He just stood there waiting for her to go on, waiting to see if she'd even try to explain. I didn't want entanglement, she whispered. I didn't want to start anything that was going to be hard to end. I honestly thought you'd be glad to have that kind of easy relationship for the summer. She leaned over the railing. Tom, you told me you don't do love. You're right, he said. You're absolutely right. He didn't do love. Christ, he didn't know what the hell he'd been thinking. I'm sorry, and I'm not afraid of you. Don't ever think that. See, I'm afraid of me if you get too close. He laughed harshly at that. Yeah, right, I'm that irresistible. You are, she told him, wiping her face as if she was crying. Jesus, that made his chest hurt even worse. He didn't want her to cry. Don't you feel it, even with me up here and you down there? Yeah, I feel it, he said as he walked away. He definitely felt it. Funny thing was, he'd thought what he was feeling was something else entirely. 11 August, when Kelly pulled into the driveway, there was a car she didn't recognize next to Joe's station wagon. V just arrived because its occupants were climbing out. The driver was an imposing African-American man who managed, without being the tallest man she'd ever seen, to be the absolute biggest. She was amazed his shoulders fit inside that little car. A sleek, athletic-looking woman came out of the front passenger side, and a long-haired 20-something man with a handlebar mustache and goatee, mirror sunglasses, and chains on his boots emerged from the back, stretching his long legs and yawning. For a moment, Kelly hesitated, completely blanking on who this could possibly be. She'd called the Visiting Nurse Association just this morning, ready to start the search for a good candidate to come in and help with her father. She was looking for someone strong with a solid sense of humor. But these three, although winners in the strong department, looked more like professional wrestlers than nurses. And then she remembered Tom's teammates, his friends. He told her they were arriving this afternoon. God, she was exhausted. No wonder her memory was shot. She'd slept poorly last night, tossing and turning. That was no big surprise. This morning she'd gone looking for Tom before she drove into Boston, but he was nowhere to be found. Also no big surprise. She still wasn't sure what she wanted to say to him besides the fact that she was horribly sorry, but something else definitely had to be said. As she parked and gathered up the trash from the sandwich she'd had in the car on the way home, Tom came out from around the side of her father's house as if he'd been out on the deck and heard the car doors slam. He glanced in her direction only once and only briefly. His welcoming smile was decidedly for his friends. Hey. As Kelly watched, Tom shook hands, first with the black man, then with the younger man, and finally with the woman. A woman. Even her tired brain recognized that as odd. Last she'd heard, the SEALs were still an exclusively male organization. No women, no exception. As Kelly climbed out of her car, Tom hung onto the woman's hand far longer than he had for his male friends. She was gorgeous, Kelly realized. Her skin was mocha-colored, but her hair had red highlights and her eyes were a vivid green. And she had a lithe body that matched the sheer perfection of her face. She may not have been large-breasted, but she was perfectly proportioned and athletically trim. And she had amazing posture, positively regal. Thanks so much for coming, Tom said to her, and to the younger man as well. He glanced at the black man. I'm assuming just gave you both a full sitrep. You know there's a solid chance you're here for nothing. The woman's voice was melodically low and as smoothly beautiful as she was. Sir, as I told Lieutenant Jacquet, I'd willingly take unpaid leave to back you up even if only to protect you from your own shadow. Tom smiled wryly. That could well be the situation. And please, let's not stand on formalities, Alyssa. May I call you Alyssa? Kelly stopped short. Did he know he was turning on the charm, that he was oozing charisma and that solid, confident sensuality that had driven her crazy for going on 2 decades? Alyssa smiled at Tom. She had a gorgeous smile, gorgeous white teeth. You can call me whatever you like, LT, although I prefer Locke. Kelly watched Tom, waiting for him to see her, to introduce her, to let go of Alyssa Locke's hand. He released Locke but didn't even glance over at Kelly. Locke it is. From now on, this is Jazz Locke, not Lieutenant Jacquet. And if you figure out what the hell to call this long-haired deadbeat, Tom slapped the younger man's back. Let me know, okay? His given name's Roger Starrett, but I've never heard him called either of those. He's Houston or Ringo or Sam, occasionally Bob. He swears there's a logic to all the nicknames, but I can't keep 'em straight. Sam'll do just fine, Ms. Locke. He had a thick Texas drawl. Do just fine. That accent couldn't possibly be real, could it? The woman stood up even straighter. Kelly wouldn't have believed it possible. Just Locke, she said coolly. For the duration, Tom said. I'm LT, Jazz interjected. LT's good enough, sir. I'm Tom, he said firmly. As of right now, erase her from your vocabularies, too. Jazz looked as if he had an unpleasantly painful case of gas. As Kelly headed up to the deck, to where Joe and her father were waiting, Tom pulled Jazz aside, and the man called Sam sidled up to Locke. I just want to take this opportunity to remind you that just because you're working with us in this situation doesn't mean you've got your foot in the door at Coronado. A woman in the teams is never going to happen. His voice was low, but Kelly overheard quite clearly as she passed by. Gee, Locke's voice was edged with sarcasm. It's so nice that you're concerned for me, Roger. Oh, but I am, he said completely insincerely. I'd sure hate to see you get your little hopes up way too high. There are 2 things in life that I'm sure I'll never be, Locke said far too sweetly. One is a SEAL, that I regret. I believe I'd be an asset to the teams. The other, however, is a redneck asshole. No regrets there. She smiled at him. Too bad you can't say the same. This is going to be one hell of a vacation, Sam growled. I'm not on vacation, Locke replied. I'm here to work. Okay, grab your gear, Tom said, leading the way to the deck. Come and meet the other members of our team. Now he was going to introduce Kelly. This was when he'd actually look into her eyes and she'd try to send him a telepathic apology. This is my uncle, Joe Paoletti, Tom continued, and Mr. Charles Ashton, who has graciously volunteered the east wing of his house for our use. You'll be bedding down there as well as helping set up a temporary HQ. Joe and Mr. Ashton are veterans of the Second World War. Mr. Ashton was with the Army, the 55th, and Joe was OSS. They volunteered to help us. And this is Kelly, who wants only sex from me. Yes, Kelly supposed there were worse things than not being introduced. She stepped forward. I'm volunteering too. She held out her hand to Jazz. Hi, I'm Kelly Ashton. It's a pleasure to meet you, Jazz, right? She shook with Sam, Roger, Bob, whoever, and with Alyssa Locke as well. Alyssa did more than shake her hand. She sized Kelly up with her cool green gaze. That's right, Kelly tried to say with her smile and her eyes. Tom's mind, baby cakes, hands off. Except Tom still didn't do more than glance briefly in her direction. Maybe he wasn't hers, not after the things she'd said last night. Dr. Ashton's got a pediatrics practice in Boston, he told his teammates. She won't be around a lot. Oh, but that's going to change, Kelly said. I'm taking the next 3 weeks off. I spoke to my partners this morning. Tom looked at her then. Direct eye contact for the first time that day. I'm sorry. I'll go in if the McKennas need me, she told him, willing him to hold her gaze to believe her silent message. But that's it for me for a while. I hit some kind of wall last night." She couldn't read his expression, and he turned away before she could say what she most wanted to say. "I'm so sorry you caught most of the fallout." "Well, great," Tom said. "We've got a doctor on the team. Not that we need one. Here's hoping we'll continue not to need you, doctor." Kelly's heart sank as he led his friends inside. Her unspoken apology was apparently not accepted. "Are you alone?" Tom looked up from one of the new computers that had arrived just that morning. He and Jazz, Sam, and Locke had set them up in this room in the east wing of the Ashtons' enormous house. Their new headquarters had once been the Ashtons' music room. It still held a grand piano they'd pushed into the corner. They'd moved in tables and desks and a bunch of corkboards from an office supply store. Joe and Charles had spent a good hour using pushpins to tack up all the pictures Tom had of the merchant. "Yeah," Tom said, spinning in his chair to face Kelly. "I'm alone." She came in cautiously, as if she wasn't sure of her welcome. "Where'd they all go?" He leaned back, looking at her. She was wearing a sundress with a tiny flower print. With her hair up off her shoulders, she looked cool and sweet, almost angelic. "Your father's taking a nap on the deck. Joe's sitting with him. My team's just gone out to get familiar with the town, particularly the hotel and the marina. Locke's probably going to check out the church tower. One of the tricks to stopping a terrorist attack is to occupy all the good sniper positions." "I thought you said this merchant guy specializes in car bombs." "He does. I'm just covering all the bases." "Alyssa, Locke, and Jazz both called you. Was it LT?" Tom nodded. "It's short for lieutenant. It's a little more respectful than Tom, not as formal as sir." She moved farther into the room, looking at the pictures on the boards, looking at the computers. "This is pretty intense. Do you want something, Kelly?" he asked abruptly. "Because I'm in the middle of trying to track down a van." She gazed at him, her eyes wide. It wasn't her innocent face. This one was for real. She was uncertain, a little afraid. "Yes, I wanted to talk to you. I had the opportunity this morning to do a little research about patients who have suffered feelings of paranoia caused by severe head injuries." "Ah," he said. "You're here as a doctor." She shook her head. "No, she took a deep breath. "I'm here as your friend." He didn't say a word. He just waited for her to go on, torturing himself by watching the way the light from the windows gleamed on the smoothness of her shoulders. "The more I read," Dr. Ashton continued, it helped if he thought of her as Dr. Ashton, "the more I was convinced." She took a step toward him. "I really don't think that's what's going on with you, Tom. The paranoia most patients experience is less specific than what you described to me. It's more like waves of anxiety and vague feelings of persecution. I didn't see a single mention of the kind of severe condition that actually has people seeing a specific threat, and especially not a threat to people besides themselves. Paranoia generally means someone's after you. The way you described it, this guy doesn't even know you're here. So either my case is so unusual, I should be written up in a medical journal, or," Kelly took another step toward him, "or you're not paranoid. Maybe you really did see the merchant. I've been thinking about this all day, and I think you should do more than this." She gestured around the room. "I think you should call someone. Tell the authorities that you've seen this man here in Baldwin's Bridge." She was close enough now for him to smell her subtle perfume. "Yeah, well, I've already made that call," he told her. "I did it right away. But no one's taking me seriously. And if I persist in calling for help, I'll be putting my career in jeopardy. There's that Rear Admiral I told you about, Tucker. He's been after my ass for years. I have no doubt that he'd try to use this situation to force my retirement." He laughed in disgust. "Now that sounds like feelings of persecution, doesn't it? But it's true. Admiral Crowley said as much to my face. He's the one who warned me to back off." "How about the FBI then? Can you call them?" "Yeah, I might do that. There's also a guy I know in the SAS. I'm waiting to see if I can find any concrete proof the merchant is here, though. Because if my own superiors don't believe me, why should anyone else, you know?" "This must be hard for you," she said softly. Tom stood up. "Let me see if I've got this straight," he said. "When you're my team doctor, that's when we talk. But when we're lovers, all we do is, I want us to be friends," she said, flushing slightly. "That's not the way I understood it. You told me last night all you wanted was to—" "I also came to apologize," she said. "Last night Tom moved closer to her. "Apology accepted, because you know you were right." He stopped hardly a foot away from her. He was close enough to see it all in her eyes, everything she was feeling: anxiety, hope, desire. He knew Kelly had come here because she could no more stay away from him than he could stay away from her. This conversation was just an excuse, a way to get her in the door. She didn't really want to talk to him. She was here because she wanted him, wanted sex. She was just too damned polite to admit it. Tom touched her, just one finger down the side of her face. She trembled, and he knew he was right. "We've got a few weeks," he told himself too. "Let's not waste a second." He kissed her, and she exploded, kissing him back furiously, frantically, almost knocking him off his feet. Jesus, had she really thought that if she came to him, wanting him so desperately, he'd actually send her away? He kissed her harder, deeper, and she was right there, pushing him to the max. Her arms were locked around him, her body close to his. He pressed his thigh between her legs, and she rubbed herself against him. No, he wasn't crazy enough to push her away. And now that he understood, now that he knew exactly what she wanted, he was going to give her just that and nothing more. Yeah, from now on, he was going to keep his heart to himself. This time, and forever after, it was going to be just sex. Tom pulled down the top of her dress, and the elastic straps that held it up gave just enough to expose her breasts, pushing them up and out into his hands, his mouth. He felt her hands on the Velcro fastener at the waist of his shorts, felt it give too, felt her reach for him, find him. Yes, but, God, the door was wide open. Anyone could walk in. Still, she'd had the opportunity to close and lock it when she came in. Maybe she'd wanted it open. She liked risk, she'd told him so. But being caught with his pants down by his teammates or Kelly's father wasn't quite Tom's idea of fun. However, there was a closet in the room. It was a walk-in, filled with overcoats and out-of-style suits that Charles Ashton would never wear again. A closet could be very, very much fun. Tom dragged her toward it, pulled her inside. It was dark and airless and smelled of mothballs. But damn, the door didn't latch. The ocean air had warped the old wood, and it hung slightly open, letting in just enough light and barely enough air, and an enormous amount of highly charged risk. Anyone could still walk in. But Kelly kissed him again so urgently, Tom didn't give a damn. She pushed down his shorts as he pulled up her skirt, and then she wasn't wearing any underwear. She moaned as he touched her slick heat, pushing herself down to drive his fingers more deeply inside her. "Please," she breathed and pressed a condom into his hand. She must had it in the pocket of her skirt, no underwear, a condom. The woman had come here prepared for sex, only sex. She kissed him again, and again he found he didn't care. Tom swiftly covered himself and lifted her into his arms. She pulled her long skirt out of the way as she gripped him with her legs, and then, yes, he was inside of her. She moaned her pleasure as she clung to him as he drove himself fiercely into her, setting both a pace and rhythm that was on the verge of too rough. "More," she gasped. "I want more." Yeah, she told him that too, that she liked it a little wild, a little bit rough. Tom pushed her up against the back wall of the closet for leverage, thrusting deeply inside of her. She gasped, maybe too deeply. "Don't you goddamn let me hurt you," he rasped. "You're not, oh God, please Tom, you're not low." He froze. Kelly froze too, staring directly into Tom's eyes. Someone had come into the office. "He's not here." It was Ensign Starrett's familiar Texas drawl. Tom and Kelly were surrounded on both sides by winter coats wrapped in plastic. If he tried to pull her back farther into the shadows, that plastic would crinkle loudly, giving them away. It was better just to not move, to stay completely still, with his body buried deep inside her. God, Tom felt a bead of sweat trickle down his back. "Are you sure?" I could have sworn I heard voices. Locke was in the office too. Kelly was still gazing into his eyes, but then slowly she leaned forward to kiss him. Tom, hey Tommy, you hiding beneath the desk or inside that there piano? Starrett laughed. Nope, he's not here. It was a slow kiss, a deliberately languid kiss, a white-hot but completely silent kiss. The sweat down his back turned into a river. Locke snorted. That's obvious, like you'd ever dare call your Tommy to his face. Just as silently, Kelly pulled back. Gazing into her eyes, Tom could see heat. She actually liked this, she actually wanted, so he moved, slowly, silently, out and in, and Kelly smiled, catching her lower lip between her teeth, deep pleasure in her eyes. Oh yeah, she liked this. We're actually pretty tight, Starrett said. Me and all Tommy. Right, just grab the map, Jazz is waiting in the car. Tom did too, he liked it too, so he did it again, just as infinitesimally slowly. Nearly all the way out. At least Tom knows I've had experience shooting more than paper targets, sweetheart. Locke's voice was tight. I know we've been told to dispense with rank and respect due to the covert nature of this assignment, but from now on, when we're alone, Ensign, you will address me as ma'am or lieutenant. Is that clear? And all the way back in. Kelly made the start of a small noise and Tom kissed her, covering her mouth with his, swallowing the sound. Yes, ma'am. Starrett's surly voice faded as they left the room, and just in time, because Kelly was coming, right there around him, in slow motion. He could feel her body's release as he kept that erotically, decadently, intensely slow movement. She was trying hard to be quiet, but the small sounds she was making were enough to push him over the edge. He moved faster, he couldn't help himself. His own release came with a rush of sensation, a flash of light, the roar of his blood surging through his veins. Sex. It was sex. Just sex. And once again it was incredible sex. Tom knew he should feel glad. He should feel sated and pleased that this beautiful woman had come to him, that she so obviously had wanted him, that she hadn't been able to stay away. And hey, this was great. He didn't have to take her to dinner. He didn't have to say another word to her. He could just clean himself up as best he could, fasten his pants, and walk away. He almost did it. He almost made it out the door without uttering a single syllable. But he made the mistake of turning around and looking back at her, still leaning there against the closet wall, still breathing hard, dress, rumpled hair must. And he wanted her. He still wanted her. It was physiologically impossible for him to have her again, not this soon. And yet, unlock the screens to the French doors in your bedroom, Tom told her, his voice still unsteady, if you want me up there tonight. She gazed at him. Tom, please, can we? He didn't want to hear it, didn't want to talk. It was, after all, her rule. No, he said, and got out of there fast. Chapter 17, are they awful? I didn't look at them, David said as he stepped back to let Mallory into his apartment. He had the air conditioning on in anticipation of tonight's photo shoot, so he closed the door tightly behind her. You didn't? Why not? She looped her fanny pack over the back of one of the kitchen chairs. Because they're your photos. You should be the one who sees them first. This past day had been torture. As he'd worked, he'd seen only glimpses of Mallory taking pictures with his camera around the hotel. And then when he'd finally had the afternoon off, she'd been on at the ice cream shop. He'd gone in, ordered a cone, and watched her work as he'd eaten it. He'd gotten a cup of coffee, too, and sketched her as it had cooled. He'd stretched it into 2 hours, but he was so afraid of being creepy. Of being David Sullivan, the stalker. You didn't even peek, she asked. No, he said. Honestly, not even a little, he laughed as he handed her the pack of photos. No, you look at them, and if you decide you want me to see, I want you to see them. I wouldn't have minded if you checked them out. Why was she looking at him like that? Her eyes were soft, and as he gazed back at her, she turned away as if she was suddenly uncertain or shy. Mallory Paoletti shy. So how was work? She asked as she sat down at his kitchen table and opened the pack of pictures, pulling them out and flipping quickly through them. I was thinking about how tired you must have been all day after working all those extra shifts in a row, after getting almost no sleep that night I came in and woke you up. David slowly sat down next to her, struggling to understand, afraid to misinterpret. Had she meant she'd been thinking about him all day, or that he must have been tired all day? It couldn't have been the first. Could it? It was okay, he said. I'm a little tired, but I made a lot of money from tips. I don't have to work in the morning, but the boss wants me to come in for the lunch shift tomorrow. One of the room service waiters quit, and they're short-staffed. A week ago, he would have jumped at the chance to make the extra money. Now all he could think was if he worked during lunch, he wouldn't be able to meet Mallory at the ice cream shop and have a sandwich with her by the marina. He'd missed doing that these past 2 days. Funny how quickly lunch had become his favorite time of day. Of course, right now was his favorite time of day too, since she was finally here. Room service, she said. Cool. Are you going to do it? Take bottles of champagne up to all those lonely millionaires' wives who are looking for a little action while their elderly husbands are out fishing or playing golf. She imitated a breathy, high-class voice. Hello, room service. This is Mrs. Megabucks in room 260. I'd like a triple order of caviar, and can you send it up with that attractive David Sullivan and his great, big, enormous. She glanced up at him, her eyes gleaming, and David found himself thinking shy. Where on earth had he gotten the impression earlier that she was suddenly shy? Trey, she finished, laughing. It was too late. He was already blushing. You thought I was going to say something else, didn't you? She asked. Actually, with you, Nightshade, I always expect the extraordinary. I wouldn't dream of trying to second-guess you. You're far too unique. Too much of a freak. No, that's not what I meant, he said quickly. I mean that you're special. I think you're incredible and, oh, God, way to go. Nothing like screwing up their friendship by cluing her into the fact that he was completely infatuated. He grabbed her pictures and began looking through them, bracing himself, ready for her to make some excuse and leave. She had to go clean the bottom of her garbage can. She had to go brush her cat's teeth. She had to. Or maybe she wouldn't take the excuse route. Maybe she'd stay but give him the friendship speech. Gee, I really like you, David, and I'm so glad we're friends. Friends. Let me say that again in case you didn't hear. Frienddddss. But when he glanced up at her, she was looking at him in that same odd way that she'd been looking at him before. That's really nice, she said softly, and then she did it. At least he thought she did it. At the very least, and probably far more likely, he only imagined she did it. Her gaze dropped for just a split second to his mouth before she smiled and looked away. According to every body language book in the world, that meant she wanted him to kiss her. Except, of course, if he'd only imagined it. Then it meant that he'd imagined she wanted him to kiss her. Two vastly different conclusions. He looked down at the photos in his hands. She'd taken pictures of people. In and around the lobby of the Baldwin's Bridge Hotel. She'd used the zoom lens, so they were all candids, taken without the subject's awareness of her presence. She'd caught a distinguished-looking man with his finger up his nose. A woman, her face contorted with anger as she spoke on a pay phone. A little girl, dreamily lost within the pages of an open book. A man checking in at the registration desk, holding tightly on to the rolling cart filled with luggage, caught in a tug of war as a bellboy tried to take it away. Several shots of David as he'd worked, smiling as he stopped to talk with an elderly man, Mr. Torrance. She must have taken them through the restaurant window. These are really great, David said, spreading them out on the table. He leaned forward to point to the angry woman, and his shoulder brushed Mallory's. She didn't move back. In fact, she moved closer. Their heads were almost touching, too, as they looked at the photo, and David's mind went completely blank. 2 seconds ago, he'd intended to tell her something about this picture, but right now, all he could think about was the fact that her shoulder was warm and solid against his. From the corner of his eye, he saw her turn to look at him. She smelled like the gum she chewed by the pack as a substitute for her cigarettes, sharp and spicy. Cinnamon today. He turned toward her, too, his mouth suddenly dry, his palms suddenly sweaty, feeling completely uncertain and scared to death. He wanted to kiss her. Every instinct he had was screaming that she wanted him to kiss her too. But if he was wrong, he could lose her as a friend, and he couldn't bear that. "Brandon's late," he said through the parched desert that had once been his mouth. Mallory sat back. "Do you want me to get changed? Do I have to get changed? Since it's just a kiss, can we do it dressed without the oil and bathing suit?" "Oh," David said. "Yeah, well, I was going to take more than just a close-up. I mean, I was going to take close-ups too, but I also wanted some full-length shots, bodies and legs and hands. Hands are so hard to get right. I wanted to see where they fall naturally, you know. Do you mind?" he added. "I know the baby oil's really gross." She'd already crossed to his costume box and was searching for the bathing suit she'd worn the last time. "The baby oil's not half as gross as the thought of kissing that asshole again." "You don't have to do this," he told her. "I really don't want you to have chill." She found the suit and turned to face him. "It's acting. It doesn't mean anything if you're acting right. But if he tries to cop a feel again, well, we'll just have to take a little break while he recovers, if you know what I mean." Mallory went into the bathroom and closed the door, but she opened it right away. "I'm going to need help with the baby oil," she said. "Can you do me a favor and help me put it on? I mean, instead of letting Brand put his hands all over me again." "Yeah," David said. "Of course. My pleasure." He realized a fraction of a second too late just what he'd said, and how completely inappropriate, although baldly true, it was. He opened his mouth to stammer some kind of apology, but Mallory was smiling at him. "Mine too," she said, and shut the bathroom door. As David stood there, he felt the pupils of his eyes dilate, felt his body go into a mild state of shock. That had not been his imagination. Not that time. "Joe, can you do me a favor?" Tom said. "I've got to get to the train station in 15 minutes. Kelly knew when he realized she was sitting out on the deck with Joe and Charles, watching the sunset turn the ocean colors and the sky shades of red-orange. It was right when he'd said the words train station. Something changed very slightly, very subtly in his voice. She shook the ice around in her glass of lemonade before she glanced up at him. He was looking at Joe, tension visible in his shoulders, in the muscles working along the sides of his jaw. He changed into jeans and a t-shirt, sneakers on his feet. Baseball cap. "I need to rent a cargo van with tinted windows. Jazz is going to rig it with surveillance gear," he explained. "I finally found what I'm looking for in Swampscott, but it's a first-come, first-served kind of place, and they're open only till 2000 hours. Next train's in 22 minutes. "Are you sure you should be driving?" Kelly asked. "All the way back from Swampscott by yourself?" He looked at her, his eyes taking in her sundress, the same one she'd had on earlier that afternoon, clearly noting the fact that she'd let her hair down, or rather he had. In the closet, she'd combed it since then, put on sandals and underwear, reapplied the makeup that had run when she'd cried. She wondered if he even knew he'd made her cry by leaving the way he had, so coldly, so abruptly, as if. She cleared her throat. "What if you get dizzy?" she asked. "I won't," he said. Joe had been about to stand, but now he was giving it a second thought too. "You sure you're feeling up to this?" Tom was exasperated. "I feel fine. I've got a headache, but I've just spent 3 hours on the phone trying to find this particular make of van. If I didn't have a headache after that, it would be some kind of miracle. And if I don't catch this train, why don't I just drive you into Swampscott?" Kelly said, her mouth dry, afraid he would turn her down, just as afraid he'd accept. What would she say to him during the 40-minute drive? "You can skip the train, Tom. I'll take you right to the rental place." But he was already shaking his head. "Thanks, but no, I'm not going to ask you to drive me to Swampscott." "You didn't ask," Kelly countered. "I volunteered." Joe and Charles were looking from her to Tom somewhat warily, obviously aware of the undercurrents of tension but hopefully having no clue as to their origin. "Thanks, but no," he said again. "I want to." Her voice wasn't shaking, yet. "I haven't had a chance to apologize to you, and you did," he said. "Before I accepted your apology." He turned away, a trace of desperation in his voice. "Joe, can you please drive me to the train?" Kelly stood up, nearly knocking her chair over. "God damn it. When I said what I said last night, I didn't mean that we should never talk to each other again. I don't want us not to be friends, Tom." Tom didn't move, didn't react, didn't blink. He just looked at her. Kelly couldn't stand it. She didn't care that her father and Joe were watching. She marched up to Tom and kissed him long and hard on the mouth. "My doors will be open tonight." Her voice shook with emotion. "But if you come in, you better be ready to talk." She swept into the house. Charles went along, riding in the backseat as Joe drove Tom to the train station. Since it took only 3 minutes to get to the train, they'd stopped at the Honey Farms on the way. Tom had wanted a bottle of Pepsi, no doubt to try to control his headache, which surely had to be a damn sight worse after that show Kelly had put on out on the deck. Kelly, whose doors, presumably the French ones on her balcony, would be open to Tom tonight. Charles tried to reassure himself that he was okay with that. It was, after all, the start of the 21st century. If his 32-year-old grown-up daughter wanted to have a relationship with a man who wasn't her lawfully wedded husband, well, that was her business, not his. He should have done the same with his second wife, saved himself one hell of a lot of grief, not to mention money. Tom got back into Joe's car, Pepsi in hand, and Joe put the car into reverse. "Wait," Charles ordered. He tapped Tom on the shoulder. "Have you got everything you need? Because if you don't, you might want to go back in there and buy it." "Them a box. Ah, Christ. You know what I mean." Joe and Tom both turned to look back at him. Where had Jenny's father been with that kind of advice the night Charles had taken her to the Lenox Ballroom in Boston and driven home via back roads? Very dark, very deserted back roads. Dark enough to take a blanket out into the crisp autumn night, spread it out in the middle of a deserted field so they could share a bottle of wine and gaze up at the stars. Well, maybe Jenny had done some stargazing, but Charles sure hadn't. "Condoms," he said now crossly. "Do you need me to spell it for you too? Do you have some, son?" Tom gazed at him, completely surprised. Charles could read this Paoletti nearly as well as he could read the senior one. It was obvious that Tom wasn't afraid of Charles, but he was taken aback by his frankness, unsure how to respond to the father of the woman he was probably intending to. Yes. This was awkward. "Just nod your head," Charles demanded. "Yes or no? If it's yes, we go. If it's no, you trot back into the store." And Tom nodded, "Yes," but then he shook his head no. "Sir, I'm not going to talk about this anymore," Charles loudly cut him off. "You told me what I wanted to know. Just promise if the opportunity arises, you'll actually use the damn things." Tom nodded again. "Yes." And then, smart young man that he was, he turned back around and sat facing the front, probably praying hard that Joe got him to the train before Charles started questioning him about his favorite sexual positions. Joe drove down North Street, making sure Charles saw him, rolling his eyes balefully at him in the rearview mirror. Just what Charles needed after they dropped Tom off at the train. A lecture from the high priest of polite on the propriety of talking about condoms with the man his only daughter had just publicly invited into her bedroom tonight. Joe would probably have preferred that Charles urge caution to the point of not needing condoms. He didn't want either of their children, grown-up children, but still, their children, to get hurt. And Charles and Joe both knew a thing or two about how easy it was to hurt the people you care about the most. As Joe pulled into the commuter rail station, Charles couldn't help but remember another trip he took with Joe to the train, this one back in France. Sibylle had been with them, along with Henry and Luke the poor bastard. They'd received a coded message from a BBC French special broadcast, requesting aid in stopping German troop movement. The fighting in the French countryside was fierce, and anything they could do to keep the Germans from sending reinforcements and supplies by train would help the Allies. Joe had asked Charles to go with them. They were short-handed that night. Luc, Marie, and Dominique were nowhere to be found, and Joe and Sibylle needed his help. Charles's leg had healed enough that he could move without his cane. Ironically, that had been the very night Joe had planned to begin the dangerous journey taking Charles to the Allied side of the line. But with the BBC broadcast, all bets were off. Things were still tense in the house. It had been only a few days since he and Sibylle had fought in the kitchen, since Joe had realized Sibylle had gone to his bed only because she couldn't have Charles. The entire dynamics of the household had been turned sideways. No wonder Luc Dieu, Marie, and Dominique had taken a powder. At first, Charles had refused to help. What could he do? He knew nothing about explosives or blowing up train tracks. Besides, he'd told them he'd quit the hero business. He'd filled his lifetime quota of heroic acts already, thanks. But by nightfall, when the time came, Charles found himself dressed and ready to go, unable to let them leave without him. Sibylle had matter-of-factly handed him an extra gun as if she'd been expecting him all along, securing her own Walther PPK just inside the waist of her trousers. She was dressed like a man, complete with smudges of coal on her face, and she quickly helped him blacken his own face, too. Moving through the streets was terrifying. They had to hide several times from patrolling Germans, hardly daring to breathe, knowing that the slightest wrong move, the slightest misstep would mean discovery and certain death. It was nerve-wracking and exhausting, and Joe and Sibylle had been doing it nearly every night for years. Moving through the woods outside town was only slightly better. They traveled quickly south, still on foot, to a nearby village that sat on the train line. The entire track was being guarded. The Germans were expecting saboteurs. But Sibylle had proposed they plant their explosives along a section of track uncomfortably near the German barracks, near the station, right on the outskirts of town. And sure enough, although it was tricky to get to, once they were there, the area was completely unguarded. Henry planted the explosives along a key length of track, while Luc set his bomb beneath a railroad car sitting dark and silent nearby. It was open and empty, but it was there, and if they blew it up, the Germans couldn't use it to carry food and water to their soldiers on the front lines. As the two men worked, Joe, Sibylle, and Charles kept watch. Charles had been terrified, not for himself, for Sibylle. He didn't want to care, he didn't want to love her. All he'd ever wanted was to be back home. He gazed out the window as Joe pulled the car up alongside the Baldwin's Bridge Station house and braked to a stop. "Thanks for the ride," Tom said. Joe nodded. Tom opened the door and climbed out of the car. Charles put down his window. "By the way, something I forgot to mention earlier. If you hurt Kelly, I'll kill you," slowly and painfully. It was true that Kelly had told him she didn't want to marry Tom, but for all Charles knew, that was simply a case of protesting too much. He himself flipped back and forth between wanting them to try to have a life together and wanting them to stay far away from each other. Tom had the good grace not to laugh in his face. "Mr. Ashton, I can assure you it's not my intention to. I don't care about your intentions. I know you don't intend to hurt her. I'm just telling you don't." Charles pushed the button and the window slid back up. For a minute, Charles thought the young man was going to knock on the window and demand to continue this conversation. But the train came into the station, and Tom dashed for the platform. Joe sat for a moment, watching him. "He's a good man," Joe said. "And he loves her, I'm certain of that. I don't know what that was about tonight on the deck, but I'm pretty sure she loves him, too, although I don't think we could get either of them to admit it." For Charles, that wasn't good news. For Charles, love was no kind of answer. "Great," he grumbled. "That means Tom's got the power to really hurt her." Who were those stupid musicians who'd written that song a few years back? The song with the refrain that went, "All you need is love." Bah. What did they know about love anyway? Love was certainly not all he'd needed, back when he'd finally found it. It was a curse, a cause of pain for everyone it touched. What he'd really needed was to avoid love, to put up that newspaper barrier between him and his little blue-eyed daughter, because opening his heart to her would have meant just that, opening his heart. And God knows what might have happened had everything he'd locked inside escaped. Maybe Kelly and Tom would be lucky, and they'd keep their relationship casual. Casual lovers having casual sex. No love, no complications, no heartache, no endless lifetime of what-ifs and might-have-beens. Mallory closed her eyes as David's hand slid across her bare shoulders and down her back. He was silent. The room was silent. She could hear the sound of his quiet breathing in the stillness as he put more oil on his hands and gently, almost reverently applied it to her lower back. And then he was done. He stepped back, away from her. "Damn." "Thanks," she said, turning to take the bottle from him. For a half-second the look in his eyes was pure male. It gave his face an edge that was both frightening and exciting. David wasn't just skinny, goofy David. David was a man. But then he looked embarrassed and apologetic, as if he was afraid that what she'd seen in his eyes might have offended her. And she wasn't at all afraid anymore. Because this man was David. Kind, sweet, wonderful David. The phone rang. He crossed the room, grabbing a paper towel to wipe his hands before he picked it up. "Hello," it came out raspy, and he cleared his throat. "Yeah, where are you?" It had to be Brandon. David glanced at her. But Mal's already transformed into Nightshade, and as she watched, he laughed. It was not a "gee, that's a funny joke" laugh. It was a "boy, you're an asshole" laugh. "Yeah, great, you get what you pay for. I know. Look, Bran, next time you cancel, don't do it 35 minutes after you were supposed to be here. When it's just you and me, I don't mind, but Mallory's here. If you'd let me know earlier, I could have called her and rescheduled." Instead, she came all the way over, and he met her gaze, shaking his head slightly, an apology in his eyes. Bran wasn't coming. David hung up the phone. "God damn it, I really wanted to get these photos taken." He ran his hands through his hair. Shit. Mallory, I'm really sorry. It's no big deal," she reassured him. "I would have come over anyway to see the pictures and to, hang out. I mean, if you didn't mind." He laughed as he turned away, as if he didn't want to look directly at her. "Mind? Yeah, right. Look, why don't you take a quick shower and we can go get something to eat? I'm really sorry we didn't wait until we heard from Bran before you got oiled up." "You know what I think?" Mallory asked. God, she just had a flash of brilliance. David was so painfully polite. If she waited for him, they were both going to be 100 years old before he even held her hand. What better way to do this? She took a deep breath. "I think you should use a remote and stand in for Brandon." David laughed again. "Oh, I'm real photogenic. But you are." "What, are you kidding?" He gestured to himself. "Look at me, Mal, come on." She went to the table, found the pictures she'd taken of him yesterday. "I happen to think you're extremely photogenic. You've got a good face. It's not beautiful like Brandon's, but so what? Why does Julian have to be beautiful? I think it's far more likely Nightshade would hook up with a guy who looks like you, a guy who's got a real smile. When Brandon smiles, it's so fake. When he smiles, you know what it makes me think?" David shook his head. "His smile says to me, I love myself so much, I'd suck my own dick if only I could reach it with my mouth." He tried not to laugh and failed. Nightshade wouldn't waste her time with a guy like that. She tossed the pictures back on the table as she went for the costume box, digging through it. "Lose the glasses. I'll fix your hair, I've got some gel in my bag." She found the Speedo and fired it across the room at him as if it were a giant rubber band. It hit him smack in the center of his chest. He caught it, held it up. "I don't think—" "Oh, no fair," she said. "I put this on. You're definitely putting that on." He shook his head. "But please," she said, playing her trump card. "This way I won't have to kiss Brandon again." Kiss. As she watched him, she saw the word and its meaning register. For a guy who was one of the smartest people she'd ever met, it sure took close to forever for the old light bulb to click on. But once it did, he was no fool. "Of course," he said. "It's certainly worth a try." And he took the Speedo and made a beeline for the bathroom to change. After Kelly showered, she cleaned her room. Underwear and t-shirts in the dresser drawers. Other clothes in the closet. On hangers. Who had she been kidding anyway? She was definitely living here, whether she pretended she was or not, whether she hung her clothes in her closet or not. She'd really done it. At 32 years of age, she had moved back into her childhood home. The circumstances were such that it wasn't quite as pathetic as it sounded. Her father was dying. She had reason to be here. Of course, the fact that she was divorced and child-free and completely available to move back in to care for him was pretty pathetic. If she weren't such a loser with her personal life, she wouldn't have been able to help. And it had to have been at least partially her fault that Gary had cheated on her and gotten Tiffany Big Tits pregnant. The theory being that if she, Kelly, had been such a top-notch, great a wife, Gary wouldn't have sought pleasure elsewhere. But Kelly had obviously failed wifeness. She was a great pediatrician, a decent cook, and an above-average personal assistant when it came to scheduling both hers and Gary's lives. But when it came to being a lover and sex kitten extraordinaire, she'd flat-out failed. She'd chickened out. She'd let Gary take the lead, waited for him to inch his way out on the tightrope of sexual adventurousness. Only Gary had never inched. There'd been no adventurousness, and after a while there was barely any sex. Because Gary had stopped seeing her as the babe he'd once worked overtime to get into his bed. Instead, he saw her as the nice, faintly familiar-looking woman who picked up his dry cleaning. Complacency had replaced passion. Marriage was like that. It was a giant permission slip to be complacent, and Kelly was determined not to get herself caught in that trap ever again. She would not spend even an hour of the rest of her life completely invisible with someone who'd learned to see right through her. Of course, she'd done absolutely nothing to shake Gary awake. If she had bought the sexy underwear she'd wanted, if she'd pulled him with her into the phone booth, size bathroom on the train, if she'd gone to his office and locked the door behind her, there was a pretty good chance he would have been ready to sign on. Tom sure as hell had. She would never have believed she had the nerve to do what she did this afternoon. To go to him that way, intending to seduce him. It hadn't ended the way she'd imagined it would, with his forgiveness, his understanding, and his agreement that their relationship was based first and foremost on passion, but also on their long-time friendship. It hadn't ended with tender kisses and shared laughter, two old friends who were more than friends in bed. It had ended with Tom zipping up and walking away as if she meant absolutely nothing to him. That wasn't what she'd wanted. Or was it? She'd wanted only to play at deep passion. She'd wanted only to pretend at a personal connection. She hadn't wanted to risk getting too close, risk falling in love, risk heartache. Especially not the kind of heartache she'd felt the last time Tom had walked out of her life. Who was she kidding here? Only herself, it seemed. She'd defined the parameters of this relationship with Tom before it had even started. She'd built them a neat little box, and surprise, that box couldn't begin to contain this thing that they shared. It was too big, too unwieldy, too dangerous. The truth was, she was terrified of falling in love with Tom, of being devastated when he walked away again. Yet even more terrifying was her fear of falling out of love with Tom. Even if some impossible miracle occurred and there somehow was a fairy tale happy ending to this mess, complete with Tom as Prince Charming, standing at the front of a church in his dress uniform as she wore a white gown, there was no guarantee their happiness would last. In fact, it probably wouldn't. And Kelly wouldn't be able to bear it if in 8 years their conversation was limited to who was picking up the dry cleaning on the way home from work. What she wanted was always to be the woman Tom gazed at with molten heat and burning need in his eyes, the way he'd looked at her today in that closet, before he'd coldly turned and walked away. God, there were no easy solutions. Kelly unlocked the screen door that led to the balcony and went outside, breathing in the fresh ocean air. 30 minutes by train to Swampscott. 15 to 30 to the car rental place, depending on its location. 20 minutes to fill out the paperwork, pay for the van. Another 45 minutes home, depending on the traffic. According to her calculations, Tom should be home pretty soon. Kelly sat down on the balcony rocking chair to wait. Chapter 18. Mallory used about a half-pound of hair gel and managed to glue down David's hair. She'd combed it straight back from his face, but there had been one lock that just didn't want to behave until now. He was sitting at the kitchen table with a towel modestly wrapped around his waist. He didn't look as painfully skinny as she'd thought he would without his shirt on. In fact, he wasn't so much skinny as lean. He was built like a long-distance runner, with hardly any fat on him at all. His shoulders were solid, though, and his arms were actually muscular, a far cry from the pipe cleaner appendages she'd imagined he'd have. Not that she would have cared. Well, maybe she would have cared a little, but not much. He was sitting there so seriously. In fact, Mallory doubted he'd smiled once since he came out of the bathroom. "Stand up," she ordered him. "And lose the skirt, Braveheart. It's time for you to experience the joys of baby oil over 98% of your body." He smiled at that, but it was pretty wan. "You know, Mal, I'm not sure about." She didn't wait to find out what he wasn't sure about. She just squeezed some oil onto her hand and started spreading it across his back. She knew it felt cool against his warm skin, or maybe it was the sensation of her hands on him that shut him up. "Come on," she said. "Stand up." He stood, but he held the towel with one hand at his waist. Mallory used both hands to put oil on his entire back. His skin was remarkably soft. She wanted to take her time to make it obvious this wasn't just about putting oil on him for the photos, but she was nervous, too. "Come on," she said again, tugging gently at the towel. "I'm starting to get oil on this." David took a deep breath and released a rush of air. "Oh my God, I'm just going to say it, all right." He closed his eyes tightly, took another deep breath. "I really like you, Nightshade, and I suck at acting. And there's a good chance that I'm really going to offend you because even though you're going to be acting, I'm not. I really want to kiss you. And with this little bathing suit, there's just no way to hide the fact that you completely turn me on. And I'm already more than half, you know. Oh God. I don't want to take this towel off, and it's okay if you just want to be friends. I don't want you thinking it's only about your body, because it's not. It's really not. I mean, it is, but it isn't, you know." And Mallory would have liked him to keep going. Everything he was saying was making her feel about as good as she'd ever felt in her entire life. It was okay with him if she just wanted to be friends. He really liked her, he wasn't kidding. But as she turned him to face her, as she began putting oil on his chest, he stopped. It was as if she'd suddenly pulled his plug out of the wall. He opened his eyes and looked down at her as if he were surprised to see her there. "Oh," he said, "I can do that." She didn't stop. She just looked up at him directly into his eyes. "Yeah, well, I can do it better." He gazed at her. Didn't it figure that now he'd be silent, when she most needed his reassurance that she wasn't making a total ass of herself? Her pulse was going so hard she wouldn't have been surprised if he could hear her heart beating. She squeezed more oil into her hands, set the bottle back on the table, and ran her hands across the muscles in his shoulders. He had really nice shoulders. Her voice cracked slightly as she said, "Don't you think?" He nodded then. "Yeah," he whispered. "Oh, yeah." Mallory picked up the bottle again, and as she poured more oil into her hands, David reached for her. He touched her gently, the tips of his fingers trailing almost ticklingly lightly down her side, his gaze luminously hot as his eyes followed his hand. He touched her stomach, still lightly, touched her belly button ring. It was all the reassurance Mallory needed. "I'm not going to be acting either," she told him quietly. "Not tonight, not with you, David." "Yeah," he whispered again, gazing into her eyes. "Oh my God." He smiled then, and her heart did a slow flip in her chest. It was impossible not to smile back at him. He leaned closer, and she realized he was taller than she was, much taller. He had to lower his head to kiss her. But then he was kissing her, and she didn't care how tall he was. All that mattered was David's mouth, David's hands, David's eyes. His lips were exquisite, his mouth soft and deliciously sweet. He kissed her slowly, taking his time. She could taste his hunger, yet he didn't try to inhale her completely, the way most guys did when they kissed her. And when he pulled her closer, he didn't grab at her butt or her breasts, the way most guys did, as if a kiss gave them permission to manhandle her. Instead, he kept his hands carefully high on her back, still skimming her bare skin so deliciously lightly. She felt his towel fall off, felt it slide down her leg and land on her foot. "I hope you don't mind," he said as he opened his eyes and gazed down at her. His beautiful eyes were so warm. "I didn't want the first time I kissed you to be for the cameras." He was romantic. David of the funny hair and awful plaid shirts was the most romantic man Mallory had ever met in her life. When she kissed him again, he sighed his pleasure, and she knew. It was okay that she'd fallen in love with him. Her heart was safe in his gentle hands. Charles had gone to his room feigning fatigue. Although it didn't really count as feigning. He was tired. He was always tired these days. Less than 3 months left to live, and he was sleeping it all away. He and Joe had arrived home to find the living room overrun with commandos. Tom's friends were a little daunting. The big black man named Jazz rarely smiled, and the Hell's Angel with chains on his boots and long hair kept circling the Vanessa Williams look-alike, pretending that he didn't want her around. If Boots and Chains had his druthers, they'd be sharing a bedroom before the night was out. But Vanessa, she wasn't born yesterday. She kept her head in her book, avoiding eye contact with Boots, clearly as smart as she was beautiful. And she was beautiful. Charles had flirted with her a bit before he'd sought out the peace and quiet of his room. Her name was Alyssa, even prettier than Vanessa. She'd smiled at him and flirted a bit back, sweet beneath her drill sergeant facade. Charles climbed into bed, a trick that could well have been an Olympic event among the nursing home set. He needed a hit from the oxygen tank next to his bed after achieving his 9.9 score. He figured he wouldn't get a perfect 10, because even after nearly 60 years, the German judges would still have it in for him. God knows he'd given them reason enough to hate him, and that hatred was mutual. Hatred and fear. It was a bad combination, made for some really nasty cold sweat, and the Ashtons tried to avoid stinking whenever possible. He'd spent nearly all of 1944 reeking. He could remember standing in the dark by the train station on that uncomfortably warm summer night, certain that if the Germans didn't see him, they'd be able to sniff him out. Every cell in his body was on edge as he stood there, watching and listening for approaching Germans as Henry and Luke unplanted explosives on that railroad track. His heart was literally hammering in his chest. He couldn't see Sibylle from where he was positioned, and it was driving him mad. He should have insisted she stay behind. He should have volunteered to go right from the first. He should have made love to her when she'd come to his room. And then it happened. Charles still didn't know what went wrong. All he knew was 1 second he was scanning the nearby woods for Germans, and the next he was on his face, spitting dirt out of his mouth, with the roar of an explosion ringing in his ears, and the heat and flames from the blast still singeing the back of his head. Sibylle. He pushed himself onto his feet, only to go back down hard. Christ, he'd somehow twisted or broken, God help him, his ankle. Same goddamned leg he'd hobbled around on for weeks. It hurt like hell, but he could do little more than grit his teeth as he crawled toward the spot where he'd last seen Sibylle. She was there, and she was alive, thank God. But in the light of the fire dancing up from the flaming railroad car, he could see that she'd been stunned, a trickle of blood escaping from her ear. He had to get her out of there. He could already hear shouting in harsh German and the sound of barking dogs. The two sounded remarkably similar and equally terrifying. Cursing steadily to fight the pain, he pushed himself to his feet, scooping Sibylle up in his arms. Joe materialized through the smoke, and Charles saw from his face as he looked at Sibylle that he feared the worst. "She's alive," he told the other man. Joe closed his eyes briefly. "Thank God." He drew in a deep breath, looking back through the smoke toward the flames. "Take her to safety," he ordered. "Henry's already scattered. I'm going back to look for Luke." Charles felt the heat even from this distance. There's no way he could have survived that. Why risk your own life for if he's not dead, he's badly burned and probably dying. But if the Germans find him, Joe's face was grim as he checked that his gun was loaded. There's only so much pain a man can take and too many secrets to let escape. And Charles understood. Joe was going back out of more than loyalty to Luke. He was going back to protect them all. If Luke lived long enough for the SS to get their hands on him, Sibley's entire operation was in dire danger. "You take Sibley," Charles tried to pass her to Joe. "I'll find Luke." But Joe moved back. "Luke's my friend," he said quietly. "Keep Sibley safe." Just like that, he was gone. "Wait," Charles said desperately. "I don't even know which way to go, which way to take her." But the German voices were getting louder, approaching swiftly from along the tracks. Charles faded back into the woods, limping into the darkness. Exactly where, he didn't know. Praying he wasn't heading directly toward more Germans, he moved as quickly as he could on his injured ankle, trying to protect Sibley's face from the branches whipping past them. He hadn't gone far when he heard it. A single gunshot. Either Joe was dead or Joe had found Luke, still alive but beyond saving, and both thoughts were unthinkable. But it was hard to believe a patrol of German soldiers would have taken Joe down without a volley of machine gun fire. And then the bomb Henry had planted on the tracks blew, and Charles knew Joe was still alive. Charles heard the tearing sound of the German guns, the shouting as Joe surely led the soldiers in the opposite direction from Charles and Sibley. Joe was still alive, at least for the moment. Charles pushed on, farther into the countryside, the night a blur of pain and fear. He was hopelessly lost, and even when he tried to chart his direction from the night sky, he wasn't sure which way to go. West and north to the fighting, or away from it. After what seemed like hours, he found a deserted farmhouse, its roof torn open to the sky. He'd found a tattered blanket, spread it on the dirt floor, and he'd held Sibley in his arms through the night, praying she wasn't injured more seriously than he'd thought, praying for Joe. Praying Joe had gotten away, praying for his soul, praying that he, Charles, would never have to do what he suspected Joe had done, fire that single shot and put an end to a good friend's suffering. Tom was home. He'd been home for an hour. Kelly had been on the balcony when he'd pulled the van into the driveway. She'd watched as he'd parked alongside the garage, watched as he'd climbed out. She'd watched as he went into Joe's cottage without even a glance up toward her windows. She'd watched the light go on in his bedroom, watched it go out. And still he didn't come. He didn't want to talk to her. He'd rather stay away. Kelly turned off her own light and climbed into bed. She refused to be so pathetic as to cry herself to sleep, so she didn't go to sleep. They were supposed to be taking pictures, but David couldn't bring himself to stop kissing Mallory. They were standing in his apartment, both nearly naked, and the sensation of her fabulous body pressed so tightly against his was mind-blowing. Her breasts against his chest, her thighs against his, the softness of her stomach against his arousal, the silkiness of her skin beneath his hands. Breathing hard, he pulled back from her, or at least he meant to pull back from her. Somehow his hand got tangled in the string of her bathing suit top. It was completely, entirely unintentional, but as he pulled, the string untied, and it had been tied so tightly that, with the bow gone, the knot slipped free. 1 second she was wearing the top of the bikini, and the next she wasn't. The next she was standing in front of him, completely bare-breasted. As a 20-year-old heterosexual man, David had a natural affinity for breasts. He enjoyed them immensely, whether covered by a t-shirt or a sweater or a bathing suit. Breasts were like a happy, pleasurable living party. They were a blast of loud, pulse-racing salsa music in the otherwise too solemn dirge of life. Mallory's breasts were all that and more, so much more. She was beyond beautiful, with large rosy pink tips and milky white skin. "Oh God," David said. "I'm sorry, I'm not." She didn't move to cover herself. In fact, she reached up and untied the second string that was around her back. "This suit's too small. It's really uncomfortable." She wasn't as matter-of-fact about this as she was pretending to be. David saw uncertainty and a trace of something else, fear, maybe in her eyes, as if she wasn't sure he'd like what he saw. Was she nuts? "How could you not know how beautiful you are?" he whispered. He touched her. He couldn't stop himself from filling his hands with her, from leaning down and tasting her. "Don't you know what you do to me?" He suckled harder and she gasped, pulling him closer, her arms around him, her legs opening to him, the soft, sweet inside of her thigh against his. He couldn't believe this was real, that this was truly happening. "Slow down," he warned himself. "Don't push her too far. Don't assume this means she wants to go all the way. Don't make that choice for her. Be ready for her to change her mind." But she put her mouth close to his ear. "You know I do know." He lifted his head. "What?" "I know what I do to you." Mallory smiled at him wickedly. She pulled apart from him slightly and pointed down between them, and his skimpy bathing suit no longer covered him. There he was in all his dubious glory, emerging from the top of the suit. He quickly reached down to tug up the suit, but that didn't help. The suit was too little and he was too aroused. "Oh God, I'm sorry, can I touch you?" She was serious. She was actually asking if she could. David nodded. He couldn't speak. She reached out with one finger, yet it was almost enough to make him lose it as she lightly ran it down his entire length. "Whoa," she said. She did it again. "You ever used this thing before?" He found his voice at that. "If you're asking if I'm a virgin, the answer is no. Believe it or not, I've done this before." "Hey, I didn't mean to imply that you hadn't or insult you in any way." She touched him again. David couldn't stand it. He kissed her, pulling her close, pressing her hand fully against him as he filled his own hand with her breast, filled to overflow. He remembered the first time he'd spoken to her. If someone had told him then that he'd be doing this now. He laughed aloud. She wasn't done with her questions. So who was she? No one. He kissed her again. This was so not what he wanted to discuss right now. Mallory pulled her mouth away from his again. She had to have a name. It was Janice. David looked down at her and knew she wasn't going to stop asking until she got the entire story. So he told her. She was Brandon's girlfriend back in high school. The summer after freshman year of college, she used me to try to make him jealous. It didn't work. The only one who ended up getting hurt was him, and Mallory somehow knew. That really must have sucked. Did you love her? He looked into the softness of her eyes and told her the truth that he'd never told Bran, never told Janice. "Yeah, I'm sorry," she nodded, so serious. "Yeah, I didn't think you'd do it with someone you didn't, love." He had to be honest with her. "Mal, I'm a guy. There've been times when if I could have, but did you?" "No, I didn't exactly have the opportunity." "So how do you know," she asked, "if you really would have done it?" That was a good point. "This Janice bitch," she said. Honestly, I'm not sorry she didn't love you too, because then where would I be? In love with some guy who's already got a girlfriend." David couldn't breathe. Did she just say in love with? Mal tried to hold his gaze, her chin at a challenging angle, but she couldn't do it. She looked away from him, briefly closing her eyes. "Say something, David. Don't leave me hanging here like this." He pulled her chin up so she had to look at him. "You love me." His voice cracked, but he didn't give a damn. She shrugged, her movement pure Mallory. "What? You didn't think I'd want to do it with someone I didn't love, did you?" Do it. She wanted to do it. Desire crashed into him, making his bathing suit even more ridiculously useless. He was speechless again for just a little too long, and uncertainty crept back into her eyes. "I mean," she said, "that's assuming we're going to, do it." And David knew. His entire life had been leading up to this very moment, this one night. Mallory loved him. She wanted him. He wanted to cry. Instead, he took her hand and pulled her toward his bed. "I love you too," he told her, fighting to get the words past the emotion that clogged his throat. She kissed him, slowing them down. "I know," she said. I hoped you did." "I fell in love with you that day I first came to the ice cream shop," he admitted. "I remember the moment I knew. It was when you told me to fuck off." She laughed. "What? You didn't really mean it?" Well, maybe you did, but you said it to be funny, and I realized right at that moment that you had a wicked sense of humor, and I fell in love with you. He couldn't wait another second, and he picked her up to take her the last few steps to his bed. Oh my God, she said, clinging to him, we're going to get oil on the sheets. Do I look like I care? She looked down at his bathing suit and laughed again. No. He kissed her as he sank back with her on the bed, ready to take his time. He wanted to worship her, make love to her reverently, explore every inch of her body with his eyes and his mouth and his fingers. But she was in a hurry, tugging at his swimsuit, freeing him from its elastic confines. She struggled to get her own suit down her legs. He helped her, and then they were naked, both of them, in his bed. David laughed. He couldn't help himself. This was too good, too amazing, too damned wonderful. Do you have a condom? He stopped laughing. Oh, doom, he didn't. He wasn't at all prepared for this. Number Mal, I never dreamed I did, she told him. I dreamed, and I stopped at the drugstore on my way over tonight. She pointed to her bag over by the kitchen table. Would you mind? They should be on the top. No, he so didn't mind. He pushed himself off the bed and found a box, an entire box, of condoms. He tore the outer plastic, tore the little foil wrapper. Mallory had pulled his sheet up over her body. How funny that she was so modest, and now she watched him cover himself. But no sooner was he done than the sheet was off. She pulled him down alongside her and kissed him, long and strong and sweet. He would have been happy just to kiss her all night, but she was the one who urged him on. Please, David. He'd been certain she would prefer to be on top, to take control, but she didn't seem to want that. So he shifted on top of her, gently pushing himself between her legs. She opened for him and he touched her with his fingers. She was so smooth, like satin, like heaven. He couldn't wait. He pushed against her, sliding slowly into her, and then that was strange. He pushed again, but he couldn't go any farther. It was as if he'd hit a barrier. He pushed a little harder, resistance, definitely resistance. What the hell? And then he knew. Realization dawned. Mal, his voice shook. She opened her eyes and looked up at him, and he saw the truth. He was right. Oh God, you're a virgin. Even though he said it, even though he could feel her tight around him, he didn't quite comprehend it. Why didn't you tell me? Why didn't you ask? He'd assumed she was experienced. With her attitude and that body, he'd believed. And she knew what he'd believed. God, he was a jerk. You love me, David. She searched his eyes. Right. He nodded, scared to death, humbled, ashamed, exhilarated. I don't know if I can do this. The thought of hurting you, even just a little. He truly didn't want to hurt her, but the idea that he was the first ever, only because there was only one first time, was a total turn-on. She, Mallory, had chosen him, David. She could have had anyone, but she'd wanted him. And he wanted her now more than ever. He moved inside of her just the little bit he could. Tell me you love me, she whispered. Please, David. Oh, Nightshade, I do love you, he breathed, with all my heart. He kissed her mouth, her face, her breasts, until the room spun around him, until his need and his passion for her outweighed his fear, and then he thrust, hard and deep. He felt the resistance give, heard her cry out, and he held her tightly, buried impossibly deep inside her. He was trembling as much as she was, more. Are you okay? She asked. Because I'm okay. I'm really okay. He lifted his head to look into her eyes. Are you sure? She smiled tremulously, then kissed him, raising her hips and pushing him even more deeply inside of her. Is this what I'm supposed to do? God, yes. David moved with her, slowly at first, then faster. He kissed her, touched her, loved her for her first time. It was amazing knowing absolutely that she loved him too. David could see the rest of his life stretching out in front of him, a perfect, endless comic strip of laughter and song. And Mallory was there beside him in every frame. He felt her release, felt her cling to him as she exploded. It was all he'd been waiting for, and he crashed into her with such a surge of pleasure his eyes teared. Oh, David, thank you, she breathed. She was thanking him. David couldn't speak for fear she'd know he was crying. But then she used the sheet to wipe her face, and he knew. Tough as nails, Mallory was crying too, because she wasn't tough as nails. She was soft and sweet. She was a total romantic who had saved herself for love. Charles was in pain. It was enough to wake him up, enough to bring tears to his eyes and keep him doubled over and gasping, enough to make him grab the bottle of pills on his bedside table, to shake more than one into his hand and swallow them down with the glass of now warm water that was sitting there. He also grabbed the phone. He clung both to it and to the knowledge that his daughter was just a speed-dialed phone call away as he waited for the pills to work. He hated needing her. He hated needing anyone, but it would take a while for the pills to kick in. He groaned aloud. Maybe this was it. Maybe he was dying right now, tonight. He almost dialed the phone, but then he remembered. Kelly and Tom and Kelly. She'd invited young Paoletti to her room tonight. He was probably there right now. Charles saw the way they looked at each other. Tom was definitely there right now. More reason to call her. Stop them from going past the point of no return, from falling in love. It was so obvious they were dead wrong for each other. Either that or they were a perfect match. Charles couldn't decide, couldn't deny that he both wanted them to marry and wanted them to run as fast and as far from each other as they possibly could. Although if they married, Charles wouldn't have to worry about Joe. The pain grabbed him again. Christ. He clutched the phone. Joe. He could call Joe. Yes, he could always count on Joe. Joe had been there for him, loyal and true, for an entire lifetime. Joe had forgiven him for all his indiscretions. All of them. Charles was the one who had never truly been able to forgive Joe or Sibylle. Sibylle. He closed his eyes, praying for the pills to start working, trying to help along that drifting, free-from-pain feeling by remembering Sibylle as she was in the sunlight. He'd seen her far too infrequently in the light of day. But that one day, that one bright, golden summer day, she'd belonged to him and he'd belonged to her in the sunlight. It was the morning after the explosion gone wrong. Dawn had come and gone by the time Charles awoke, still exhausted, still in pain, still afraid of being discovered by the Germans. He opened his eyes and saw the late morning sunlight playing across the charred beams of the ruined farmhouse. He felt Sibylle stir beside him, and Sibylle. He'd been sleeping with his arms around her, her back to his front, his leg beneath hers, her head tucked beneath his chin, his hand possessively on her breast. She turned now to look up at him as he gazed down at her. He moved his hand, smiling weakly. "Sorry." She didn't smile back, she just looked at him. "Are you all right?" He asked it twice, once in English, once in his pathetic French. She nodded as she pushed herself up, but then she sank back down, holding her head with both hands as if trying to keep it all in one piece. "Where are we?" He immediately missed the warm intimacy of her body next to his. "Well, I've narrowed it down to France." He wished he had water to offer her, but all he had was the whiskey in his hip flask. He took it out and she shook her head. She had her own water, he realized, in a canteen left over from the Great War. The war to end all wars. Ha! She took a sip, offered it to him. He shook his head, preferring the hot jolt from the whiskey. Sibylle moved even farther away from him, leaning back against what was left of the kitchen wall. What happened? Luc must have had a faulty fuse, Charles told her, struggling with the French. Still, she understood from his sign language. His bomb went off too soon. Luc Priox. There was pain in her dark brown eyes. He wanted to hold her again, but he didn't dare. Is he dead? I think so. I'm not sure, but he could still hear an echo of that single gunshot. Why raise false hopes? Probably, yes, I'm sorry. She took a deep breath. What of Henry? She asked. And Geisop? I think Henry got away, Charles told her. As for Joe, I don't know. Last I heard, he was leading the Germans in the other direction so I could get you to safety. She closed her eyes, and he wondered if she believed in God. He wondered if she were praying for Henry and Luc, for Joe, for her own safety. She was grimy, her face still streaked with the soot she'd used to blend in with the night. In the dark, dressed in men's trousers and a coarse work shirt, with her hair tucked into a cap, she could pass for a boy provided the person looking at her was old and half blind. But in the sunlight her femininity was even more obvious. The graceful line of her neck, the delicate curve of her cheek, her two slender wrists, long, elegant fingers. If the Germans found them, they'd have plenty about which to question them, particularly with last night's sabotage fresh in their memories. "We should wash," Charles said abruptly. He wanted to get her to the safety of her home even more than he wanted to hold her again. Sibylle slowly pulled herself up, looking out the empty shell of a broken window. "I think I know where we are. There's a stream nearby. If I'm right, there's a trail through the woods we can use to head towards Stee. Hailing. We should go. You should go." "I can't even stand up." He gestured to his ankle, now swelling out of the top of his boot. It looked awful. Christ, maybe it was broken. Mother of God. She knelt beside him. Her touch was gentle, but still Charles had to bite back a curse. "Did you walk all this way on that, carrying me?" "No," he said. "I ran." She looked at him, eyes wide, and he realized she'd misunderstood. "I ran because I was afraid," he explained. "See, it's what I've been trying to tell you. I'm really good at running away. Fear trumps pain. I didn't feel a thing. Cowards usually don't." Her eyes turned stormy. She didn't understand half of what he'd said, but she understood enough. "Why do you always pretend to be someone you're not?" He was just as frustrated. "Why do you insist on seeing some kind of hero when you look at me?" "I see what I see." Sibylle stood up. "Take off your boot. I'll check if there's water in the well in the yard. If so, it'll be cool. We can soak your ankle in it. If not, we'll figure out a way to get you to that stream." "I'll go to the well," he said, struggling to pull himself up. "Don't you go out there without me. You said you can't even stand up." "Yes, I can. I was lying. See, I'm a liar too." "I already know that," she whispered, then turned away. "Sibylle." Charles tried to follow, cursing and hopping. She was back with a bucket of water before he'd painfully navigated his way around a pile of debris. His ankle wasn't broken. He wouldn't have been able to hobble on it if it were. "Sit," she ordered him back to the blanket he'd spread out on the floor. Her face was already clean, and she dipped the end of her shirt into the water. "I can be still." He let her kneel beside him and wash his face. He tolerated, the sensation of her hands against his face, the sight of the softness of her belly as she pulled her shirt up slightly. But he couldn't keep quiet. "You should go back alone. I can't possibly move fast enough. I'll put you into danger." "No," she said with her customary take-charge command. "We'll wait until dark and we'll go together, slowly." "Sibylle," she looked down at him. "You want me to leave you here? Once you get back, you can send Joe, or would you leave me?" There was no escaping the directness of her gaze, no denying that what he really wanted was to pull her into his arms, to kiss her, to love her. Would he leave her? In a perfect world. Never. But this was no perfect world. "Yes." She laughed. "You are a liar." But then her gaze softened and she touched his face, gently pushing his hair back. "I would, in a heartbeat." He was desperate for her to stop touching him, but he couldn't make himself back away. He used words instead to try to regain the proper distance between them. "Why do you think I'm in such a hurry to return to the American side of the line?" It didn't work. She dried his face gently with the loose sleeve of her shirt, that soft look never leaving her eyes. "Because despite what you think, you are a hero. Because you're torn between what you want and what you believe is right." Charles laughed. Or maybe it was a sob that exploded out of him. It was difficult to tell. "A hero." He grabbed her wrist, pulling her far too roughly toward him. "Would a hero do this?" He kissed her bruisingly hard. She wouldn't let him hurt her. She melted into him, taking his anger and returning it to him as passion. And it was. When Charles lifted his head to gaze down at her, only a powerful, burning need remained. He was going to kiss her again. He knew it and she knew it. It was wrong, but he was going to kiss her. And then, "The world has gone crazy. Nothing makes sense anymore," Sibylle whispered. "All I want just for these few hours, this one single day, is to forget all the pain, all the horror. I want only you and me and this beautiful summer day. This makes sense to me, Charles. It makes so much more sense than anything I've known or done in years." She touched his face, leaned forward to gently press her lips to his. "But I don't want this day angry. I don't want it filled with guilt and pain. I want it pure and clean and perfect, just this beautiful glimpse of what might have been. Sibylle kissed him again. Please, Charles, just this one day. It's all I'll ever ask of you. Charles caught her mouth with his, kissing her deeply, filling his soul with her light and life. With a groan of defeat, he pulled her back with him onto the blanket he'd found last night. Their clothes fell away. She must have done it somehow. It seemed like magic, her smooth skin beneath his fingers, pale and cool against his heat. She was beautiful, more beautiful even than he'd dreamed. He wanted to look, to touch, to taste, to slow time down. If he only had this one day, he wanted it to be endlessly long. But she drew him to her, careful of his injured ankle, and he loved her with his body as well as his heart and soul, pure and clean and perfectly, just as she'd asked. She whispered his name as her eyes burned into his, and he spilled his seed deep inside of her, knowing for the first time in his life what it truly meant to make love. A shaft of sunlight streamed in through the broken roof, and it sparkled on her eyelashes, kissed the smooth perfection of her freshly washed cheeks, made her brown hair gleam. As she looked up at him, her eyes were dreamy, still lost in the breathless wonder of their joining. She reached up and touched his hair, his face. "Angel," she whispered. Charles shook his head. What could he say? No guilt, no pain, no anger, yet they threatened to overwhelm him. He kissed her to banish them, then rolled over, pulling her into his arms. He lay silently for a long time, holding her close, her heart beating against his. He watched the dust that hung in sunlight, refusing to think, just drifting. Drifting, loving Sibylle and drifting. No pain, no anger, just Sibylle in his arms, in his heart, just Sibylle. Kelly awakened with a start, sitting bolt upright in her bed, heart pounding, and for good cause, because there, standing in the balcony doorway, a dark shadow backlit by the waxing moon, was Tom. He didn't move, didn't speak. The clock on her bedside table read 3:38. Dear God, it was late. She could hear it ticking as she gazed at him, as she willed him to come farther in. But he didn't. "I can't stay away," he finally said, his voice low and rough in the darkness. "I tried, but I can't do it." Kelly's heart was in her throat. She held out her hand to him, but still he didn't move. "I didn't come here to talk, Kelly." "I don't care," she whispered. He moved toward her slowly, one step at a time. As he drew closer, she saw he wasn't wearing a shirt, and the muscles in his chest and arms stood out in stark relief in the dim moonlight. He wore only cargo shorts, low on his lean hips, and he stepped out of them at the side of her bed. "See, that's the problem," he said softly, "because I do." She didn't understand, and then she didn't try to understand as he slipped into her bed, as he took her in his arms and kissed her, and then neither of them said another word. Chapter 19:12 August. "Go home," Tom said. "Go someplace else, go anywhere else." Jazz sat in silence, rereading the email Wildcard had sent just this morning. It was written vaguely enough to be sent through cyberspace, but for both Tom and Jazz, the meaning was perfectly clear. "The subject of your inquiry is believed to have permanently left the building 4 days after the twist and shout clusterfuck. Reliable source cites eyewitness, also reliable, who claims to have been present at the departing event. IMO, it's the real deal. To quote my favorite doctor, he's dead, Jim." Being, of course, the merchant, Wildcard had found a reliable source who in turn knew someone else who claimed to have been present at the merchant's death. Jazz shrugged. "Eyewitnesses been wrong before." "Yeah, but this time it looks like I'm the eyewitness who's wrong," Tom swore. "I'm the eyewitness who's fucking crazy." Jazz thought about that for half a second. "Maybe, maybe not, we're here. Let's play out the maybe not scenario. It's only a few more days until this celebration thing starts." Tom shook his head. He felt like shit. His headache was back and he was exhausted. He'd slept only about an hour and a half last night, in Kelly's bed. He hadn't meant to stay. He'd meant to have sex with her and leave, but she'd collapsed on top of him and didn't move. She seemed content not to talk, and for good reason. She'd fallen asleep. So he'd told himself he'd stay for just a little while. He'd wait until she was completely asleep before he moved out from under her. But a little while had stretched into a long while, and he'd woken up at dawn still beside her. He'd left then, afraid she'd stir, unable to face her when she awoke. He still didn't want to talk. Even last night, with so little said, he'd managed to say too much. Yet he'd lingered next to Kelly's bed, watching her as she slept, wanting her still. Today he knew for sure what he'd only guessed in the darkest hours of the night. He had to stay away from her. As much as he was trying to keep this thing between them just sex, he couldn't do it, and he was going to end up completely trashed when all was said and done. Jazz had already gotten back to work, scaring up the surveillance equipment they needed to outfit the van. His folly was costing money. "God damn it," Tom ground out, "let's just shut this down now." But the phone rang before Jazz could answer him. Jazz picked it up, handed it to him. "It's your sister." Perfect. Just what he needed. Some of Angela's crap, as if his day weren't already foul enough. "Yeah," he said. "What's up?" "Tommy, it's Mallory." Her voice was shaking. Tom sat up. "What happened? Is she hurt?" "She didn't come home last night." "Oh shit, he didn't need this now. What, have you two been fighting again?" "No, not at all. She left a note saying she was staying at a friend's house. She left a note." That was more than Angie usually did when she went missing. Tom shook his head. In the past, it had been Mal calling with a quiver in her voice, wondering if he'd seen Angela. "What's the big deal?" "The big deal is that this so-called friend is named David. He's that college boy she's been seeing so much of. The one who lent her that camera." "What camera?" "David." Tom vaguely remembered David. "Dark hair, glasses." "I don't know what he looks like." "You think she'd bring him home and introduce him to me?" "The only things I know for sure about him are that he works the breakfast shift at the hotel and he's male. He'll get her pregnant, Tommy, and then where will we be?" Angela started to cry. "I wanted more for her, but it's so hard raising a child alone without a man in the house." "Jesus H. Christ," Tom sighed. "Don't cry, all right. What do you want me to do?" "Who's at the door?" Tom could hear Mallory's voice from inside the apartment. "Well, I guess I'm in the right place," he said to the skinny young man standing wide-eyed in front of him. He had to give David credit. He was only speechless for a few short seconds. "It's your uncle," he called back to Mallory. He held out his hand to Tom. "How are you feeling, sir?" "Sir." "Damn straight the kid better call Tom, sir." "I'm fine." But Mallory's mother was a little concerned about her. Mal pulled the door open farther. "But I left her a note." She was wearing one of David's button-down shirts and probably very little else. She smiled at him, smiled at David, and for David her smile was radiant. David wasn't quite so relaxed. Although he smiled at Mal, he glanced warily at Tom. Still, he touched her arm as if he couldn't bear standing near her without some kind of physical contact. "So I'm busted," Mallory said, still cheerful. It was amazing. Cheerful and Mallory were two words Tom had never thought he'd use in the same sentence. "I spent the night with David. Have you come to drag me home by my hair?" David stepped back. "Maybe it would be better to talk about this inside." Tom went into the apartment, finding himself liking the kid. He wasn't the kind of man Tom would have expected Mallory to hook up with. He'd expected someone more like Sam Starrett, a crazy biker type. Or maybe one of those drearily self-absorbed, dirty-haired, over-pierced counterculture poets, living in squalor allegedly because one had to suffer for one's art, but truthfully because they were too lazy or stoned to do the dishes. David's apartment was remarkably clean, taking into consideration, of course, that he was a man in his early 20s who was living alone. His place was a studio, with a kitchen in one corner, a table by the door, covered with shiny, color photographs. He had some kind of drawing board in another corner, a camera on a tripod, and a state-of-the-art computer setup, complete with a scanner and video camera. It looked like something that Wildcard 2 would have considered bare necessities for a summer vacation. Forget about packing clothes, just make sure you've got the computer. Tom was bemused. He'd never have thought Mal would hook up with a computer geek. "Do you want some coffee?" Mallory asked, going into the kitchen to take an extra mug from the cabinet. Yeah, a jolt of caffeine would help his headache, particularly as he stood looking at the double bed in the far corner of the room, the sheets rumpled, a box of condoms spilled onto its side, and opened wrappers scattered colorfully on the floor. Busted indeed. Busy night, kids. He'd intended to come in to preach safe sex and throw a few intimidating looks in David's direction. But David was not intimidated, and they obviously had the safe sex part handled. Besides, who was he to preach safe sex when over the past few days he'd had the most dangerous sex of his life? Sure, he and Kelly had used a condom every time. Kelly was always prepared. No, their sex had been dangerous because Kelly didn't love him, would never love him. She'd planned not to love him right from the start, and realizing that had ripped the heart out of his chest because he loved her. That was his big problem here. He'd loved Kelly for as long as he could remember. He'd figured that out last night as he was lying alone in his bed, trying his damnedest not to go to Kelly's room. So here he was now, a fool and a loser, about to put a frigging damper on the joy and enthusiasm. And yes, sweet love he could see in both Mallory's and David's eyes. Maybe it wouldn't work out. They were both so painfully young. Maybe Mallory would end up ripping David's poor heart to shreds. Or maybe David would be the one to hurt her, but whatever was to come didn't matter, because for now, anyway, they'd found heaven in this crappy little walk-up studio. "I'll go home and talk to my mother," Mal was saying quietly to David now, "and then I'll meet you downtown under our tree." They had a tree. Tom could have cried, it was so damn sweet. He and Kelly had once had a tree, the tree that held her tree house. There was a swing tied to one sturdy branch, and he'd met her there every evening after dinner for more weeks than he should have, considering how young she'd been at the time. "I'll go with you," David said. "I'd like to meet your mother." She rolled her eyes. "No, you wouldn't." He caught her hand, pulled her toward him, gently touched her face. "Yes, I would." It was so obvious. This kid wasn't taking advantage of Mal. He wasn't using her. He was crazy about her. And if Angela had any brains in her head, and Tom thought despite everything that she did she'd see that too and welcome David Sullivan into their lives with open arms. Tom cleared his throat, moving back toward the door. "I'm going to skip the coffee. And the long lectures too. Safe sex all right. No exceptions, not even if you run out of condoms at 3 in the morning on the one night the convenience store is closed. Is that clear?" Mallory laughed. David nodded solemnly, holding his gaze. "Yes, sir." It was more than Tom had been able to do when Charles had given him a similar speech just last night. Tom turned to make a quick exit, but then stopped. Wait a minute. He stepped closer to the table, closer to the photos. The merchant. His face, his surgically altered face, looked out at Tom from among the dozens of brightly colored pictures scattered there. "Holy shit, holy shit." He picked up the shots, looked from David to Mallory. "Who took these?" "I did." Mallory was looking at him as if he'd snapped. "When?" She shrugged, glanced at David. "Yesterday, some the night before." Tom fished through the rest of the photos. There were more than one of the merchant. There were 3 separate poses, all taken at the front desk of the Baldwin's Bridge Hotel. Another of him in the lobby speaking to another man, both faces clearly in focus. "I've got to use your phone." David's scanner was super high quality. Tom had taken one look at it, and suddenly David's entire apartment had become anti-terrorist central. Although Mallory couldn't quite shake the idea that Tom was here only to keep her and David from spending the morning making love. But no, Tom had hugged her. After he'd found the pictures she'd taken of that man he called the merchant. After he'd called in reinforcements to come take over David's apartment. After David had realized they were about to be invaded, and he'd started running around, making the bed, hiding the box of condoms she'd brought with her last night. Tom had held her tightly and whispered that he thought David was a good one, that he'd always known she was a smart young woman, that he was glad, deeply glad that she'd found someone who loved her. Mallory was glad she'd found someone who loved her too. She watched David now, sitting at his computer, sending electronic versions of her photos back and forth to some other computer genius in California. Someone named Wildcard. He sounded like one of David's characters. And this whole scenario sounded like the plot of one of David's graphic novels, too. International terrorist comes to wreak havoc on small-town New England. It seemed pretty fantastic, but all these people, the big grim black man, Mr. Skeevy Cowboy, and the humorless woman with the most gorgeous skin and eyes who walked as if she had a long-handled rake lodged up her ass, they all seemed to think there was a real threat. And as long as David was having a good time showing off what his computer could do, Mallory was happy to hang out. They were trying to compare two faces, those of the merchant before and after he'd had plastic surgery. They were trying to do a bone structure analysis to see if the man in her photos could be the same as the man in Tom's. The black man named Jazz sat down at the table next to her. You take these pictures with some kind of zoom lens. His shoulders must have been 4 feet wide. Mallory wondered how he fit in the seats at the movie theater or on a bus. Yeah, thought so. He held her gaze. He see you take 'em. No, he nodded. You're lucky. If you see him again, Mallory, stay away from him. No more pictures, you understand. If he knew you took the ones you did, he might come after you. He's killed for less. Killed for pictures. The hair actually rose on the back of her neck. Are you serious? Dumb question to ask, Mr. Grimm. In fact, I think your uncle would probably appreciate it if you just stayed away from the hotel for the next few days. Oh God, but David, he works there. He does. He turned to look speculatively at David. Doing what? He's a waiter. Room service. Jazz asked. No, although they've asked him to work some of the room service lunch shifts. They're really short-staffed. Why? Jazz smiled at her. He had a great smile. He could have made a fortune acting in toothpaste commercials. David's going to help your uncle save Baldwin's Bridge from the bad guys. Oh, Mallory said. Is that all? Charles looked up as Joe came onto the deck. Kelly said you were looking for me? Joe asked, his hat in his hands. Charles nodded, suddenly strangely uncomfortable. As if he were the employer and Joe the employee. As if he'd sent for Joe, which he had in a sense, but he'd meant for this discussion to be between them as friends. So he didn't mince words, he just brought it straight to the bottom line. Pain got pretty bad last night. Joe looked searchingly into his eyes as he slowly sat down. Is it better now? Charles kept his own face impassive. Comes and goes. I'm sorry, is there anything I can do? Charles looked at his old friend. Not now, but maybe soon. Joe gazed back at him, his eyes narrowing slightly. He may have spent his life as a simple gardener, but it was by choice. He was a very smart man, that Joe Paoletti. Still, Charles spelled it out for him. When the pain gets too bad, then you can help me. Joe was silent, and for the first time in years his expression was unreadable. You remember Luke Priox, the one I called Luke Un. Joe was already shaking his head. He knew what Charles was asking, and his answer was either no or no. He didn't want to talk about this. Charles didn't blame him. He hated having to bring it up. I never asked you about him, Charles said. I never really knew for sure. I always just assumed that he was still alive when you found him. I heard the shot from your gun, you know. Joe stared out at the ocean, his face terribly old. Thunder rumbled in the distance. A storm was brewing. I've never spoken of this with anyone but God. I'm the only one who knows, Gysop. Besides, you did what you had to do to keep the rest of us safe. And see, I thought if you could do that. Joe looked at him. I did what I did for Luke. He was beyond saving, beyond talking, far beyond giving us away. He should have already been dead, but somehow he still breathed. He was my friend, so yes, I did it. I put an end to his suffering. And not a single day has dawned since then that I haven't remembered him, that I haven't seen those eyes in that burned face. You did the right thing, Charles told him, his heart aching for his friend. You showed Luke mercy and compassion. God would agree. Joe just gazed at the horizon, tears brimming in his eyes. Charles looked out at the ocean, too, at his beautiful ocean. I'm your friend, too. Tears ran down Joe's weathered cheeks. The pain stirred within him an echo of last night, a hint of what was to come. It gave Charles the strength he needed to go on, to ask this impossible, terrible thing of this good man. "When I start a morphine drip," Charles said, "it won't be too hard to just turn it up and let me drift away. Don't let Kelly be the one to do it, Joe. I know you love her too. Let's not make this long and drawn out. Let's make it as easy for her as we can." Joe wiped his face with the heels of his hands. "I'll give you a sign," Charles told his oldest, dearest friend. "A sign so you'll know when I'm ready to go, like that Carol Burnett. Remember we used to love watching that Carol Burnett, funny as hell and beautiful too." He tugged on his earlobe. "She'd do this to sign off, to say good night. Do you remember?" Joe nodded just once, his gaze never leaving the ocean. "That," Charles said, "will be my sign." A storm was coming. Kelly went into the garden to see if Joe needed help stacking the lawn chairs. But Tom's friend Jazz had already beaten her to it. He passed her on the way into the house, but then turned back. "Excuse me, Kelly, got a second?" "Sure." "The lieutenant's had something of a tough day," he said. "I don't know what's going on between you and him, and frankly, I don't want to know. That's not what this is about. I just wanted to warn you and maybe ask you to take it a little easy on him this evening. If you can manage that." "What happened?" she asked. He shook his head. "That's not for me to tell you." Great, as if Tom would talk about it with her. "Where is he?" Kelly wasn't sure if she wanted to know so that she could find him or stay far away from him. "Last I saw him, he was down by that old tree swing." The tree swing, her tree swing, and Kelly knew she wanted to find him, because if he was there, he surely wanted her to find him. "Thanks," she said. "Hey, is there a good pizzeria around here that delivers?" "Mario's, number S on the fridge. Will you order enough for me and Joe and Tom?" "Sure." Jazz gave her one of his rare smiles as he headed into the house, and Kelly went back behind the cottage toward her old tree house. She slowed as she saw him sitting there. The wind was starting to pick up and the leaves were showing their silver sides, dancing frenetically, noisily. But he still somehow managed to hear her coming. He turned away from her and she realized with a jolt that he was wiping his eyes. Kelly stopped short, uncertain once more whether to stay or go. She almost left when he said, "Well, hey, look who's looking for me." "What's the matter, babe? Can't wait until tonight." She might have left, but his voice sounded so rough, so raw, she couldn't walk away. "Are you all right?" "Yeah, I'm just perfect, thanks." "What happened?" "It's a long story," he said. "Too long to tell. Because after 5 minutes with me, well, you know what'll happen. We'll both have our clothes off." She deserved that, she supposed. She gazed at him, uncertain of what to say. She'd apologized several times, but obviously an apology wasn't what he wanted. She had no clue what he wanted. "I think we'll be safe enough out here," she told him. "This is a little too high traffic, even for me." He might have smiled at that, but she wasn't quite sure. It was getting darker by the minute. Kelly sat down on her swing, pushed herself off, stretching her arms out and leaning back to watch the leaves as they whipped in first one direction and then the other. "Remember that one summer we used to meet out here? I know it was never official, we never planned it, but I always came out here hoping you'd be here too. And for a while you always were." Tom was silent. She glanced at him to make sure he was still there. "I always thought we had this unspoken agreement that whatever we said here, it wouldn't go any further." Kelly gazed at him as steadily as she could, considering she was swinging back and forth. "So, what happened today?" "What didn't happen?" He nearly kicked the tree in frustration. "So much happened I don't know where to start. How about after he left her bed last night? What had he been thinking? How had he felt? With his passion spent, was there only anger left? And why was he still so angry with her?" He blew out a burst of frustrated air on a pungent curse. "I guess it started this morning with Angela calling me because Mallory didn't come home last night." "Oh God," Kelly said. "Is she all right?" "Yeah, she's fine. She's got a boyfriend and she stayed at his place. I don't know what Ang's problem is. Mal's 18 and she left Ang a note." 18's a little young." "Mal's chronologically young but not emotionally." She's been the adult in that family since she was 7. He paused. How old were you when you had your first, sleepover at a boyfriend's? A personal question. Kelly couldn't believe the way that made her heart race. 19. I was in college. I was in love. She rolled her eyes. He wasn't. That hurts, Tom said. Huh, she nodded, tipping her head back again to look at him. I don't think I want to ask how old you were. He smiled, but it was rueful. You probably think I'm one of those guys who started having sex when they were 12. She closed her eyes. Oh God, I knew it. I hate to burst your little fantasy about me as some kind of teenage Don Juan, but you're wrong. I was 16, and I was selective. Throughout high school, I slept with only 4 girls. Women, really. They were all in college, all more experienced than me, and all leaving town within months of when we first got together. He paused. Kind of like what we're doing right now. Together with an end date. Are we together? She asked, her heart in her throat. I'm not sure, he said, his gaze palpably hot as it flicked across her body. But I think so. I mean, we've been talking for over 4 minutes, and I've managed to keep my pants zipped. I think what happens in the next minute could be crucial in defining whether we're together or whether we're just 2 horny people who like to jump each other's bones. So Angie called you, she said. He laughed, but it was low, dangerous. Yeah. Angie called and I tracked down David and went over to his apartment, intending to put the fear of God into him and to drag Mal's ass home. Only it was so obvious that he's completely in love with her and she's happier than I've ever seen her. I mean, not since she was 4 have I seen her this happy. You met this kid, David, didn't you? Kelly nodded. Briefly. He seems nice. She cringed at her choice of word. Poor kid, saddled with the curse of niceness. He is. He looked me in the eye. Tom cleared his throat. He's a good man, so I give him my blessing and I'm about to leave the apartment when I see it. David's got a camera. Mal's been using it to take pictures, and on his kitchen table, scattered among all these other shots of people, are 4 photos of the merchant in the lobby of the Baldwin's Bridge Hotel. Kelly skidded to a stop. Oh my God, Tom, that's great. Yeah, it got better too before it got worse. He hunkered down, his back against the trunk of the tree, arms around his knees. We used David's computer to scan in the pictures and send them to a guy named Wildcard. He's the SO Squad's computer expert. He's in California right now. Turns out David's an artist, and he and Wildcard managed to take these new photos of the merchant and run a comparison with the old photos to see if, through computer analysis of bone configuration, it's even possible this is the same man. And the answer comes up yes. Of course, yes means there's a 75% chance that they're one and the same. There's a lot of room there for doubt. So I figure before I call Admiral Crowley and hang myself out to twist in the wind, I'll get more proof. Like what? I figured getting my hands on the explosives he's using to build this bomb might be a good place to start. Or hey, the bomb itself would probably even do the trick. So Alyssa Locke put on a dress and high heels and took one of the photos to the same desk clerk who checked the merchant and his raftload of luggage into the hotel. She flashed the picture, flashed her legs, and that is so sexist, Tom laughed. Yeah, and do you want to guess how long it took her to get the name? She got the merchant's name. Only the name he used to check into the hotel. It's not his real name, you can bet on that. But in 3 seconds Locke and her legs find out he's going by Mr. Richard Rakowski. Locke and her legs. God, I hate that. Yeah, well, it's the way the world works. Women can go places and do things to get information in ways that men just can't. Jazz and Sam are so opposed to letting women join the SEAL teams, but it's not because they don't think a woman can get the job done. They think their own abilities will be compromised because they'll be distracted. The wind blew hard and a shower of leaves swirled down around them. Thunder rumbled ominously, but Kelly didn't want to go inside, not yet. So you've got his name, she said. What next? David went to work literally. The kid's a waiter at the hotel and they're currently short-staffed, particularly for room service. So we shined up Sam Starrett, brushed his hair, washed his beamish little face, and sent him with David into the supervisor's office. While Sammy filled out a job application and the supervisor kept a sharp eye on him to make sure he didn't steal anything off the desk, David covertly accessed the hotel computer and found that Mr. Richard Rakowski was in room 104. How could this be bad? It's great you know this. You don't have to wait for him to build a bomb. You can just catch him. Why not just bring him in? Well, for starters, because this is America, and when someone with no authority catches someone and takes them someplace they don't want to go, it's called kidnapping. But you're a SEAL, an officer in the Navy. I have no authority here, Kelly. Which is why I need to bring some kind of proof to the attention of my superiors, who in turn need to bring it to the attention of the FBI, who will then apprehend this scumbag. His voice hardened. Don't get me wrong. If I have to, I'll risk kidnapping charges and grab him up. Starrett and Locke are watching his room right now, but after what we found out this afternoon, he exhaled in disgust. I'm sure they're just humoring me. What did you find out? After learning he was registered to room 104, I did a little more research and I was positive we'd got him. I found out room 104 is on the marina side of the hotel, on the concierge level, which is a fancy name for the ground floor. Room 104 also happens to be directly over the hotel's oil tank in the basement. Tom laughed in disbelief. If I were going to take out the Baldwin's Bridge Hotel, that's where I'd start. With the oil tank right there, you'd get the added oomph of all that fuel, and a ground-level blast would do the most structural damage. It'd bring down the whole front face of the hotel. He looked at her, frustration in his eyes. I was so sure. I don't understand. Why aren't you sure anymore? We went into his room. He said it so simply, but Kelly knew it had been anything but. If Richard Rakowski was the merchant and a bomb was in that room, his door would have been protected in some way. Booby trapped, maybe. She couldn't even imagine the kind of security or warning systems the merchant might have set up, but she knew that Tom could. And Tom and his friends had no doubt taken precautions. We went into his room. They surely didn't just pick the lock, turn the knob, and walk in. It had, no doubt, taken grueling hours. There was nothing there, Tom told her, his frustration tightening his voice. Locke watched the front windows from up in the Congregational Church tower, and Starrett watched from the end of the hall while Jazz and I searched the place. No bomb, no explosives, no suitcase filled with semi-automatics. It was just a really nice hotel suite. He had only one suitcase, filled with golf clothes. There was an open bottle of mineral water on the table. We took that for fingerprints. There was a nice clear set on it which we sent electronically to a guy I know who found a match right away. The prints belonged to guess who? One Richard Rakowski. Oh no, Tom rubbed his forehead. I need a shower. Tom, are you sure? He stood up. I'm not sure of anything anymore. Jazz is ordering pizza. Great, he said, because I don't think they serve pizza too often in the nut house. He started toward Joe's cottage. She hurried after him. Being mistaken isn't exactly the same thing as being crazy. He stopped and looked at her, the wind whipping the trees crazily around them. I still believe this guy's the merchant. I still think there's a threat. I'm still scared out of my goddamned mind about what a man like that could do in a town like this. She took a step back from the vehemence in his voice. He smiled, but it didn't touch his eyes. Well, there we go, he said much more quietly. There's the way to keep our distance. Crazy's okay, but obsessed doesn't do it for you, huh, babe? He made a tusking sound. Too bad. Chapter 20 At 23:15, Tom gave up and dialed Kelly's private line. He knew she was still up. He could see the light on in her bedroom window. Ashton, it's only me. It's not about Betsy. Oh, thank God. Relief was thick in her voice. I'm sorry. Tom felt like a complete ass. I didn't want to call on the house line and risk waking your father, but how is Betsy? Much better, Kelly said. She's been doing much better with this new anti-nausea drug that Dr. Martin's trying. I mean, her long-term outlook is still touch and go, but—" She laughed softly and he clung to the sound. "Is this really why you called me at 11:15 at night?" He'd called because he'd wanted to talk to her, had to talk to her. But he didn't just want to show up in her room. They'd restructured all their boundaries this evening out by the swing, and he no longer had a clue about what she wanted or expected from him. But God, he was desperate. His hands were shaking. "No," he had to clear his throat. "Look, I know I've been a complete bastard, but He managed to stop before his voice shook. "Shit. Tom, are you all right?" The silence stretched on as Tom fought his tears, fought even to say one word. Fought and lost. Damn it, no, he wasn't all right. "I'm sorry," he said, and hung up the phone. Kelly carried her medical bag as she ran across the driveway in her nightgown and a pair of her father's old boots that had been sitting in the mudroom off the kitchen. Joe's house was dark, but the front door was unlocked. Nothing to steal, Joe always claimed. Besides, who'd rob his little house when there was that great big treasure-filled Ashton estate right next door? She'd thought the rain had let up, and it had, but it was still coming down enough to make her drip as she stepped into Joe's living room. She pushed her wet hair back from her face, kicked off her father's boots, and took the stairs to Tom's room 2 at a time. His door was tightly shut, and she stopped outside of it, suddenly scared to death. She leaned her forehead against it, just listening, clutching her bag to her chest. She heard what she was afraid of hearing, what she dreaded hearing. Choked sobs. Ragged breathing. Tom was crying. Oh God, what should she do? She had to go in there to make sure he wasn't physically hurt. The doctor in her wouldn't let her walk away. But the woman in her knew that the last thing Tom would want was for her to see him cry. Still, she'd been reading about head injuries. Even though his CAT scan had come back looking good, there could well have been a blood vessel in his brain weakened by the injury or the operation. She needed to talk to him, to look into his eyes, to take his blood pressure, to make sure his very life wasn't suddenly in danger. And she needed that more than he needed her not to see him cry. She knocked on his door. There was dead silence from inside the room. She knocked again. "Tom, don't come in." His voice sounded raw. It was all she could do to keep from crying, too. "I have to. Just go home." "I can't." She tried the knob. His door was unlocked. His room was dark, but she could see him sitting on his bed. He stood as he realized she was coming in, tried to wipe his face. "Jesus, do you mind? Get the fuck out." Her voice shook. "You can't call me asking for help and then expect me to ignore you. I didn't ask you for help. Then why did you call me? Kelly, please just leave." She went into the room, closed the door behind her. "Oh, Christ. Tom, I have to make sure you're all right." She set her bag down at the end of his bed. "You dizzy? It's not my head, it's my fucking life, all right. Everything I've worked so hard for, and tomorrow I'm going to flush it down the fucking toilet, but I don't have a choice." His voice cracked. "I don't have a goddamn choice." He broke down, and Kelly's heart broke for him. She pulled him into her arms, holding him close. "I'm sorry," he sobbed. "Oh, Christ, I'm sorry." "Oh, Tom," she was crying too. "I wish I could make it right." Mallory woke up alone in David's bed. It was still raining. She could hear it coming down on the roof directly overhead. The lamp was on in the corner by David's drawing table. He was sitting there, leaning over his work, his left hand holding his hair back from his face. He'd put on a pair of boxers, but that was it, and the muscles in his shoulders and back gleamed in the light. Mallory could feel her heart. It seemed to fill her chest with a calm warmth even while it sent her blood surging through her veins. Desire and peace. How could one person make her feel both of those things, both at the same time? Angela hadn't understood. After she'd met David, she'd had only two things to say. Mallory's babies would have slanted eyes, and at least this one meaning David would never leave her, implying that he was a loser. It wasn't quite the complete acceptance Mallory had wished for, but she was glad her mother had waited to make the crack about the eyes until David was in the bathroom. He'd find out about Angela's ignorance at some point, but now was just a little too soon. As for her mother's other comment, Mal hoped with all her heart that it was true, that David would never leave her. Angela looked at him and saw a guy with bad hair who was uncomfortable and awkward inside his own body. Mallory saw a beautiful man who loved her. She didn't think she'd moved, but he glanced up from his drawing. "I'm sorry, is this light bothering you?" "No." Mallory got up, wrapping the sheet around her, still uncomfortable with the idea of walking around naked the way David did so easily. "What are you doing?" He sat back to let her look, reaching for her, pulling her close to him, his hands warm and gentle. She felt him watching her as she looked at the still rough sketches he'd done. It was Nightshade, and she was in superhero mode, scowling at the leader of a mangy, cyber-looking gang. "If I turn out to be wrong about you," Nightshade was saying in David's perfect block letters, "I will kick you so hard your balls will come out your nose. Do you understand?" Mallory laughed as she looked at David. "That sounds very familiar," he smiled back at her. It was too good not to use. There was heat in his eyes, but he didn't move, didn't kiss her. He just looked at her, and Mallory looked back, losing herself in that falling elevator feeling that took her breath away. She wanted him again. Wanted to make love, but the box of condoms says they're not 100% effective, but it doesn't say how effective they are. I mean, God, are they 99% effective or 10% or I think it depends, David told her. I think I remember reading that it varies from somewhere in the high 80s, 80%. Holy shit. That means that 20% of the time, that's if you use them the wrong way, he added quickly, or if they break. Break. Oh God. She hadn't thought about that. Condoms could break, it was true, she'd learned that in health class. But if you use them correctly, they're close to 98% effective. Mallory looked at him. That meant best case scenario, 2% of the time. You know, if I get you pregnant, I won't leave you the way your father left your mother. David kissed her. If I get you pregnant, I'll marry you. I don't want you to have to marry me. I don't want to do it that way. She kissed him too. I want to make love to you all the time, except that 2% scares me. Because that means for every 100 times we make love, then at least 2 times I'll be at risk to get pregnant, right? And all you really need is 1 time I'm living proof of that. And if we make love 300 times, then that's 6 times, and David laughed. It's not funny, I'm serious. But it was hard to keep a straight face, his laughter was so infectious. I'm not laughing at you, he told her with a kiss. I'm laughing because you told me you want to make love to me 300 times, which is really great news. It does things to me you can't even imagine. But right after telling me that, I'm supposed to try to explain percentages and probability to you. He kissed her again, longer this time, lingeringly. I can't get enough of you either, Nightshade. I'm willing to take the risk even if that box said 50% effective. But this isn't just about me, it's about you too, and if you don't want to. Don't want to wasn't even close. Mallory let the sheet drop. Tom lay on his back on his bed, one arm around Kelly, the other up, elbow bent over his eyes. He couldn't remember the last time he'd been this tired. He couldn't remember the last time he'd broken down and cried. When he was 14, and his soon-to-be stepfather had beaten the shit out of him for something ridiculous, like a glass of spilled root beer at dinner, and his mother hadn't said a word in his defense. When he was 15, and his mother had packed up all his things and told him to move into Joe's house for good, when she'd chosen that vicious bastard she'd married over her own flesh and blood. When he'd found out that Angela had gotten pregnant and would probably never escape from this soul-sucking town. When not even 16-year-old Kelly had whispered for him to meet her later in her tree house, when she turned and looked back at him, letting him see in her eyes that she wanted him to kiss her again, that she wanted him, and he knew like a rock in his gut that he had to leave town as quickly as possible, or else he'd never leave at all, because that was really why he'd left. He told himself it was about her not being old enough, but he could have waited until she was old enough. He could have done it. For Kelly, he would have waited forever. He could have slowed things down, kept them both from going too far until she was ready. She'd been in love with him. He knew she'd been in love with him, and if he'd stayed, they would have had what Mallory and David had found. They'd have children by now because he would have married Kelly. He'd be lying here on this bed with his wife instead of his sometimes almost lover. Sure, he probably wouldn't be a SEAL, but hey, in a few weeks he wasn't going to be a SEAL anymore anyway. If he had known then what he knew now, would he have left? The what-ifs can really kill you, he said. Kelly lifted her head slightly to look at him. Don't play that game, she said. You can't win. But he had to. What if I hadn't left that summer, Kel? What if I'd met you in the tree house that night? She laughed softly, lowering her head back to his shoulder. Her hand was warm against his chest, against his heart. I would have lost my virginity a lot earlier than 19. I'm in love with you. He felt her freeze. It was funny because she wasn't moving to start with, but he felt her get even more still. Not a good sign. I didn't say that expecting any kind of response, he told her. It was just something I had to, say. Definitely time to change the subject. I went back to room 104 tonight and I dusted for fingerprints. You know what I found? No, she said faintly. I found prints for Maria Consuela, Ginny Tipton, Gloria Haynes, and Eric Romano, all employees of the Baldwin's Bridge Hotel. I found some old, smudged prints for George and Helena Waters and Mr. Ernest Rodman, all previous patrons of the hotel. But I did not find one single other print for Richard Rakowski. There was nothing on the outside or inside of his suitcase, nothing on the buckle of a belt that was packed with a pair of plaid golf pants in that suitcase, nothing on the closet door or the TV or the telephone. Nothing. It had taken him hours to dust, hours to clean it up, all the while aware that the man calling himself Richard Rakowski could return any moment. His team was watching, and Tom was wired with a radio so he could talk to them. But their heads up wouldn't give him much time to get out or even hide. He pushed the pillows behind him, pushed himself so that he was sitting up. Kelly sat up too. Yes, that's very suspicious. No other prints of his in the room except the ones that probably were planted on that bottle, he continued. I know exactly what you're dying to ask. You're also dying to find out what the hell Aka Richard Rakowski is doing away from his $280 a night hotel room at 9 o'clock at night. Right, Kelly nodded. Her hair had gotten wet in the rain and it was curling around her face as it dried. Combined with the white cotton nightgown, it made her look impossibly young. Tom reached for the alarm clock on his bedside table, turning it to face them. You're wondering why at nearly midnight I still haven't received a call from my team telling me our man's back in his room. And you're right to wonder. It's some kind of decoy room, some kind of, hell, I don't know. Maybe he's going to bring the bomb there at the last minute. Maybe it's a precaution designed to throw people like me off his track. Maybe he's the goddamned paranoid one. He gazed into her eyes. It's him, Kelly, I know it's him. I have these moments where I'm so completely convinced I can taste it, and I know the celebration for the 55th is his target. I know I have to tell someone, only they're not going to believe me. I have no proof, I have nothing but an empty hotel room without any fingerprints, a set of pictures of a man who's basically got the same shaped skull as the merchant did. His voice shook. God, don't let him start crying again. And then I start to wonder, maybe I am nuts. Maybe it's the injury that makes me so blindingly certain it's him. But I've decided. He had to stop and clear his throat. I have to call Admiral Crowley. He'd made up his mind tonight. Or rather, he'd resigned himself to making the call first thing in the morning. There really wasn't a decision to be made. There was only one right thing to do in this situation, and he had to do it. Even if it meant giving up his career, his entire life. If I'm wrong about this. He had to stop for a second because his goddamned lip was trembling. If I'm wrong, if I'm seeing dead terrorists when I shouldn't be, then I don't deserve the command of SEAL Team 16. If I'm wrong, I should accept a medical discharge. It's not what I hoped for, but there's no shame in it. There's not. She moved to push herself even farther up, to kneel beside him on the bed. But there's also a chance with a few more months of rest you'll be— No, he said. Once I call Admiral Crowley in the morning, once I sound the alarm, I'm not going to be given a few more months. My doctor's a captain who's wearing a choke collar and Rear Admiral tuckers on the end of his leash. I'll go before a medical board almost immediately, I can guarantee it. And seeing dead terrorists in Massachusetts isn't something even a bipartisan board is going to take lightly. If I do this when I do this, there's a good chance that not only will I be discharged, but I'll be psych-evaled to death and confined for the duration. Kelly had tears in her eyes. But I can't not tell anyone, Tom said softly. I can't just ignore it, and I'm running out of time. Is there anything I can do to help? She asked. To make it any easier, is there someone I can talk to or call for you, or— He shook his head, afraid to reach for her, especially after she'd pulled back, after she'd almost seemed to make a point not to touch him. I'm in love with you. It was a stupid-ass thing to have said. He'd scared the hell out of her, even more than he'd done with his crazy talk about terrorists. It should have scared the hell out of him, too, but tonight he'd gone out to a point way beyond fear. Tom. She was going to talk about it. She was going to let him down gently. She was going to try to explain everything that he knew was crazy about him loving her. About what you said, no, he stopped her. I can't talk about that. Can we please not talk about that right now? She nodded, silent. She wanted to go, she wanted to stay, he didn't know. He couldn't read her body language at all. Do you want me to stay for a while? She asked, exactly as he said. You probably need to get back to the house. Yes, he said while she said, oh, no, she added. My father has Joe's phone number, so just, for God's sake, don't stay out of pity, he told her roughly. Kelly leaned forward and kissed him, and when he reached for her, she slipped into his arms as if she knew that was where he wanted her, where she belonged. What if she never left him? What if he'd cut her off too soon and she'd actually been about to tell him that she loved him too? What if he awoke in the morning to find her in bed beside him? She pulled her nightgown up and over her head, and then she was naked, his hands skimming the softness of her skin. The what-ifs could really kill you. He wouldn't play that game. He couldn't win. The future would play itself out. There was no way to know for sure what was to come. Tom helped Kelly help him out of his shorts, and then he lost himself in the here and now. 13 August. Charles stopped just inside the sliders that led from the living room to the deck. Kelly was already up and out there, sitting on the railing, her knees pulled up to her chest. She was dressed oddly in her white cotton nightgown and his old boots. She was gazing out at the ocean, watching the sun rise. It was still windy from the storm that had blown through last night, and the skirt of her nightgown flapped. She looked tired, dark circles beneath her eyes, her normally healthy cheeks slightly pale. The boots didn't help. He tried to turn around quietly. He knew the haunted look of a person who wanted to be alone. He'd encountered it often enough in his own mirror, but quiet wasn't an option that came with his walker. The metal frame hit God knows what, and Kelly looked up. She tried to smile. It didn't work. You're up early. Couldn't you sleep? She wanted to play it normal. She'd been sitting there looking despondent, as if she were about to break into some operatic aria of doom and despair. But now she was playing the fine game. He tested her. Are you all right? Sure, I'm fine. She forced another ghastly smile. Right, he said. Me too, I'm just fine, dying but doing it just fine. Truth was, he'd been up for quite a while in the night with the pain, his new bedfellow. She looked at him closely. Are you sure you look? She was too polite to finish the sentence. Like hell, like pig crap, like an 80-year-old man who had cancer of the everything. Now was not the time to tell her he needed to get his medication upgraded to first class. She was strung pretty tightly, as if she were about to burst into tears any minute. I'm fine, he told her. He was good at it too. Listen to us, she said. My God, would you listen to us? Neither of us are goddamn fine. Oh. She slid down from the railing a good way to get splinters in her butt, but she didn't seem to care. She'd snapped. If he knew his daughter, full detonation was imminent. "You're dying," she told him, "and her lip trembled just the way it had when she was a little girl. "I'm scared to death of living." "That doesn't sound so fine," he agreed. "No, it's not. Tom loves me." Her tears overflowed just the way they had when she was a little girl. "But I don't love him. I don't want to love him. I refuse to love him again." She ran from the deck just the way she had when she was a little girl. "Well, that's stupid," Charles said, even though she was already gone. "I didn't realize I raised you to be stupid. You can't choose who you love. Where the hell did you get that idea?" Tom took a gamble. He bypassed Admiral Crowley's office and called the FBI directly. He'd worked with Special Agent Duncan Lund a few years ago, and although they hadn't kept in close touch, he knew Dunk wouldn't have forgotten him. He called the man at home and he spelled it out in detail: head injury, paranoia, doubt. It was 2 days to the ceremony and he was out of time. But Tom knew, from the way Dunk got more and more quiet, that he'd lost before he'd even begun. Dunk had listened to all of it, though, and when he'd signed off, he'd told Tom he'd see what he could do to get people out there for Tuesday's ceremony. But Tom didn't need a tracer on Dunk's phone to know the next number the FBI agent dialed was that of the U.S. Navy. He was screwed. But what had he expected? His entire day had started badly right when he had woken up alone in his bed. Kelly had been long gone. He told her he loved her, but she hadn't even stayed until dawn. Tom punched in Chip Crowley's home number, hoping he'd connect with the Admiral first, but he was put on hold for an awfully long time. "Well, you fucked yourself good this time," the Admiral said in the form of a greeting as he came onto the line. "I just spoke to Larry Tucker, who wants to send the shore patrol out to bring you in. Seems he just got off the phone with the head of the FBI's counterterrorist division, who told him—" "Sir, this threat's real," Tom interrupted Crowley. "This celebration is going to start with a high-profile ceremony in 2 days, and I'm alone out here. I need help." "That, Lieutenant, is God's truth. You do need help. But right now, I fear you have put yourself in a position where you are beyond any help I can give you." "What can it hurt," Tom argued, "to bring in the FBI? There are going to be U.S. senators here, representatives from England and France. If this bomb goes off—" "No, Admiral, when this bomb goes off," Crowley spoke through gritted teeth. "God damn it, Tom, haven't you had enough? Can't you hear how crazy this sounds?" "Sir, what if I'm right?" "Son, you've had a serious injury that's affecting your judgment. What I want you to do is check yourself into the nearest military hospital." "Yes, sir," Tom said. "I will do that, sir. Next week after this celebration is over, if I'm wrong about this, I'll go. But until then, well, sir, there are people in this town I care a great deal about, and I'm not leaving them until I'm dead certain the threat has been neutralized or proven non-existent." Mallory was still in bed when Brandon unlocked the door of David's apartment. "Oh," he said, as clearly surprised to see her as she was to see him. "I'm sorry, I didn't know you were here." He pocketed his key but didn't turn to leave. Instead, he went into the kitchen. "I came to steal some of Sully's milk." "There isn't any," Mallory told him, hiding the note David had left her on his pillow. "Damn," Brandon said. The sheet was up to her chin, but she was naked beneath it. She pulled her arms under, too, hoping he wouldn't notice, hoping he would leave as quickly as he came. But he didn't. Instead, he sat on the edge of the bed. "Who would have guessed," he said with one of his stupid-ass smiles that she'd once thought made him look so handsome. He may have been good-looking, but it was so superficial. His eyes were rimmed with red as if he'd been out too late, drinking and partying. "Gorgeous Mallory in our little Sully's bed." "He's not little," she said coldly. "Do you mind? I was sleeping." He didn't move. "You know, Saul's been in love with his Nightshade character for years," he said. "Now that he's given her a face, it's only appropriate he should live out the complete fantasy and get to sleep with her too," he laughed. "So tell me honestly, babe, does he make you put on tights and pretend to fly around the room when you get it on?" Mallory didn't laugh. She didn't even smile. "Very funny, Bran. Go away." "You sure?" Bran winked. She couldn't believe she'd once liked the way that he winked. What had she been thinking? He's not going to be back for another few hours. And it looks awfully comfortable in there. He tugged at the sheet. Mallory gripped it more tightly to her. Don't. Whoa, hey, relax, I was only kidding. He stood up, headed toward the door, thank God, but he turned back to look at her. Sully's a lucky dude living out that fantasy, you know. Kind of like getting a chance to sleep with Princess Leia or Counselor Troy. Yow, see you later, Nightshade. As he shut the door behind him, Mallory pulled the note David had left her up from under the sheet. He'd drawn a picture of her asleep in his bed, drawn himself leaning over to kiss her goodbye. And in a thought bubble over his head he'd written, "Can't wait to get back from work to make love to Nightshade again." Nightshade, he called her Nightshade all the time. I love you, Nightshade. Oh God, what if Brandon hadn't been kidding? What if David wasn't in love with Mallory? What if he was in love with Nightshade? And she wasn't Nightshade, that much was clear. She only shared the character's face and body. Nightshade was brave and strong and confident. She was a superhero. Mallory was the illegitimate child of the town screw-up, and she knew with a sudden flash of fear that while David would never leave Nightshade, he'd probably soon grow tired of Mallory Paoletti. Tom threw the telephone across the office. Jazz didn't look up at him, didn't flinch, didn't even blink. He just finished his own phone conversation, ending it more traditionally by dropping the handset into the cradle. I got Jenk, Nilsson, and Lopez. He spun in his chair to face Tom as he reported. His sir was silent, but it was there. However, none of them can get here before early Tuesday morning. Shit. Better we have them then than not at all. Tom rubbed his forehead. I'm not so sure about that anymore. In fact, if this thing goes off without a hitch, if I've been wrong about the merchant from the start, I want you and Starrett and Locke to leave town immediately. I don't want you getting hammered for helping me. There are worse things, Tom. Tom looked into the eyes of the man who'd been at his side for years. A man he'd want beside him if he had to go into hell and back. And there had been times over the years that they'd done just that. If I'm out, I'm going to push to have you take over the SO squad. You probably won't be given Team 16. Not yet, but maybe someday. I'm in no hurry for you to leave, Jazz said evenly. Yeah, well, Tucker is. Tom shook his head. Wherever I call for help, his staff has been there first. The state police had been warned I might be calling and were ordered to ignore me. Even the local police don't want to talk to me. In fact, the Baldwin's Bridge chief of police had the frigging audacity to order me away from the hotel until the celebration is over. He told me if I'm seen there, his men will pick me up and escort me to the station. Jazz lifted an eyebrow. Gee, I'd almost like to see them try. We're on our own, Tom told his Zoe. Jazz actually smiled. More power to us. Kelly found her father curled up in his bed, gasping for air. At first she thought he was having some kind of attack or stroke, and then she realized it was pain. Charles was in awful pain. She slipped the nosepiece from his oxygen tank over his head to get him breathing easier. And then she opened his bottle of pain pills, and there were only 3 left. He must have been double and even triple dosing for going on days now. How many did you take, Daddy? She asked. How long ago? 3, he told her. 20 minutes. 20 minutes he'd been like this, bent in half in agony. Why didn't you call me? The question was out of her mouth before she realized the answer was unimportant. She was here now. She could help him as best she could now, which, after he'd taken 3 pills, 3 wasn't going to be much. She put her arms around him. He was so skinny, so fragile, but to her surprise, he actually responded. Didn't need to call. Knew you'd be down to say good night in a few minutes. Knew you'd come. He closed his eyes tightly as if a particularly terrible wave of pain washed over him, clutching at her arms with hands that had once been so big and strong but now were skeletal and gnarled. Christ, can you call the doctor for me? This stuff isn't working too well anymore. Kelly wanted to cry. There's nothing he can give you, not after you took 3 of these pills. You're going to have to wait. They may not be working to stop the pain, but if you take too many, they'll make you stop breathing. Okay, he said. Okay then. He opened his eyes as he let go of her, pushed her away. You don't need to see this. You should go then. The hell I will. I'm not going to leave you." Kelly planted herself against the headboard of his bed, holding him close as if she were the parent and he were the child. "Sibylle wouldn't either," he told her. "You're a lot like Sibylle, so strong and sure of yourself." He closed his eyes again, his words coming in gasps. "I'm not sure how much longer I can take this, but I just don't seem to die. Not last night, not today, probably not tonight. I'm not afraid of dying anymore. I'm afraid of this god-awful pain." Kelly couldn't help it. She started to cry. "I wish I could help you." You can promise me you'll look out for Joe." "I will," she promised. "I told you I would. I'll see he always has a place to live, and not that way," he said. "I know he's not going to be homeless or starving. I've left him enough money to take care of that. I mean the other. Take care of him. Try to make him understand that he really was the hero of Baldwin's Bridge. He was 10 times the man I was, Kelly. 100 times. I don't know why Sibylle couldn't love him, why she had to go and fall in love with me instead." Kelly had seen her father's picture, taken at age 23, right before he'd left to join the U.S. Army, the Fighting 55th. He'd smiled into the camera, his eyes dancing with life and amusement. Joe had been a good-looking man too, but Charles had had a magical air about him. He still had it even at 80. Even back when he was drinking and at his most cruel and verbally abusive, even then the spark didn't quite go out. She was not at all surprised that this Sibylle would have chosen Charles even over Joe. "All I know is this," he whispered. "Listen. Are you listening?" "Yeah," Kelly said. "I'm here." "I know you're here, but are you listening? You don't need to talk right now." As much as she wanted to hear what he had to say, she knew it was difficult for him to get these words out. "It helps," he said. "Besides, you need to know, because this is important, Kelly. You can't choose who you love. You can't say, 'No, I will not love you. Yes, I will love you.' You can't do that. When I met Sibylle and Joe, I knew he was in love with her. And after about a week, probably even less than that, I was in love with her too. Only I was married. I had a kid. I had no business falling in love with Sibylle or anyone who wasn't Jenny, but it happened and I couldn't stop it. And Sibylle was drawn to me too. I still don't know why. I tried so hard to do the right thing, to stay away from her, but in the end I failed. I gave in, and do you know, I would have sold my soul to the devil to be free to love her, to spend my life with her. I loved her that much. It was that strong, that powerful." He was silent then for a moment, and Kelly prayed the pills he'd taken were starting to work against his pain. "Only I refused to admit it at first," Charles said quietly. "For more than a week, I let myself wallow in my failings, the fact that with my embracing this wondrous thing, this love, I hurt my wife, I hurt Joe. But I ended up hurting myself and Sibylle even more, because I wasted the precious time we had together. Sibylle once told me that on the day that her husband and son were killed, she made them breakfast, but she didn't take the time to sit down at the table and eat with them. She told me she would spend the rest of her life wishing she'd given herself those extra moments with them. She wished she'd watched her boy eat his porridge, wished she'd kissed her husband goodbye. She wished she'd held her son close instead of merely wiping his mouth with a wet cloth. She wished she'd told them she loved them before they left her kitchen and her life for good. She told me all that," Charles said to Kelly, "and I still didn't understand. It wasn't until it was too late." He was starting to relax. Kelly could tell from the way he was leaning against her. She helped him down into his bed beneath the covers, but she didn't leave. She sat with him, gently stroking his hair, holding his hand. "It was the night we found out about the German plan to crush the 55th. His voice was softer, weaker, but he seemed to want to keep on talking, and God, she wanted to hear this. Her father giving her advice of the heart. It was unbelievable. It was more than she'd ever hoped possible. I'd hurt my ankle again about a week before, and I was finally strong enough to travel. I was going to leave Hailing, cross the line, get back to the 55th. Joe was going to take me as far as he could. I didn't say goodbye to Sibylle. I think I probably knew if I'd so much as spoken to her, I would have admitted how much I loved her. I was afraid of making her promises I wouldn't be able to keep when sanity somehow returned. Charles smiled sadly at Kelly. I fully expected sanity to return, but it never did. Never. So we left Steve, Haleen, Joe, and I just after dark. It was a clear night, a warm night, and we headed north and west along a trail through the woods both Joe and Sibylle often used. Each step of the way, I remember thinking, how could I leave? How could I have gone without saying something? How could I return to Baldwin's Bridge without gazing at least once more upon her face? And I realized then that I must be somehow known. I must have done it on purpose, left without saying goodbye so that I'd have to return to Steve, Haleen, before I went back to the United States for good. I would see Sibylle again. And I knew right then, at the lightness and joy in my heart at the thought of going back, that I loved her beyond all else. The house in Baldwin's Bridge, this house that I'd spoken of and longed to return to so often throughout my ordeal in France, my fortune, my family, my wife, my life. It all meant nothing to me compared to the love I'd found with Sibylle. He was silent then, his eyes closed, and as much as Kelly wanted him to sleep, she found herself hoping he was only resting. "What happened?" she whispered. "Why didn't you stay in France, Daddy?" The pills he'd taken were working now, and working well. As he opened his eyes to look up at her, he seemed to look right through her, as if he could see all those years into his own past. We hadn't gone more than 7 miles, Joe and I, when Sibylle caught up with us. She'd been running all that way after us, but she still had the energy to slap me hard across the face when she found us. I, of course, kissed her. She was so angry, but I kissed her and I told her all that I'd realized. That I was coming back to Steve, Haleen, after the war, that I loved her, that I would do anything for her, even die. Her father laughed softly, his eyes still so distant, and Kelly knew he saw her, his Sibylle. She cried and told me that was something she never wanted, for me to die for her. She would not allow that, not ever. He shook his head. Poor Joe, it must have been torture for him to stand there and listen to us declare our love. He loved her just as much as I did, probably even more. But then Sibylle told us why she'd followed. It wasn't to slap me across the face, although she'd been happy to get a chance to do that. She told us of a coming German counteroffensive. She had papers she'd been given, papers that spelled out the attack that needed to get into Allied hands before dawn. So we went, the 3 of us. There were Germans everywhere as we moved toward the line. It was impossibly dangerous. I've never been that afraid. His voice shook. Then Joe was wounded, and things went from bad to worse. He slowed us down, but we couldn't leave him. How could we leave him? We were moving through a town I never even knew its name, but the houses were all rubble, the streets impossible to pass through. We were trapped there, he said flatly. We were hiding in the debris, hiding from a patrol of Germans. They were coming straight toward us. It was over. I knew it was over. But I had my gun drawn. I was going to take out as many of them as I possibly could, and damn it, at that moment, I could have done it. I could have killed them all and we could have gotten away. The hell with the fact they had machine guns and I had only that little Luger. But I didn't get a chance to try because Sibylle, she handed me those papers and her gun, her Walther PPK. I didn't understand. God, I was so stupid. There were tears in his eyes and Kelly's heart was in her throat. She kissed me, he whispered. She looked into my eyes and she said, "I love you." And then before I could stop her, she ran back the way we'd come, as fast as she could, and she was fast. His lip trembled and a single tear escaped, rolling down his gray cheek. The Germans chased her. They opened fire. I saw their bullets hit her. I saw her fall. I knew she was dead. Just like that, she was dead. But I also knew that unless I moved fast, I wouldn't get those papers and Joe to safety. She died so I could do that, so somehow I did. To this day, I don't know how I managed it, to evade the Germans and carry Joe across the line. I left him where he would be found, made sure those papers got into the right hands. Then I grabbed a gun and joined the fighting. I think I probably tried to die, but I didn't. God knows I wanted to. It wasn't until the war was over that Joe managed to find me. He knew he hadn't crossed that line on his own, but when they came to talk to me about that Medal of Honor, I denied being there. I didn't want it. I didn't deserve it. He was silent for a moment, and Kelly was, too. There was nothing she could say. For a long time I hated Joe for having been wounded, for keeping us from moving quickly and being trapped in the first place. I've never forgiven him for that. I've never forgiven Sibylle either. How about yourself? Kelly asked softly. Have you forgiven yourself? He shook his head. Look what I did with this life that Sibylle gave me. 56 years, and I failed to live up to what she expected from me. I was her hero. Yet I went home and couldn't even keep my marriage to Jenny together after little Charlie died. 2 more marriages, both total flops. Some hero sitting on the deck drinking himself to death, lazy son of a bitch. Sibylle gave me the most precious gift of all, the gift of life. And here I am, lying in this bed, looking at the single good thing I ever did, and it happened by accident. You happened by accident. You're an amazing woman, Kelly, and I'm deeply proud of you, but who you are is no thanks to me. Kelly couldn't speak, could barely see through the tears in her eyes. I love you, Charles told her. You and Sibylle all my life. You know, if she'd lived, I would have given up my future to be with her. I would have dealt with Jenny's pain and anger. I would have handled my father's shame. I would have done anything. I would have faced my biggest fears. You can't choose who you love, Kelly, but you can waste it. Why on earth would anyone want to waste it? His eyes closed. His breathing was slow and steady. He was free from pain, physical pain, at least for now. Chapter 21, 14 August. The traffic was crazy. Kelly pulled into the parking lot by the movie theater, planning to walk the rest of the way to the drugstore to pick up her father's newest prescription. Baldwin's Bridge was bursting with the usual summer tourists, as well as all the people flocking into town for the 55th celebration tomorrow. The marina was crowded, too. There were lots of people coming in via sailboat and pleasure yacht. Even more people were taking advantage of the beautiful weather and going out for day trips, resulting in an overabundance of little boats on both sides of the stone breakers at the harbor's entrance. Over by the hotel, she could see containers of folding chairs ready to be set up on the lawn first thing in the morning. Workmen were constructing a portable stage for the dignitaries. And there, off to the side, parked on the street, was the SEAL Mobile. The van with tinted windows that Tom and his friends had outfitted with high-tech surveillance equipment. So this was where they all were. Kelly had awakened this morning to a silent and empty house. Even Charles, who'd had such a tough night, had been gone by the time she went downstairs. She'd been disappointed. She'd hoped to see Tom. She'd wanted to see Tom, but his makeshift office had been empty. Just as empty as his bedroom had been last night when she'd crept into the cottage, hoping to find him, hoping to tell him. What? She still didn't know. All she knew was that she wanted to be with him. She wanted to be near him, and right now she wanted to help him in any way that she could. She headed for the van, knocked on the back door. She sensed some kind of movement behind the darkly tinted glass, but the door didn't open. Nothing moved. She knocked again. It's Dr. Ashton. Mallory's voice came in loud and clear over Tom's headset. Kelly, what does she want? He asked. Charles's voice came over the radio from his lookout position on the harbormaster's deck. If she's smart, she's looking for you. If she's not so smart, she's looking for me. Let's keep radio chatter down to a minimum, people, Jazz's voice cut in. I don't know what she wants, Mallory reported. Should I let her in? Yes. Tom tried to keep his impatience and frustration from ringing in his voice. Yes, let her in, because forcing Kelly to stand outside the parked van and knock on the windows is only drawing attention to you. Get her in there quickly and shut the door behind her. He heard the sound of the door opening, heard Kelly's voice. Hey, Mallory, what are you doing here? David and I are helping Tommy. Oh, hi, David, how are you? Hey, I like your haircut. Thanks, Mal did it. Can I come in? Yeah, Tom says to get in, quick. Tom looked at Starrett and rolled his eyes as he finally heard the door close. "Mal, can you put me on over the speakers so Kelly can hear me?" "The van speakers aren't working really well," David replied, "but we've got an extra wired headset here that she can use." "Great," Tom said. "Can you give it to her?" "Tom," Kelly's voice said. David was a little more on the ball. He'd already gotten the headset to her. "What's up, Kelly?" He tried to make his voice matter of fact. Casual. As if she hadn't absolutely shredded the last of his hope by running and hiding after he'd told her he loved her. As if he hadn't particularly noticed that she'd stayed far, far away from him all day yesterday. "I love you too, not something you need. Where are you? You sound so close." "I am so close. I'm in the hotel. Locke's watching room 104 from the Congregational Church Tower," Mallory told Kelly. "Jazz and Sam are helping Tommy do a room-by-room search looking for a bomb." Mallory made it sound easy. As if they could simply knock on every door, explain that there might be a bomb in the room. Would it be too much trouble to ask if they could take a look? No, they had to do this covertly. With Starrett dressed in a billion-dollar suit, hair swept back in a leather ponytail holder, pinky ring on his finger, pretending to be the rather effeminate Mr. Sam of the hotel staff, and Jazz impressively dressed in his summer uniform posing as preliminary security for tomorrow's event. LT. JG. Jazz Jacket had even introduced himself to the desk clerks on his way in. Tom wore surfer shorts with a big overshirt to hide the small arsenal Jazz had scrounged up from God knows where. His job this morning was to search the rooms in which no one was home. So far, so good. They were on the 3rd floor, 2 more to go. And the higher they got, the less likely they were to find a bomb. Someone with the merchant's experience and knowledge would know that a bomb on the 4th floor would do far less damage to a building than one on the 1st floor. But Tom had realized last night that while they had a photo of the merchant checking into the hotel with a cart full of luggage, room 104 contained only one small suitcase. Where was the rest of his stuff if not in one of these other rooms? Tom signaled for Jazz and Starrett to go on up to the 4th floor as he let himself into the last room at the end of the hall. "I thought the chances of there being a bomb in the hotel itself are slim." Kelly's voice sounded as if she were right there, whispering into his ear. "I thought this guy's Mo was a car bomb." The room looked as if it were being occupied by a family with a small child. Baby toys were everywhere. But that didn't mean Tom didn't search it thoroughly. If he were a terrorist planting a bomb, he'd scatter a Bite Me Elmo doll and bright-colored blocks on the floor, too. "Today we searched the hotel," Tom told her as he moved efficiently through the room. "Tonight and tomorrow we'll be out in the parking lots." "What can I do to help?" she asked. "Not a lot," he said flatly. "If you want, you can hang with Mal and David, help them man the van. But like I told them, I don't want you inside this hotel, not under any circumstances." "I was kind of hoping I'd get a chance to talk to you," Kelly told him. "When are you going to take a break?" "Wednesday." She wanted to talk to him. Great. She wanted to tell him it was probably best if they kept their distance from each other until he left at the end of the month. She didn't want to hurt him and, "Are you serious?" she said. "You're not going to take a single break between now and no." He let himself out of the hotel room, making sure the door was locked behind him. Room 375 was clean. He made a little check mark on his list, stuck it back into his pocket. "You're not even going to go to the bathroom?" she asked. "There's not even a time when I can come in and talk to you while you pee." "Kelly, I'm a little busy now," he said tightly. "Do you mind saving the humor for another time? I don't want to wait until Wednesday to tell you that I was wrong from the start." She lowered her voice. "What we've got between us is more than just sex. But I was scared, Tom. I'm still scared, but after last night when I looked for you and you weren't there, now I'm more scared about losing you." Kelly," she lowered her voice even more. "I miss you. I miss the time we spent together. I miss talking to you. Believe it or not, I love talking to you as much as I love." Tom quickly cut her off. "Yeah, I know what you love. And now that the entire team, including your father, has heard it, what? Everyone's listening, he told her, unable to keep from laughing. Jesus. Of all the things she might, V said to him, he hadn't been expecting this. And despite the fact that she was going to be very embarrassed, he was glad. It wasn't "I love you too," but it was good enough for now. This is a very open channel. Kelly laughed too. Oh my God, it is. Please don't stop, Starrett's voice drawled. Personally, I'm finding this a million times better than The Young and the Restless. Thanks, Tom said dryly, but I think she's probably done. I'm not, Kelly said, because I still have to tell you that I love you. See, Starrett said, she's not done. I didn't want to have to wait till Wednesday to say that, Kelly added. Although on Wednesday you wouldn't have had to make it a public service announcement, Tom pointed out. She loved him. He wasn't sure whether to be happy or scared to death. I don't care who hears, she told him fiercely. I love you and it's a good thing. She sounded as if she were still trying to convince herself of that fact. Tom knew exactly how she felt. I mean, she faltered, as long as you still love me too. Silence. There was dead silence. Kelly flashed hot and then cold and then hot again as she waited an eternity for Tom to reply. How about we plan to take a break in about an hour and a half, he finally said. When we're through with the fourth floor. I'm sorry, she said softly. I didn't mean to embarrass you. I'm not embarrassed. I just want to continue this more privately, that's all. Okay, she said. So in about an hour and a half, Tom, we've got a small commercial hello approaching the hotel roof, Locke's cool voice cut in. Is there some kind of landing pad up there? Anyone know? Tom asked, his voice instantly that of a team commander. Yes, David said. The hotel has facilities for rooftop pickups and drop-offs of guests. This one's coming in with only a pilot, Locke reported. Probably a pickup. Activity in hallway, Starrett said quietly. Tom, stay out of sight. Jazz is in room 415, dark-haired man coming out of room 435, carrying a small overnight bag, looks like. Tango, I've got visual, team, it's our man. Tom took the stairs 3 at a time as he heard Starrett say, Excuse me, Mr. Rakowski. Shit, no, Sam, he said. You just gave yourself away. He didn't see it, but he heard it. 3 gunshots. It didn't take much to picture what had happened. Starrett called the merchant Mr. Rakowski, the name he'd used to check into that decoy room down on the first floor, and the man turned around with his weapon already out and firing. Jazz, report. Starrett's down, the Zoe's deep voice said. We need medical assistance, he's bleeding pretty badly. The merchantess in the far stairwell, and yes, sir, we've got a bomb in room 435. Holy Mother of God, it must have been rigged to the door opening because the timers just switched from 09:30 tomorrow to 20 minutes from now. It's homemade, LT, but it's a big motherfucker. Our man definitely knew what he was doing. Someone better start evacuating this building. I'm not sure I can get past all these booby traps in time to keep this thing from blowing. Medical assistance is on its way, Mallory's voice cut through. Kelly told me to tell you she's coming to help Sam. No. Tom shouted as he kept going past the 4th floor toward the roof. God damn it, you tell Kelly to stay in the van. But she's already on her way. Shit, Jazz, call Wildcard, Tom ordered. He's standing by. Use him however you can to help you with that bomb. Mal, call the police, tell them we found something real. Locke, be ready for anything. Always am, sir. He burst onto the roof, out into the brain-splitting brightness of the morning. Weapon drawn, he ran for the other access door. And then there he was, the merchant. He saw Tom, saw his weapon, and raised his own sidearm. He was just a little too late. Tom kicked it hard from his hand like a game-winning soccer kick. It went flying back through the open access door. Tom heard it rattling down the stairs. Goal. But the merchant was already swinging his briefcase, and it landed hard against the side of Tom's head, then hard against his right wrist. His weapon dropped, too, and the merchant dove for it. Kelly took the stairs to the 4th floor. Starrett had been shot. Please, God, don't let him have been shot in the chest or the face or... He was slumped on the floor, bleeding heavily from a bullet wound in his shoulder. 2.5 inches lower and that bullet would have hit his heart. 2.5 inches lower and this man would be dead. As it was, he was unconscious, and Kelly saw there was blood on his head as well. A second bullet had grazed his temple. She took off his headset and put it on. She had far more use for it than Sam did right now. The door to 435 was open, and as she went inside to get some towels to use to stop his bleeding, she stopped short at the sight of the bomb. Dear God, Tom had been right all along. Tom, who was no doubt chasing the man with the gun. Please, God, keep him safe. 17 minutes and counting down, Jazz was saying grimly to someone on the hotel telephone. I'll try to describe it completely, but I sure as hell wish you could see it for yourself. David sat up. Lieutenant Jaquette wanted Wildcard out in California to see the bomb that was in room 435. He could do it. He could help. With his internet camera, his laptop, he opened the van door. Don't go anywhere, he said to Mallory. Stay right here, all right. But I've got to get something, he told her and ran for home. Mallory couldn't get through. She'd used the cell phone to dial 911, but she kept getting freaking disconnected. Don't go anywhere. Don't leave the van. That rule was supposed to apply to David and Kelly as well as herself. So why was she the only one left sitting here like a big idiot? Her job was to warn the police about the bomb. Start the evacuation of the hotel. 15 minutes now before the bomb went off. Screw this. How could she warn anyone with a cell phone that didn't effing work? She switched off her lip microphone, left the van, and ran for the hotel. It was amazing. There were people playing frisbee on the lawn, workmen building a stage. And in the hotel lobby, it was as poshly, snobbishly too elegant for the likes of you as it always had been. That was going to change, and fast. There was a line at the front desk, a line at the concierge's counter. But there was a security guard, gun strapped to his side, chatting up the woman working at the gift shop. Mallory skidded to a stop in front of him. No running in the hotel, he said sternly. Yeah, how about when there's a bomb set to go off in 15 minutes? The guard got even more stern. Bomb threats are a felony, young lady, even when said in jest. This isn't a threat or a joke, Jack. It's in room 435. We need to start evacuating this building now. Paoletti, right, he said, eyes narrowing. Yeah, I know you. You're Angie Paoletti's kid. You know, we got a call from the police department warning us that Tom Paoletti was hallucinating some kind of terrorist threat. Do me a favor, kid. Go home and take your nutball uncle with you. I'm serious. Sir Officer. Mallory gave respectful a try. Please, will you at least go up to room 435 and you got 10 seconds to get the hell out of here, the security guard told her. And the only reason I'm being nice and letting you leave without calling the police is because I'm friends with your mother. Friends, right, Mallory said. Does your wife know? He reached for her, but she was already gone. Charles stood gripping the railing on the deck of the harbor master's house, Joe beside him. What do you see? He said. Alyssa, please shoot the bastard. Tom and the merchant are fighting, Alyssa Locke reported from her perch in the church tower. Hand to hand. Believe me, sir, if I could get a clear shot. Kelly, Charles said. Where are you? She's here, David answered the old man. With Sam, the mic on her radio headset broke. She can receive, but she can't send. He stepped over the fallen SEAL, trying not to look at the blood on the towel Kelly held pressed to the man's shoulder. God, Sam Starrett had been shot. This all had seemed like pretend back in the van, but it wasn't. It was real. Get out. Tom's voice rasped over David's headset. Get her the hell out of there now. I'm not leaving Sam, Kelly said calmly. He's already lost too much blood. David repeated her words as he carried his laptop and camera into room 435. And there it was, a bomb. It looked a whole lot less assuming than the bombs he'd seen on TV and in the movies. It had a timer counting down minutes and seconds. There were 13 minutes and 47 seconds left. 46, 45, 44. Jazz was dripping sweat. The hotel telephone was tucked under his chin as he looked at all the wires. God, David said. Those wires are all the same color. How do you know which is which? Jazz glanced up at him. Yeah, what? You really think the merchant's going to color code them for our ease in defusing this sucker? But in the movies, Jazz shot him a withering look. David set up his laptop. I brought my internet camera. You said you wanted Wildcard to see this bomb. Well, now he can. The withering look vanished fast. Kelly prayed. Dear God, don't let her save Sam only to have them both blown up. Dear God, keep Tom safe. She could hear Locke from the church tower describing Tom's fight with the merchant. I can't get a clear shot, she kept saying. They're all over the place, I can't risk it. Then, oh, she said, we got some trouble, the pilot's getting out of the helo, he's armed. Her voice was tight. I could use some orders. Tom was silent. Kelly applied pressure to Sam's shoulder and knew that Tom's silence was not a good thing. Mallory ran into the middle of the lobby, scrambling up onto the top of a table as she heard a shot ring out. She took advantage of the sudden lull. Excuse me, rich people, I need your attention. There's a bomb in this hotel, up in room 435, and it's set to go off in about 12 minutes. That sound you just heard was a gunshot. Someone should definitely call the police. And everyone else who wants to live better grabbed their wallets and head for the door, and she didn't see who grabbed her and pulled her down from there. Whoever it was, she didn't like the hand over her mouth, didn't like the way he held her by the chest as he dragged her across the lobby and into an elevator. She elbowed him hard in the ribs as she bit his hand, and he released her. But the elevator doors had already closed, and they were already going up. She turned to face him, ready to fight, and found herself gazing into the barrel of a very deadly-looking gun. And the man holding it had a face she recognized. He was in that picture she'd taken of the merchant. He was the man she'd captured on film, talking to the terrorist. His face was ugly, distorted with anger, and on the back of his hand, just as Tom had described, he had a small tattoo of a single, staring, creepy-as-shit eye. Who the hell are you? He asked. I should kill you right now. Mallory refused to cry. Instead, she stood tall, chin high, just like Nightshade would have. Surrender now, asshole, and it'll go easier on you. Tom was dizzy. The merchant was strong, and Tom struggled to stay in control, to keep from rolling back to where his weapon had landed on the gravel rooftop. He fought to keep the merchant's hands pinned, knowing full well that the man was carrying a knife, knowing he wouldn't hesitate to shove it hard into Tom's chest if he had the slightest opportunity. Tom was winning, though. He'd started winning the moment Locke had fired the shot that had chased the pilot back into the helo. He'd started winning big when the pilot and helo took off, leaving the merchant behind. Pin him, sir, he heard Locke say. Pin him and I'll take him out. Easier said than done, particularly when his head was throbbing and his equilibrium was off. Still, Tom had his arm around the merchant's neck as they flopped about on the roof. He was cutting off the man's air. He could feel him starting to fade, his kicks growing weaker. 11 minutes and counting, Tom heard Jazz report. And LT, if you're listening, it's occurred to me that there might be a reason our little merchant purchased 2 alarm clocks. I've got 2 empty boxes here, but only one is used in this particular piece of performance art. If you've got this guy's ear, you might want to ask him where he's put the second bomb. Oh, fuck. Tom let go of the merchant, scrambling back to grab his weapon and hold it with both hands, aimed at the man's forehead. He pulled himself to his feet and administered scumbag resuscitation by kicking the terrorist hard in the ribs. The merchant drew in a shuddering breath. Get up, Tom said. Hands on your head. The man couldn't do more than push himself onto his hands and knees for several long moments, but time was running out. Get up. Drop the gun. Tom did nothing of the sort. He kept his weapon trained on the merchant as he turned slightly toward the access door. It was terrorist number 2. Tom recognized him from the photo Mallory had taken, and oh, double fuck. He had Mallory, his weapon held to her head. Drop it or I'll kill the girl. How the hell had this happened? Jesus, Mallory, Tom said. Mallory, David's voice cut through. "Mal, where are you? Did you leave the van?" "I'm sorry," Mal said, too softly for Tom to hear her, but he could read her lips. Her microphone was broken. Jazz was going to hear about these cheap-shit headsets, that was for sure. She had a scratch on the side of her face, no doubt from the broken piece of plastic. Her lip was swollen, too. The bastard had hit her. "Drop the gun." T2 was starting to lose it. "Please, Tom, do whatever he says," David begged him over the headset from down on the 4th floor. "Please don't let her die." "Drop it," T2 ordered. If Tom did, they were both dead. He kept his own weapon on the merchant. "You drop your gun, asshole, or your boss checks out, and the next bullet's yours, I promise you that." "Lieutenant Paoletti, please step a little to your right." That was Locke's cool voice. Locke, who was in the church tower with a sniper rifle and the best aim in the U.S. Navy. Tom stepped right. He felt the shot whizzing past his cheek, heard it crack, and T2 crumpled lifelessly to the ground. "Mallory!" David's cry was anguished. Of course, he didn't know. He couldn't see, could only hear the sound of the gunshot. Mallory was sprayed with blood, but she didn't faint, didn't fall. She scooped up T2's weapon before it even had time to bounce. She held it in both hands like Tom, aimed directly at the merchant, also like Tom. Only she aimed the barrel lower, much lower than the man's forehead. "Tell David I'm still alive." But David was already in the doorway. "Mallory." "He called me Mallory," she said to Tom. "Did you hear that?" She was crying, covered with tears and snot and blood, but she didn't waver. "David, go back and help Jazz. I'm all right." He was crying too. God, I love you." And I thought Mal smiled. "I know, go. Both of you go," Tom ordered them. "Get out of here now." Mallory shook her head. "No, I think I'll back you up a little longer. You don't look very good, Tom." "Yeah, but I'm the one with the gun." He looked at the merchant. Both of the merchants. Double fuck indeed. He fought his dizziness. "Tell me where the second bomb is." The merchant's gaze shifted. Just a little, just enough, out to the harbor, and with a blazing revelation Tom knew. As he gazed into the son of a bitch's eyes, he knew the whole plan. He knew how this asshole's mind worked. The bomb was on the 4th floor, not to do the most structural damage, but rather to act as a shepherding device to push the crowd away from the hotel. Away from the hotel and down toward the marina, where all those little boats were sitting, all in a row. The merchant had to set only one bomb in one boat, and the rest would blow sky high, like a chain of firecrackers, one right after another. The entire marina would go up into the biggest terrorist explosion in U.S. history, and anyone within hundreds of yards would go with it. The merchant looked up at the blueness of the sky. And then, without warning, he rushed Tom's gun. But Tom didn't need warning. He knew this man too well, knew he'd choose death over capture. He squeezed the trigger of his weapon and ended the merchant's too long life. "Lock Joe, Charles." Tom's voice rang clearly over Charles's headset. "The second bomb's on a boat, possibly underwater under the hull, where you won't even be able to see it." Charles could see Alyssa already running across the lawn from the Congregational Church. Joe, too, was already down the stairs that led to the boat slips. But even though Charles's legs weren't moving as quickly, his brain was doing just fine. He pushed open the door of the harbormaster's office and appropriated the guest register, checking the names of all the boats that were currently docked in the visitor slips. It was premium real estate, those visitor slips, bringing a hefty amount of income into the marina, making it possible for regular folks to dock a boat there without having to quadruple mortgage their houses. He used his finger to go down the list, and there was nothing that jumped out at him. No boat named Merchant's Prize or something equally obvious. But there was one thing that caught his eye: the Sea Breeze. At the start of the week it had been docked in slot A3, but halfway through it got moved over to B7. Now that was odd because as far as convenience and ease, A3 was a better slot. However, as far as blowing up things went, B7 was smack in the middle of the marina. "Alyssa, Joe, check B7, he said over his radio headset. But just to be safe, he took all the spare copies of all the keys that were hanging on the harbormaster's wall. Dottie, who worked behind the counter, stood up. "Mr. Ashton, what are you, stealing all the visitors' boats?" he told her crossly. "What do you think I'm doing?" Navigating the stairs with his walker wasn't happening, so he tossed the damn thing to the bottom and went down like a little kid on the seat of his pants. Joe searched the inside of the Sea Breeze, and there it was, a bomb in the head. The timer read 7 minutes and 28 seconds, exactly 3 minutes behind the bomb in the hotel. Alyssa Locke was right behind him, and she tossed him her radio and headset and dove headfirst into the murky waters of the harbor. She came up coughing, grabbed a lungful of air, and went back down. He could see Charles making his way down the steep ramp that led to the B-slips. Alyssa came up, gasping. "He's right. Tom's right. This thing's rigged to blow. The entire hull is wired with explosives." "There's a bomb in the John, too," Joe told her. She reached a hand up and he helped haul her onto the deck. She was heavy for such a little thing, or maybe he was just getting too old for this. "It's probably the timer," she said, slicking her hair back from her face and going to take a look. "Yeah, see how this wire runs down here and over the side? But this one's rigged with a failsafe. We cut this wire and this smaller bomb blows, which will set off the other bomb." She put her headset and radio back on. "LT, are you there? We've located our second bomb and we're in serious trouble. I've got at least 2 more minutes to go before I neutralize this bomb." Jazz's voice came back. "No way can I get down there and take care of that one too." "I'm on my way," Tom said. Charles tossed his walker into the recessed deck of the boat, then swung himself on board. It wasn't graceful, but it got the job done. "Alyssa," he said, "dearest, jump back into the water and see if the bomb is attached to the inboard motor." "What are you thinking?" she asked. "You're not going to make me do it, are you?" She took off her radio again, and with a hard look at Charles, she went over the side. "What are you thinking?" Joe asked. Alyssa came back up, sputtering and coughing. "It's not connected, at least not as far as I can tell." Sibylle. Charles was thinking about Sibylle. "I have the Sea Breeze's key," he told his oldest friend. He could see understanding in Joe's eyes. "I'll come with you." "Why should we both go?" he said as gently as he could. "No one's going anywhere." Tom's voice rang over their headsets. "Just wait for me to get down there." "I got it." Jazz's voice was thick with relief. Timer stopped running. Joe swung himself down below. "This timer's still going. 4 minutes and counting." "Is someone going to help me out of the water and back onto that boat?" Alyssa called. They were out of time. If Charles was going to do this, he had to do it now. "Kelly, you made me proud this morning," he said into his microphone. "I love you. I'm glad you found Tom, glad you recognized what you found." Joe had tears in his eyes. "I'm coming with you," he said again. "You can't," Charles said, and for the first time in nearly 6 decades he embraced his best friend. Tell the truth to that writer that Sibylle was the real hero of Baldwin's Bridge. He'd caught Joe completely off guard with his embrace, and when he finally pulled back, he was able to push his friend neatly over the side and into the water. Charles started the motor with a roar and the boat didn't blow up. That was good. "Daddy, I love you." Kelly had gotten herself to a headset with a microphone. "I know," he told her. "That's the one thing I never doubted ever in my life, Kelly. You loved me and Sibylle loved me. It was more than I deserved." He backed out of the slip and he could see Alyssa and Joe still there in the water. He could see Joe's face, Joe's eyes, Joe's anguish. And Charles touched his right ear, giving Joe his sign. He was ready to go. Tom turned to see Kelly running toward him across the lawn. Out in the harbor, Charles had opened up the throttle, breaking all the posted speed limits as he headed for the open sea, moving quickly out of radio range. Kelly slowed, her chest heaving as she cried. Tom reached for her and she went into his arms. Down on the dock, Locke helped Joe out of the water. In the hotel, Jazz sat with Starrett, eyes closed as he waited for the ambulance. Mallory and David stood at the window, watching the Sea Breeze grow smaller and smaller. And there on the deck of that boat, Charles finally knew. He finally understood why Sibylle gave her life for him and for Joe and for the Fighting 55th. And he finally forgave her. She had been in pain and weary of life. It wasn't that she didn't love him, because she did. Oh, he knew that she did. But unless she'd acted when she had, Charles would have sacrificed himself to save her. And then once again, Sibylle would have been left with her heart turned to ashes. She loved him so much that she didn't want to live without him. She was an amazing woman. She saw in him a hero, and when he was with her, he was one. Charles aimed the bow of the boat toward the distant horizon, at peace with himself for the first time in years, knowing that he'd managed, one last time before he died, to once again become the man that Sibylle Desjardins had loved. On the lawn between the Baldwin's Bridge Hotel and the marina, near the statue honoring the men who gave their lives in the Second World War, Tom held Kelly close. On the dock, a bedraggled Joe saluted the far-off boat as beside him, Lt. Alyssa Locke bowed her head. The explosion was distant but still loud enough to make everyone in the harbor and on the hotel lawn look up and out to sea. For several seconds there was a hush, a moment of silence, but then life resumed. Laughter, children shouting. An ice cream truck approached, its bell ringing. Tom stood there with Kelly for a good long time, letting her look into the faces of the many people whose lives her father had saved that day. Chapter 22. 15 August. Tom left the debriefing in Washington with just enough time to catch the tail end of the ceremony honoring the 55th. The celebration had gone on as scheduled with heightened security, and with nearly everyone in attendance unaware of the previous day's drama. The United States government's counterterrorist policies included keeping attempted terrorist attacks low profile. Since terrorists tended to be after media coverage even in failed missions, it was U.S. policy to try to give them none. But Tom didn't care if no one ever knew no one except for Adam, Chip Crowley, and Rear Admiral Tucker, who ground out a not very sincere-sounding apology to Tom in front of Crowley's staff. As Tom watched from the edge of the crowd, Kelly took the stage to graciously accept a special medal from the French, British, and U.S. governments for her father's part in the war. The ceremony ended shortly after that. He tried to fight his way through the crowd to Kelly but succeeded only in finding Mallory and David. "How's Sam?" Mal asked. "Already out of ICU and annoying the hell out of the nurses," Tom told her. "How are you doing? It's not every day someone holds a gun to your head and threatens to kill you." "I'm okay," she said. "Still a little shaky," she laughed. "Still a lot shaky. When you see Locke, thank her for saving my life." "Yes," David said. "Please." As Tom watched, David pulled her into his arms as if he couldn't bear not to hold her, and Tom had to ask, "What happens with you guys in September?" "I'm going to go to school part-time," Mal told him. "I'm not going to do the Navy thing, no offense, Tommy, but it's not my speed." "We were thinking Mal could try to get a job in Boston as a photographer's assistant," David added. "David lives in this big place, a 6-bedroom apartment, and they nearly always need housemates, so I wouldn't really be living with him. And I'll be close enough to home in case Angela needs me. In 3 or 4 years we'll think about getting married," David said. Married. The kid said the word in a sentence including the word we, and he didn't faint or make the sign of the cross or show any kind of fear at all. In fact, he smiled. "You really think you'll still be together in 3 or 4 years?" Tom asked. Both David and Mallory nodded. "Absolutely. Definitely." Their confidence awed him. Still, he had to ask, "And if you're not?" David looked at Mallory and smiled. It was loaded with meaning, laced with a healthy dose of "can you believe how stupid this guy is?" "If we're not still together," David told him, "it won't be from lack of trying." Kelly waited for Tom in the dark. She heard him come home, saw the light go on in his bedroom as he changed out of his dress uniform. She saw through the cottage's living room window that he also stopped to talk to Joe, and then he headed out across the driveway. She closed her eyes, picturing him using the kitchen door to get inside the big house, picturing him finding the note she'd left for him in her bedroom. "Meet me in the tree house." She couldn't bear to be in the house alone. It seemed so empty and quiet without her father. Yet at the same time she could feel Charles's presence. In the living room, in the kitchen, on the deck. Particularly on the deck where he'd sat day after day just watching the ocean, loving a woman who had preferred death to living without him. The ladder creaked under Tom's weight. He knocked on the door before he came in, which was absurd, considering this was a tree house. "How's Joe?" she asked, suddenly nervous about everything she'd said to him yesterday, wishing he hadn't had to leave right away for those meetings in Washington, D.C. "He's feeling pretty lost," Tom admitted. "You don't spend nearly 60 years as someone's best friend and then not notice when he's gone." "Best friends for nearly 60 years, Kelly shook her head. "It seems as if it should be some kind of world record." "Yeah, he feels good about talking to that writer, though." "That's good." There was silence for a moment, and then he spoke again. "You know, I got another 30 days of convalescent leave," he told her. "This time I'm really supposed to rest." "Actually, I don't think I'll need a full 30 because the dizziness isn't happening so often anymore." "You were dizzy yesterday," she pointed out. "Yeah, but it didn't leave me unable to function. I didn't black out. I'm taking that as a good sign, and now with this extra time, I'm going to be okay. I know it." "I'm glad." She could feel him watching her in the darkness. "I used to come out here to spy on you," she told him. "There's a clear shot from here into your bedroom window. I can't tell you how many times I've watched you walk around in your underwear, or in less." "You're kidding." "Tonight your boxers are blue," Tom laughed. "Holy God, you're a degenerate." Kelly nodded, pleased he should think so. "That's right." But then she sighed. "Actually, I'm not. If I were a real degenerate, I'd go around looking into everyone's window. Frankly, the only window and the only underwear that interests me is yours. Still, you get extra depravity credits for longevity." "Good," she said. "Yeah, I'll take 'em. At the very least they'll help counteract my damned good girl image. Personally, I find it intensely fascinating, your combination of good and, well, evil for lack of a better word." His voice was like velvet in the darkness surrounding her. He moved closer and she could feel his body heat. "Do you love me?" she asked, needing to know, and damn it, asking was the only way she'd ever truly find out. "I mean the real me. Not the me you want me to be, but the one who says bad words and likes having sex in closets." He laughed softly. "How could I not? I'm not trying to make a joke, I'm serious. Bad example. Good example." He kissed her, pulling her close. "How are you with tree houses?" "Tom," he kissed her throat, his hands already beneath her shirt. "Because, you know, it's already been 5 minutes and, oh God, you're never going to let me live that down." "That's right," he said. "Until the end of time, I'm going to give you only 5 minutes of conversation, then I'm going to be all over you. Oh God, it's going to be interesting when we meet in a restaurant." His laughter was soft and very dangerous. "You bet. Or on the beach, or an airport. I have a feeling we're both going to be seeing a lot of airports." He lifted his head. "Unless you come to California with me." Kelly was silent. Was he asking her? He cleared his throat. "I was thinking we could, you know, try to break Charles and Joe's record. Go for 65 years. "Oh God. You mean as best friends?" Tom nodded. "I know the M word makes you nervous, but yeah, I'm talking about the big permanent friendship. A little different from what Joe and Charles had, though. See, I want to be the kind of best friends who make love every night, who share all their darkest secrets and favorite jokes, and maybe even someday make babies together. I know that kind of friendship requires hard work, but you know, I'm pretty good at hard work." Kelly laughed. "My God, this is like getting propositioned by Mr. Rogers. But then again, you always were a good neighbor. You're much more like Mr. Rogers than, say, Satan. Wasn't that your nickname in town for a few years? So 10,000 people were wrong about me. It happens." He pulled her with him onto the blankets she'd spread on the plywood floor. 10,000 people were wrong about you too," he said as he kissed her again. "You're nowhere near as nice as they all thought. Most of them have absolutely no clue that you can do that amazing thing with your mouth." He smiled. "But I do." Kelly smiled as she looked up at him. Despite the shadows of the night, she knew he saw her clearly. And in the same way, she saw through all the labels and facades and the pretense to the real man that was Tom Paoletti. "I love you," he whispered. "I know we can make this work. At the very least, as two very wise people told me, if it doesn't, we'll know it won't be from lack of trying. Marry me, Kel, and become the wife of a Navy SEAL. Yeah, never a dull moment. Of course, I'll be the husband of a highly esteemed pediatrician. It's hard to say whose pager will go off more often." Kelly sighed as he kissed her. "I'm afraid of marriage. I'll protect you. Do you promise?" "I promise. I swear. I want us to be the kind of people who are still crazy in love when we're 75 years old." He kissed her again. "Definitely. Still doing it in the treehouse at 75. I promise." "I love you," she told him. "I have since I was 15. But I don't think I can marry you unless you agree to let Joe live with us. We can get a place with an attached apartment, and you are as nice as everyone says." Kelly pushed him off her, wrestling him over and pinning him down onto his back. "If you're not careful," she warned, "I'm going to have to prove you wrong by doing that thing, with my mouth." Tom just smiled.